Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghayril maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amin. Piga kila maji hapo. Piga kila maji mimi mwenyewe. Piga mama maji. Maji hapa. Kichwa kwa huku. Anza kichwa, anza kichwa. Kichwa kwa huku. Kichwa kwa huku. Sogeza kidogo. Anza kichwa pia miguu hiyo. Tumana jamani. Ili ni kaburi la mamangu Mariam Ali miaka 7 iliyopita. Ili kaburi, musitafute kura kutumia makaburi, ni mambo ya kusikitika sana 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 sana, yametuuma sana Sonko kuja kusema ili kaburi ni la mamake. Sonko atafute kaburi la mamake, sio hili.
Alaysa Allahu bihakamil hakimin. Tuachie Mwenyezi Mungu.
Sikiza Sonko, danganya watu Nairobi, danganya watu Mombasa, lakini sio hapa. Usidanganye watu kwenye makaburi. Hao watu wametulia, wamelala hapo chini kwenye barzahia, wasumbua. Na Kalonzo wewe waingia kwenye urongo kama huu, jambo la kusikitisha sana, jambo la kusikitisha sana. Na urudi hapa uombe msamaha Sonko.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate all of you that are joining us. This is Mtembe TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show. A show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, it is alleged that one Mike Sonko, aspirant governor on Wiper ticket in Mombasa, former governor of Nairobi, stages a visit to the grave purporting to be his late mother's grave. But now it turns out it wasn't. Well, what's happening? Has our politics degenerated to this level that we play tricks even on the dead and with the dead? Something is wrong with this country. May God help us. Well, we want to appreciate all of you that are joining us. Please, let's keep inviting one another to this hot discussion, even as we dive into what is latest. Matiangi says is going to expose all the lies being preached around in the pretext that he took over roles that belong to the Deputy President, William Ruto. He says, far from the truth. He is playing his role as is required, and none of his roles belong to the Deputy President. What's happening with our politicians? Is this how a country is governed? By a lie upon a lie and after another lie, and you use a lie to ratify and cover up the other lie? I believe it's time for us to revisit our leadership. And of course, the DP slot keeps everyone anxious. The women, the women of our great country are out to say that slot belongs to the female gender. If the man, if the person running is a male, well, let us see how far this will go, and we invite your contribution as we continue with the participation. The link to use to get into the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to start our discussion. I want to salute Meryl. Thank you so much. Hi to you, Kikwe to Ventures. Sonko, the wrong grave. Yes, ndio inakaa mambo yako hivyo. Alum, good evening to you. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you that are coming in fast and furious. Let us keep inviting one another. Let's gang up tonight and make a difference by ensuring that we do what is right, regardless of the urge and the temptation of doing what is wrong in this political sphere. Kuna nani huyu Favor Kita, thank you so much. Kuna Baby Loves Toto, thank you so much. Kuna Jeff Mokori, asante sana. Patel Sabok Manyi, thank you. Gitash Day, thank you so much. Evelyn Musia, we appreciate you. Jacoredo Jora Mwangira, asante sana. Karibu kwa show. Kuna Elvis Wakwetu, asante sana. Olvia Kemunto, asante. Karibu kwa show. Simbo Mari said, jambo to you. Thank you so much. Chuma Kiboiz, asante sana. Abdallah Katiku, thank you so much. I appreciate all of you. Miriam M, karibu sana. Judy Tamra Williams, asante sana. Kuna Chris Mali Rich, thank you so much. I hope I pronounced that one right. Daniel Stuma, thank you so much. The most I will not read that one. And then there is Nora Ogonda, thank you so much. We appreciate all of you. Karibu sana. Kuna Jackton Ogutu, I'm right, yes. Emily Sagala, thank you. I appreciate all of you. Kuna Jem Nanu Geoffrey Nyandiko. Wewe. Miriam Makoha, thank you so much. Njiru Waweru, asante sana. Daniel Mtai na brother Benson, hi to you. Thank you, all of you that are coming in. Please let us make use of the link available on the comment section. I will share it once again. Get into the space, occupy your position. Let us get talking. It is about that time again in our Kenyan politics where they want everything to go, including graveyards. Mama Selina, habari leo?
Ai Bernard, sasa hiyo ni moto. Kenya,
Hey.
sasa hatujui hata tutasema, watu waokopi Mungu. Na kwanza Bernard, kwa sababu again watu wanashikwa kwa cemetery, lakini wale wameshikwa kwa mashamba yao, kwa shamba ya familia, nafikiria hiyo ni afadhali. Lakini hata hii ya cemetery Bernard, mnapatiwa space, mnanunua, mnaweka china ya mwenda senu. So sidhani kama unaweza confuse ya pili. Ndio sababu tuko na makaburi hata ya samani sana Bernard. Na unaona patu siko. So hii ya Sonko na kwanza alikuwa na claim ya kwamba wakati alikuwa chela mama yake ndiye alikuwa ameaga dunia. So that one ni yeye na Mungu anajua, lakini kuenda kutumia china kama hiyo ni mbaya sana. Hata marehemu mama yake pinguni anasikia mbaya. Ama Sonko angetuambia alikuwa chela, nataka hata kama alikuwa chela hawezi kosa kujua mahali Waislamu. Kwanza hata nimeshangaa kwa sababu kule papa amelia hapo ni Waislamu. So I wonder kama pia Wakristo wanashikwa kwa makaburini sa Waislamu, kwa sababu those are two different things. Bernard, huwezi kushika Mkristo kwa kaburi ya Waislamu na huwezi shika Muislamu kwa kaburi ya Wakristo, kwa sababu Waislamu vile wanaweka watu yao wanaweka bila sanduku. And I don't think kama kuna sheikh ama kuna mkubwa ya Waislamu atakubali unless Mkristo alikuwa ni Muislamu, hapo ndio watachukua mtu yao. So nafikiria hiyo ni mambo ngumu sana, hata ni aibu na pole, kwa sababu mambo ya kifo hakuna mtu anafurahia, but it is shocking. Inatetemesha. Na hata kama unataka kura, tufuate ukweli. nafikiri hayo ndio inaweza kutusaidia. So na pia integrity, heshima zetu, machina zetu inapepa. Saa zingine watu kama wamekudhani na wewe uko na maneno mingi, hata wakati unaongea ukweli inakuwa ngumu. So nikikuja kwa mambo ya Matiangi, ndio tungetaka Matiangi atuambie, kwa sababu ile kazi amefanya, ukweli ni kwamba ataingia ofisi ya deputy president, anafanya kazi kama CS na president anafanya kazi ya political. So sijui hapo inaenda namna gani, kwa sababu Matiangi aliapointiwa kusimamia masias na kuangalia kazi ya serikali, kwa sababu ilikuwa imekuwa too much road shows, kuharibu serikali ya Jubilee, kulaunch every day. Anaenda mahali mnasema tunaweka barabara, sijui tumeweka stima, mnasatoa hata ingine mnafanya. So I think pia tungetaka kujua ya kwamba wakati Matiangi amesimamia hiyo ministry na kurekebisha nge msimamo. So nashukuru Matiangi kukuja atutafautishie, na ndio tunataka the next coming deputy president achue kazi yake. So Matiangi atakuwa amesaidia Kenyans tujue ya kwamba running mate, the deputy president, what is the role of a deputy president in the Republic of Kenya, and what is the role of chief cabinet secretary in charge of other cabinet secretaries, or they report or he report directly to the president. Because Penat hata shule tuko na prefect, tuko na head girls, tuko na head boys. So the prefect can tell stuff to the head girl or the head boy, and then the head boy will know how to get the principal. So for me, I think the role of Matiangi is to coordinate government with the secretaries, and then he hand over now to the principal, maybe the president and the deputy president. So I don't think if the deputy president would like to be a senior officer in the government, the position that Matiangi had. So nafikiria ni hayo. Then Matiangi, nimeona siasa leo vile imeendelea huko Western, nimeona Kirinyaga pia wamefanya mzuri, na bado kuna wale wana shout. Nashukuru baba alisema chura iwezi zuia maji, iwezi zuia ng'ombe kunywa maji ile. Na nataka pia kushukuru kina mama ya kwamba we are now coming almost together. Thank you women of Kenya. Karibu tunajua our rights. We need to demand our right, not a favor. Hatutaki kupatiwa favor, because our votes, kura zetu matters. Hule mtu anataka kura ya wamama, na kama sisi kura zetu haingekuwa inaisapika ama inafanya mtu kwenda parliament, ndio nasikia watu wakisema this constituency, this is a very strong constituency of women of Kenya. Now I want to thank the mothers, the sisters of Kenya, that they began to know their right. We need to ask for a right. It is not a favor. Tunauliza, tukipatiwa tukuwe na jawabu ya kuchakua wamama wenzetu. So the leading mother, na shukuru kwa sababu wamama wengi Kenya wameona Mother Karua is a strong woman in the Republic of Kenya, and a strong leader, a strong servant, hule anaweza simamia inji, not because of women, anasimamia the whole Republic of Kenya. Nikiwakumbusha ya kwamba he make our constitution proud. Hata wale wakutaka constitution Penat, they are now crying for that constitution. Kama hatungekuwa na wale watu baba na kina Martha Karua wenye waliweza simamia, hatungekuwa na kitu ya kujifunia. So I want to say hapo, wacha niwachie watu, najua ni 3 minutes, but Penat nimefinyika siku hizi. Nikipata nafasi kama Saturdays na Friday na Sunday, napendanga hata mtu angalie, kwa sababu from Monday through Fridays running up and down listening, and tunaangalilia huko chini. Na sasa vile umelete strict ya kwamba mnataka Mtembei TV ionekane live, na kama sitakuwa na nafasi, hiyo ni mzuri, unasikiza ukiwa down there, ukipata nafasi unaingia na utoke. Otherwise leo nilisema weekend, every weekend Fridays I will be very active to come in. Thank you. Wacha niwachie mtu ingine.
Thank you, Mama Selina. We appreciate your wisdom. We appreciate your contribution always and faithfully. We really don't take it for granted. We pray that God gives you more opportunity. We'll work out on a workable plan to see to it that when you have a chance, you'll get an opportunity to share without much restrictions. But as the new law goes, no camera, no viewer, no appearing on the screen, so that we retain the quality of the broadcast and let the people stand behind what they are saying, so that many years from now, this platform will be used to judge who was on the right side of history, who contributed to misleading Kenyans, and who contributed to informing Kenyans or feeding Kenyans with the right information. Thank you very much. Can we have Mr. Wangira?
Bernard, how are you?
I'm well, Mr. Wangira. Karibu.
How is everybody?
We're good.
Let me start my submission with this issue of the selection panel. Today, the selection panel added some, I think, 3 or 4 names to the list that was given yesterday. Yesterday, I think it was a list of 7 or 8, and today they have added, I think, some 4 other names. I saw the name of Peter Munya, the name of Wycliffe Oparanya, I think the name of Charlie Tingilu, and the name of Lee Kinyanjui. Then there's something that they came up with. They resolved that from 9th to 10th, which will be next week. Let me just look at my calendar. 9th will be Monday and 10th will be Tuesday. They said they are going to engage these candidates who have been shortlisted, who have been shortlisted for the purposes of becoming Raila Odinga's running mate. So when I saw this particular talk by the panel that they were going to engage the candidates on the 9th and 10th of May, then what came into my mind was this guy called Kalonzo Musyoka, because he has already told us that he's not ready to appear before anybody. That was something that he has been very, very clear on, that he cannot be interviewed, so he cannot appear before anybody. And here is here is the panel that is saying that on the 9th and 10th of May, they are going to engage these candidates. So I will be observing keenly to see whether Kalonzo Musyoka will be appearing to be engaged on either 9th or 10th of May. That's where my eyes will be. And again, just back to the issue of the selection panel, you know,
One moment, Mr. Wangira. One moment, Mr.
uh-huh,
Wangira. Just a moment.
okay.
I want to also emphasize something. The YouTube community rules are against children appearing on the screen and nudes pictures. Please, I want everybody coming on this channel to take what we are doing serious. It's wrong for you to come without clothes on, or for you to expose yourself when you're on the bed. It doesn't sell well with what we are doing, number one. And number two, you're putting us in problems with YouTube, and we wouldn't want to do that. So please, just dress up for the job. Let's do this thing with the seriousness it deserves. Let's not take it lightly. I don't think anybody would want to appear on national television without clothes. Naomba tafadhali. Na kama vile nimesema kila mara, sio lazima utokee kwa screen, sio lazima uingie kwa nini. Kama hauko tayari, jiandae alafu uje. Lakini kufika bila nguo sioni kama inaonyesha picha nzuri, na sisi ni watu wazima na lazima tuonyeshe mfano bora. Hatuwezi kuwa tunaelekeza watoto ile hali sisi tunavunja hizo sheria ambazo tunajaribu kusinikisha watoto wetu wafuate. Yeah, you cannot beat what is wrong in you out of your child. We can only correct what we have self-corrected, when we have self-corrected ourselves. So please, let's work hard on this. I believe what we are doing is not childish. What we are doing is not child play. Let's give it the seriousness it takes. Thank you very much. Mr. Wangira, endelea.
Okay, just still on the matter of the selection panel. I know I thought that everybody that was selected in this selection panel was supposed to act, one, in good faith, two, that if there was any issue that he was to raise, then he was to raise that particular issue in the panel, because if you are a member of a panel, that gives you an avenue to conduct every business concerning the panel through the panel. You don't need to conduct this particular business from elsewhere else, from somewhere else, because you already have that avenue within the panel. Bernard, there are issues that are really worrying me with the way, with some of these behaviors, especially within our Azimio One Kenya. Senator Wambua was selected, is one of the 7 members of the panel. So I expected that Senator Wambua will act in good faith, and if there's any other issue that he feels, then he can raise that particular issue within the panel. But instead of acting in good faith, we are seeing a member of a panel who is out to incite his constituents in the village in regards to the operations of the panel. And these are the reasons why I am saying that he's out to incite his constituents, because today he was in Kitui, and those who watched him know what he said. There's one thing that I've also noted just before I highlight what Senator Wambua said. Our problem in Azimio seems to revolve around Ukambani. It's mutating around Ukambani, because if it doesn't come from Governor Alfred Mutua, then it's coming from Kibwana. If it doesn't come from Kibwana, then it's coming from Kalonzo Musyoka and his brigades. Perhaps the only person that seems to be sober and committed to his cause from Ukambani could be Charity Ngilu. So, just to highlight some of the things that Senator Wambua said today, and didn't please me, and today, today, in a public rally in Kitui, he has threatened to pull out of this particular panel. Then he went on claiming that, that the outcome of this particular panel seems to be predetermined. Then, he went on to accuse Raila Odinga of interfering with the work of this particular panel. You see? So then he finished in the fashion that we know them to always say. You remember that chorus of no Kalonzo, no Raila. So today he was telling people in Kitui that if Kalonzo does not become Raila's running mate, then Raila Odinga will not become president. Bernard, for how long are we going to be blackmailed, surely? Bernard, for how long are we going to be manipulated, surely? If you decided to join,
Wangira, just a moment.
Hmm?
I want you to move faster, in the interest of time, and then remember we have a whole night to prosecute that, and some of those things we have dealt with them extensively. As far as I am concerned, that is Bernard, me as an individual. Kalonzo Musyoka is free to go where he can be deputy president. If he feels there is no deputy president slot for him in Azimio, let him run for presidency. The deputy president slot is not even it's not on the ballot. The IBC is not conducting deputy president election slot. So if he is running for wrong seat, let him declare he wants to go for presidency and go all the way, together with his senators and every person who thinks he's too good to occupy any other seat except deputy president. Naomba tusichukue muda sana, tumepatia muda mrefu kwa Kalonzo na naona ametushiba.
I
Thank
still
you.
have my 1 minute. I still have my 1 minute, Bernard. Let me just
You
conclude
have your
whatever I
1
wanted to
minute.
say.
I want you to move the subject. Thank you.
Yeah, let me just move the subject in 1 minute. Then the other part was Matiangi. You know, Matiangi has come out today, and I say that there's nothing wrong with him getting involved in campaigning for Raila Odinga, because they did the same for Uhuru Kenyatta in 2017, and in fact called Wakina William Ruto and his brigade hypocrites and pretenders. And in fact, he was asking the media to bring out clips as evidence to show that they really campaigned for Uhuru Kenyatta in 2017. Just as I conclude in my 1 minute, we have seen what happened with Sonko in Mombasa, where he visited a grave purportedly belonging to his late mother, and what has come out of that. And just finally, just as I conclude, Bernard, this one I'll leave it for you. We have also seen another issue of William Ruto's wife having prayed for some dirty water, and that dirty water having turned into clean water. That one I'll leave it at you. Although me as Wangira, I still believe that miracles still occur, but for that one, I'll leave it to you to analyze. And perhaps you as a man of God, you can analyze it further, and you give us your view in regard to this prayer of praying for that water, which eventually became clean water, Bernard. Because my 1 minute is over, wacha niwachie hapo, tukutane in the second round. Asante.
Thank you, Mr. Wangira. Naona wewe ni mchokozi sana. Mtu amesema kama Mama Recho anaweza kuombea maji kwake ikakuwa safi. Nairobi River iko hapa, inapita tu hapa nyuma yako. Okay. Anzia hapo. Nairobi River ikiwa safi, then sitakuwa sawa. Hata tuhitaji sasa Nairobi Water. Nairobi Water Sewerage Company. We just need, but all the same, let's take it easy. Let's take it easy. You know, we are in that season again where almost everything is possible to come out of anyone. But like I said yesterday, God is supreme and God is to be honored and respected. Let's not drag him into our politics, our cheap politics. He's not a politician. He doesn't belong to any political party. Let us keep him where he is, the topmost place and the highest and highly respected place. Tuache mchezo na Mungu. Thank you. Naomba Bwana Bantuori ya karibu.
Asante sana, nawasalimia nyote ndugu zangu hapo kwenye panel. Mr. Bernard, kama kawaida, tunashukuru sana kwa bidii yako unaofanya hapo. Ni kazi ngumu sana. Queen Mama Selina, kama kawaida, heshima kwako. Nashukuru sana kukuona Mama Selina, asante sana.
Asante. Bernard, kwa nini tunaona screen iko black? I thought you were serious saying no. What is going on?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Everybody has his picture on, only that we have different lights. Naona sura yake.
Nashukuru Bwana Wangira. Nafurahi sana Bwana Wangira kukuona hapo. Wewe kazi unafanya mzuri sana. Asante sana. Yangu si mengi sana, nilikuwa nataka kusema tu. Kwanza kulingamana na graveyards ambayo ndugu Sonko alikuwa amefika hapo. Ile graveyard ni ndugu yangu mkubwa na part of my family wamezikwa katika hiyo graveyard, na naijua kabisa na nimekulia hapo. Hiyo graveyard ni kama vile Mama Selina amesema, kulingamana ya Muslim graveyard na Christian graveyard. Ile ni Muslim graveyard, na si kwa ubaya, lakini iko strictly sana Muslims peke yake ndio wanazikwa pale, na kuna graveyards nyingi pia za Christianity na kadhalika. Sasa kwa Sonko atakwenda pale na sijui ni when was the last time alivisit hiyo graveyard, hata kama akawa hajui hiyo graveyard, na ni kwa nini anaenda saa hii. Na nafikiria bwana Sonko yuko na uwezo wa kuiweka hiyo graveyard kama ni ya mamake kidogo ionekane mzuri, unaona. Lakini sasa unaenda unaingia katika graveyard ambazo ni za watu, na inasikitisha sana kuonekana sisi wananchi ndio tunataka tulaumiwe. Haya yote yanayotokea na hayajawahi kutokea kuanzia mimi nianze kujua siasa. Mambo kama haya ambayo tunaona hizi drama zinaendelea katika nchi yetu, na hii makosa yanatokana na sisi wananchi. Sisi tunawalaumu hao viongozi kama wakina Ruto na wengine na wengine na wengine, lakini pia sisi tunagaia hiyo makosa kwa wananchi. Sisi ndio tuna uwezo wa kuielekeza nchi yetu direction ambayo itakuwa ni direction nzuri for the future and the future of the generation to come. Tuna nayo nafasi ya kujua hii nchi hii itakwenda vipi, lakini sisi wananchi tunafanya makosa kuwachagua viongozi ambao wanakwenda wanaiharibu hii nchi ambayo itakuwa difficult kuirudisha tena on the track. Hivi sasa hapa ilipo iko katika hali sio mzuri, na tukiendelea namna hii na siasa namna hii inavyokwenda, mi naona huko tunakokwenda kutakuwa mbaya na itakuwa shida sana kurudi tena, kwa sababu ikiwa hapa tulipo hatujakuwa mbaya, lakini hatuwezi kufix hii problem ambayo nchi yetu siasa yake inakwenda na constitution inatakikana irudiwe tena, iangaliwe pale ambapo pana makosa turekebishe, kwa sababu imeonekana kuna loopholes nyingi sana katika constitution. Kwa hivyo irudiwe kwenye drawing board, watu waiangalie. Na kwa upande mwingine nikizungumzia kulingamana na earthquake, bwana Bernard nisaidie hiyo earthquake hiyo earthquake sijui utanisaidia unielezee, manake naona earthquake sasa imerudi inawapiga hao watu walikuwa wakisema wanafanya earthquake. Naona hakuna tena kitu kama earthquake, na sina mengi sana, ni kidogo tu. Bwana Bernard, utanisaidia na kitu chochote ambacho niongea. Asante sana.
Asante Patuoria, tunashukuru. Unajua earthquake hata ikitokea kwa hali ya kiasili haisababishwi kama itakuwa kusababishwa basi haitakuwa earthquake. So waliosema watasababisha earthquake hao ndio wamekuwa earthquake but at the end of the day lazima tujue kwamba siasa ni karata, okay? Wanacheza pata potea, but I think we deserve better as Kenyans, and we need to demand better from our leaders. If one promises us one thing and does not deliver it, we should hold him to account. Tusiruhusu hao watu wakwepe na madai yao kama Wakenya. Lazima tujiheshimu kama Wakenya na tuhakikishe kwamba tunawafuatilia mpaka kila mmoja anasimamia uongozi ipasavyo katika kusimama kando ya neno ulilolisema. Kama umebadili utuambie kwa nini umebadili, utuombe msamaha. Lakini kama haujaomba msamaha, hujabadili, basi we hold you accountable. And that is what Mr. Matiangi is urging us. Let's listen to this video before Eric comes in.
Politics, you know, it's this usual hypocrisy and pretense in our political environment. In 2017, those of you who are here and many of you who are reporting in Kisii, I was on the campaign trail with them, all of them. So did I become a CS now in 2022? I was not a CS then. They did not raise the issues when we were campaigning with them. Some of those who are raising issues, I was with them on the campaign trail. I addressed public meeting, even here in Kenya Market. I was with them in meetings in South Mogrango, in Gesima. I was with them throughout the campaign. The internet does not forget. Go and look for videos and so on of rallies where we were with them. Those who are making those claims in 2017. Now, because we are not with them, we are breaking the law. You know, this dishonesty characterizes the behavior of those people. And that's why I keep saying all the time, it's laughable that they are seeking public leadership. Very dishonest people, and then very hypocritical, who believe in just lying to look for cheap and petty sympathies. Those who are saying that are the ones who should be asked to explain what job I took from them, because I'm not the one talking about taking a job from someone. Those who are talking about it and making those claims are the ones who should actually be asked to explain what job I took from them. If it wasn't a serious matter that touches on the stability of the country, you would even actually laugh about it. In the recent weeks, a number of my colleagues and I in cabinet have been having conversations about the limits of this edict of collective responsibility. There are certain things we would like to say. We have suffered restraint, especially in the last 4 or 5 years. There are certain things we have avoided commenting on because we respect certain officers and we respect that edict of collective responsibility. It now would appear that others are going out of it and so on, but it's still because we defer to and respect His Excellency the President, we'd like to consult further on when we can actually talk about those kinds of things. Keeping quiet as we have in the last several times when those kinds of reckless claims are made does not mean that we have nothing to say. It is because I have taken counsel, for example, from the clergy. I have taken counsel from private sector leaders in the country. I have taken counsel from a lot of people who care for the stability and the future of this country on what we should say so that we don't necessarily steer the country the wrong direction, especially now during elections. But if it continues this way, then people want a street discussion on that kind of matter, we are more than ready to do it. But you know, many of us believe in the respectability of our institutions and the fact that we need to keep our country stable as we go forward. So every time we have been invited to street fights and street talks, we have restrained ourselves from playing in the mud and playing in those kinds of arguments, because the result and effect may actually not be good for the country. So for now, I will remain restrained. And again, for those many senior clergy, for example, who have talked to me and talked to many of my colleagues in cabinet and said, someone has got to be an adult in the room. Let's keep quiet for now. Let's move the country to the next level. I would like to respect them, and I would like them to know that I take seriously their counsel. And for the time being, we will keep suffering restraint. And I'm using my words carefully. Suffering restraint. There are many things we would like to say, but we're restraining ourselves because of that edict of collective responsibility and because we need to keep the country together.
Wamama wenzangu, so far tumefikisha 350k kwa akaunti yetu ya chama. Tufanye aje na hizi pesa zetu?
Naona tununue vitenge zinafanana. Hapana, tununue sufuria za non-stick.
Tununueni kate.
Ai, wamama wenzangu, watu tununue kaploti.
Kuna watu wanauza plots na nyuki. Na nyuki? Hebu tuwapigie simu watupe uhondo.
Hello.
Thank you for calling Octaven. How may we assist you?
Can we get a plot with 350,000 in Nanyuki?
Yes, you can get a plot at the Great Oasis Gardens in Nanyuki today for as low as 349,000 shillings.
They're inspiring possibility.
Welcome back. Thank you so much. Let's keep the conversation going. Eric Rono, namna gani? Eric Rono, are you there? Unmute your mic and speak. Okay. Eric Rono, are you there? Okay, Derek, take it.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard, once again for this particular moment. I would wish to greet everyone. Hi, and maybe viewers from different places, those viewing from diaspora and those viewing from within. I salute you all. Today, I've given some few moments so that I can share my thought concerning the topic that I can see in the screen. On the screen, DP slot keeps everyone anxious, and Honorable Mike Sonko is tour in Mombasa the day 2, together with Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. Today, I'm going to say a little. I'm not going to speak too much, but I'm going to say a little concerning the ground, because that is what matters a lot in this presidential election that is just almost with only few days remaining to general election. First of all, Mr. Bernard, the video that you have just played claims, and Matiangi is confident enough, and he say that we can even pull the video of 2017, and you'll realize that they were doing it together, and that time they were part and parcel. But being that now he has shifted to be supporting Azimio, now it is like they are breaking the rules. It is true that when people talk on politics, if you are not his or her supporter, you become his greatest enemy. And I've had the advantage to listen to PL Ole Mumba. He once said that your enemy should not be my enemy. And I think this will be to everyone. That if someone if someone is not supporting you, it doesn't mean that you hate the entire group or you hate the entire region. Like now, Matiangi has got the right to support his presidential candidate. He has the right to say the benefit that so and so has so that he can get the votes. But now, when DP is complaining that his duty were given to Matiangi, I can confidently say that it is wrong, because I had never seen a special sitting discussing that now the roles for Dr. Ruto or deputy president are now officially handed over to Matiangi. I can confidently say that that one is wrong, to say that his roles were given to Matiangi. And that one is a sympathy. He is seeking for sympathy so that they can say, indeed, the roles of the deputy were given to Matiangi, of which it is not right. Matiangi does his role as per the constitution, as per the role that he was given to do, and is doing it confidently. So the only person who neglected his roles is DP Ruto. That is Samuel Ruto. Is the one who, by the way, he ignored his roles because he realized that Uhuru Kenyatta could not tolerate all the problems that he was maybe like you remember last time when President was talking about that, he told him to come and sit together so that they can work together. When after having the handshake with Raila Amolo Odinga, he said that he cannot. So instead, he invited Raila to help him by not giving him the roles of the deputy president. That is what he mentioned. So first of all, I want to respond to DP Ruto that please don't mistake Matiangi, because Matiangi does what he should be doing, not the role of the deputy president. Back to the ground politics. That was I was responding to DP Ruto. Back to the ground, Mike Sonko in Mombasa, Tononoka. It was fire, Leo. And I still want to say, yesterday there's a point I mentioned here about Kalonzo Musyoka being the running mate of Raila Amolo Odinga, and it was like it became the discussion of the day. But today I have agreed, Mr. Ben, I have agreed with you that indeed what you said is true. that Martha has got potential of being the running mate of Raila Amolo Odinga. I concur with you indeed. And because Kalonzo Musyoka, though they have been working together with Raila Amolo Odinga for a long time, but since we can't rely on him, you remember before he joined Azimio team, what he said, that he just signed the document, but he never knew what he was signing. Can you remember that? So, having such a person as the DP president, maybe one of the days he can say he did this, but he never knew what he was doing. So I think you cannot rely on Kalonzo Musyoka because he's a man who keep on changing. He's not consistent. But Martha Karua, something that I love her with, I really like her because Martha is consistent. Aya akisema hivi ni hivyo, hakuna kuchange ati mara hii na hii na hii. She's consistent. So with me, I can now I can follow you, Mr. Ben, for what you said, that Martha is fit for the position. And just before I wind up, because today I see we have some members who should also be speaking. The only thing that I want to say, sorry. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Eric, for muting. The only thing that I want to say, this general to the presidential bid, that is on Amolo Odinga and Ruto. Today, Mr. Bernard, I happen to work with some few individuals, some of my friends we have in Kirinyaga, and we were doing physical poll. We never did it online, but this was physical. We were just asking that we have got two senior most people, that is Ruto and Raila Amolo Odinga, that are yearning to be the president of Kenya. Among the two, we were asking, who is the best person? And why do you choose the person that you feel like is best for you? Mr. Bernard, allow me say that the only people, there's a group of people who can never be convinced easily. The border group, let me speak like that, the border group. The higher percentage of those who are talking about hustler and bottom up are border. And I know the reason as to why border, they can never be convinced and they can never change. Last time, while in Kutus, the same border people are the one who are making noise for Martha. But for those who are able to listen, they know that Raila can manage this particular country. And they were able to tell us that if Raila combines with Martha, then we are safe. But with Raila having Kalonzo, they are not safe. You see, it is because they need a token. There's a token that they need from Mount Kenya region. Because having Martha to represent them is a plus on their side. So it means they will really happy. They will be happy because Martha Karua will consider them as someone from the ground, because Martha knows what they need. You see. But the border group, I still plead, please, let's educate these people and let them know that indeed that token they receive, the lead token that they are receiving, so that they can cause chaos, so that they can interfere with meetings, will never help them in future. So if we choose wisely, then I'm very sure that we are going to have better leaders that we really deserve. But getting these little tokens, 50 bob, 100 shillings, so that you cause chaos and maybe you interfere with the meetings of other people, it is not going to help us. And for the rest of us, your enemy should not be my enemy. If you have got your enemy, don't tell me about your enemy. Remain with your enemy, then I also have my enemy, because my problem is my own problem, should not be your own problem. So if you pay me money so that I interfere with somebody, my friend, I'm telling you, you're going to you're not going to make it. So paying someone to interfere with somebody's problem or to interfere with somebody's project, it is not the best way to solve a problem in a particular place. Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. Unless there's a question, I may respond.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Derek. We appreciate that, and tukipenda sana hiyo interview, hiyo poll mnafanya physical, mketukopailia maoni ya wananchi, alafu mtutumie kama Mtembei TV tuone vile tutadadisi, lakini tuko na crew tunaweza tumana huko.
I will okay, okay, you can send maybe an individual to Kerogoya town. That's Kerogoya town. That's where I am.
Thank you very much. Before we bring in Agari, please, we are still insisting. We are only admitting people on camera, and you must be lit up. It's important for the quality of the broadcast, and we are trying so hard to see to it that everybody will get a chance to air their views. On the comment sections, you are doing well. Please let us keep respect one for another. No need of calling anybody any name. We are all meeting in this space for one sole purpose, making Kenya better, and scrutinizing our leaders keenly so that we'll end up with credible leaders who will be able to help this country become a better place. So don't be here to dig in for what you know is wrong. That, to me, is unforgivable. If you support what is wrong, you're worse off than anything and anyone else that has ever existed on the planet Earth. It is good for us to dig in for what is right, not what is wrong. If somebody's wrong, let it be said. If somebody is lying, let it be held against him. Don't defend the undefendable. Let's listen to this just to clear that, and then we'll hear from Agari.
Commissioners wa IEBC wakafanyia maandamano, wambweka wametolewa. Wakaenda kotini ati kufanya kesi ya BBR. Wakaenda kotini kufanya kesi ya ballot papers. Wameenda kotini kufanya kesi sijui ya voters register. Wamekuwa kotini juzi ati wanataka kusongesha uchaguzi iende siku nyingine. Sasa juzi mnasikia wameanza kuleta matatizo ya mambo ya usalama, ati wameenda kotini ati askari wasikuweko siku ya kupiga kura. Mimi nauliza nyinyi watu wa Nyamira, unataka askari waweke usalama siku ya kupiga kura? Na tushamwambia Mheshimiwa former Prime Minister anashindana na Uhuru Kenyatta, awachane na Matiangi. Ama namna gani? Sisi tunamwambia wale washindane na sisi. Sio IEBC itapiga kura, sio ballot papers itapiga kura, sio wanajeshi watapiga kura, sio polisi watapiga kura. Wananchi hawa wa taifa letu la Kenya, hii ndio jeshi ambayo itapiga kura. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Kwa hivyo wawachane na askari wetu wafanye kazi zao, washindane na sisi watafute kura. Ama namna gani watu wa Nyamira? Tutatembea pamoja. Jameni Nyamira, safari hii tutatembea pamoja. Tutashindwa kuamua. Wanasema Uhuru Kenyatta aendelee na kazi. Na wauliza Nyamira, unataka kitendawili yanze ama kazi iendelee?
That is from the horse's mouth. Let's keep the conversation going. Thank you very much.
Mr. Bernard, you have confirmed it. Thank you for that video. Actually, I'm happy about that video. It has been confirmed.
Asante sana. Bwana Gari, karibu.
Asante sana Mr. Bernard na wenzangu ambao wako katika kitengo hiki, tukiendelea kujadili yale ambayo yanachipuka. Mwanzo zaidi nimeona kwenye mada kwamba Sonko leo alipeleka majonzi kwenye kaburi ambalo si la mamake, na this begs the question, where has he been going maybe to hold some memorial celebrations? And why did he got into the wrong grave? Because we saw the emotions going high today from that particular kin. So that speaks volumes. But being an emotional moment, we cannot say much. Maybe he was overwhelmed too, and he got to a wrong burial site where he felt like that is where his mother was buried, but indeed he wasn't buried there. So in one way or the other, the family felt offended, and you saw what happened. So Mr. Songo has subjected Mr. Kalonzo to some kind of humiliation from that particular incident, because already now the nation is talking about it. It's making headlines, and in one way or the other, it also talks about Songo as a person. He's always the king of drama, so it's also another drama that he has unleashed in Mombasa. And now that is the man. That is the man Sonko, and Kalonzo, unfortunately, has gotten into that particular incident when he's also trying to make his case. Unajua amekuwa akienda barabarani, ndiye amekuwa pia akitoa mahojiano yake yale ambayo alikuwa amealikwa. Sasa amekuwa akiyafanya pale barabarani kutoka huku Mlolongo hadi Mombasa. So definitely that was a bad way of ending his road journey or road campaigns, that he ended up with Songo, where the other family felt like they have been denied an opportunity. So that was wrong. Now we have the Matiangi issue, also another very emotive issue. I remember very well 2017, Matiangi was on the worst end with NASA principals and supporters, and he was a darling to William Ruto, because he was the one who was coming down and saying, this guy needs some sort of immunity. He's just doing his job. He's a professional. And you have played a clip that outlines what he used to say. Now, Matiangi, on the other side, doing the same job that he has been doing from 2017. The DP is the first person to castigate Matiangi. So, and you saw Matiangi did a rebuttal in a very polite way. He said that now whatever he has to tell it to the birds. And since the Labor Day speech, the president actually outrightly came out and I'll have to say rebuked his deputy president. And the deputy president today reaffirmed that what people have been saying, that he could have resigned, he said that his duties were taken away. So basically, because this was a joint agreement or a binding that was made by the president and the deputy president, and also the covenant that was sealed by our constitution, nothing the president could do. So if the deputy president, like he says, that the wrong deeds of these particular government has to be taken to Uhuru Kenyatta and Matiangi and others, and even now the former prime minister, and today is saying that he can only leave office after 9th, that also speaks some sort of hypocrisy that people have been talking about. You cannot be clinging to something you don't believe to. If you want to be respected, the ideologies that you hold, the beliefs that you hold, cannot allow you to be in a marriage that you believe is committing some kind of atrocities to its people. So basically, this is a political season. The Ruto is coming out, and like the other day I told you, what is perfect about is the consistency of his lies and the inconsistency of his acts. So that is what he's actually doing at this particular time. And you see now, at this particular time, they have even dragged Mr. Musheru made some comments. I am not holding brief for him, but he said because they were at the mountain, they're the ones who are supposed to drum support for the former prime minister. So when he specifically said that we have an assignment to accomplish, the statements were taken out of context, and the next day we saw what was being preached. So that is specifically the deputy president and the way he can manipulate the kind of information that is coming out. We have not seen we are still seeing, and we are yet to see a lot of drama, because even on Kibaki's burial we saw what came out. Quite unfortunate. There was a handshake between the former prime minister and that young boy, and the next minute the clip was edited, circulated, and sorts of headlines were made. So that is what deputy president can be able to do: turn around every situation and make it look correct to him, and taint the other people on the bad way. So that is what it is. And now talking about what Matiangi could be saying about William Ruto, we are waiting to see what he's going to say about the particular person we talk about, the deputy president. The nation is waiting, and I hope it's a dossier that we are going to learn some few things about the man who has been making headlines. Maybe walking around is the only whiter person in this country. You know, you cannot be whiter than white. It's only white that remains. So when you walk around and you believe you are the savior of the nation, and when we look at your deeds, the inconsistency of how you say things, then that raises questions. We await so much how now Matiangi is going to say, or what he's going to break to the nation, because he has been dragged into a lot of drama, and you saw like now he is the subject of everything. And the deputy president, yet he believes that he was pushed away from the government, but on public holidays we have been seeing him taking his position, and he has been the one who has been given the opportunity by the government to invite the president. No occasion that he has ever attended, and Matiangi is told to invite the president. So he's lying. So I believe Matiangi, as he prepares his dossier, I hope he's going to capture such events that we have seen that keeps on coming out. Now there is an issue about the deputy president slot for the aspirants, the presidential aspirants. It's indeed causing panic to every side. No side will say it's confident about it, because even now at Kenya Kwanza, they haven't agreed fully, because when we see some pressers coming out, some guys came out and said, if it's not Musalia, then we are going to call it off from Kenya Kwanza. And you know, when these politicians start making their sides to be known, they always use their foot soldiers. That is basically what they do. So from the other end, it's not also well. I know people are fighting for their space. People are making their demands. There are several interviews undergoing. There are several scientific kind of opinion polls done to see if maybe the deputy president can be able to help the aspirant to win the elections. So like now in the Azimio la Umoja, all the names that have been raised, and I said this when we had the conversation a few days ago, that Azimio is privileged to produce one of the finest politicians who can be presidents and even the deputy presidents. And this is an issue, you know, making a decision defines you. But also when you're making this decision, you have to look at what you are going to gain or to lose. I hope the Azimio side, before they even come out and settle on a person, they should have a retreat, kind of a retreat, and try to quell, to tame this kind of voices we are hearing. Kalonzo deserves, Mother deserves. So it's all about the panel to look at the numbers, to look at what can happen, and ensure that like the Solomonic ruling that was in the Bible, they ensure that the process is done well. For Kenya Kwanza, I think already their gun is ready. They are only awaiting Azimio and then they trigger their bullet, because the other side is only a one-man show. He is the only person who can say, I have ratified this name and I have this person as my deputy president. So specifically what I think, it is the Azimio that has issues because it has the best. It is the Real Madrid lineup where you are spoiled of option who you are going to have on your team and who you are going to sideline. And even those who are sidelined, they believe that
Banagari,
there could be an agreement. Yes.
Mind time. Hurry up.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I'm just about to wind up. So that is what I think, that all these sides should work properly on their lineups, but more importantly, the Azimio one is the one that is looked. And you see now the Kenya Kwanza is already behaving like a voyeur. Someone who goes and when you're making love is spying from the other side. Sorry to say that. So they have a moment to make it. And I believe the panelists, I mean, the guys who have been given the mandate, they are going to help the process to be better than how others think of. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Gari, we appreciate it, and let's observe time in the sense that you don't have to cover everything. Just say partly, because we need to exchange the conversation, other than it being a monolithic lecture. Wateja wataanza kuteta. So then let's you say 2-3 points. If somebody wants to refute, let them refute, but so that we don't keep people on hold for too long. Eric Rono namna gani? Unmute your mic. The mic is beside your name. You click on the mic once on your screen. Click on the mic beside your name on the screen so that when you talk, we hear. We can't hear what you're saying.
Yes.
Yes, although you are breaking up. Yes. Continue conversing.
Okay.
Pole bwana Eric, internet yako iko chini. You are buffering. I think you need to reload.
Let me try.
Pole, you can't. Your internet is low. Bwana Mike, how are you?
I'm well, Bernard. Good evening.
Good evening to you. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Haya, makaburi ndio hayo. Mnatembelea wafu ambao
this is Bernard, this is what I was saying yesterday. We on integrity and even just simple decency. We lost it when yesterday I said we suspended chapter 6 on integrity and said everybody can be anything in this country. In a civilized society, if you have gone through what Sonko went through, an impeachment, you have been barred to go to certain countries, and the people have not been shy to say the reason why. The letter is very explicit. And by the way, when the U.S. government gives such a very conclusive and affirmative decision, it means they have very, very concrete evidence, just like they had on Akashas when they came and took them and flew them back to the US. When they say they have information on you, actually, it's just more than information. They have conclusive and airtight evidence. So it is in this country that we shy away from facing certain truths, and you can cite tens and hundreds of them. I'm talking on integrity because very many people have gotten away with it. Remember the chicken gate when a few people who sent money confessed, were charged in court, served term, came out. They found our Kenyan court still discussing on the credibility of the evidence. And we are living in a world where money movement is not like a barter and trade where there is no trail or trace. If money is wired from the UK, it goes through an account and somebody withdraws it and he identifies himself. So it is not possible that such very concrete evidence can come to this country and we say we cannot conclude such cases. So it is the integrity in this country that we have lowered the standard so much that people can behave the way Sonko behaves, and we still give them the audience. We still clap for them. We still stand in the rain and shout. I don't think it's even poverty or the handout. I think our moral fabric has just gone down the drain because there are countries that are poorer than us, but I don't think they allow their leaders to treat them as trash. They make you line up, throw money at you, insult your leaders, and then go and you clap for them. I think that is not right. Matiangi exposes DP Ruto lies. What you people, I'm sure some of you heard, Matiangi said he's going to consult the president to see whether they can also suspend. You know, we have suspended Chapter 6. We also want, Matiangi wants to suspend the document they sign as cabinet of secrecy and collective responsibility so that they can now start sharing with us what these people say in the confines of the office. And one of the things I know, because this one I'm privy to, is it is none other than the people shouting that gave very, very clear instruction in the cabinet that people like Matiangi should be thrown out of Kenya. So that is one of the things Matiangi will be telling us who said, who sanctioned, and who recommended to the cabinet that a fellow Kenyan should be evicted from his own country. So that we start. Matiangi is saying he has been carrying the baggage of collective responsibility, and yet the decision was not made by him. It was made by a boss who is now behaving like an angel. So those and very many other things will start coming out, and we shall see people for who they really are. So, but unfortunately, now this is the worst part about it, Bernard. Even when such truths will come out, Kenyans will still be singing Barabbas, that give us our thief. We don't want Jesus, and we choose the leaders we get the leaders we choose, and we get the country that we desire through how we make decisions. So I think there's going to be another Barabbas moment in Kenya, and it will be very unfortunate because we are not learning. We said Uhuru Ruto got sent. Now the same people woke up at 3 a.m. are the one shouting from the rooftop that Uhuru should go. But we told you Uhuru was not the best president, at least for me. You told us no, he's God chosen. Now again, you are coming up with a Christian phrase that Ruto is the God chosen leader. Again, after 5 years, you'll come and say he goes. Let us also not invoke God's name in vain in this political discussion as a country, because we are also calling a curse and a wrath from God whenever we invoke God's name in matters that are very moral. Invoking God's name to thieves, murderers, rapists, and saying they are God ordained. But I would forgive anybody who has spoken to God. I would not want to take the authority that I've heard from God that it is not Uhuru, it is not William, or it's not Raila. But let it just be purely politics. Let's not involve God in matters that we are not sure. Now on DP slot, I think somebody mentioned it, and I think he was right that Azimio has spoiled for choice, and Azimio is spoiled for choice because most of its shortlisted candidates have credentials that are admirable. If you look at Kenya Kwanza, most of the people, with the exception, and let's call people for who they are. Professor Kindiki, as much as he's not in Kenya in Azimio, he's a decent man. He's just maybe on the wrong side of politics, but he's a decent man. With the exception of Professor Kindiki, the rest have baggage that cannot help sell a good ticket, and the details are known. Regadia, as vocal as he is, was a DC in Moi's time, and he was not very good in Moreland wherever he went. Waiguru is also a possible candidate, but we also know the baggage he carries. And so is Mdavadi, our brother, with cemeteries and other things and golden bags that have not been verified, but they are still baggage, because in politics it's not about facts but about perception. So that is the problem Raila has, because of having very many options. It even confuses him more. But I think whichever option he takes, for me, I think it will be a good one, because everybody is first among the equals. That they can sell a country, they can sell the agenda that the country wants. And these people from Azimio do not come with the entitlement. None of Raila's people, with the exception of Kalonzo, comes with that entitlement of I have numbers or have experience or have anything. And that's what you need for a deputy. You don't want somebody who comes with entitlement, somebody who comes with an ego, somebody who comes to be a co-president and not a deputy. You need somebody who is sober enough to know that he's there to serve and not to wait for the slightest moment. Even if you fall sick, he can come and ask you to sign a handover to allow him to act as president. There are people who behave like that. So I think Uhuru Raila is lucky to have very many options, but good options. You can have very few options, but bad options. So I rest my case on that, and I hope we shall share more.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Mike, we appreciate it. Let's keep sharing. Please, let's maintain no blackouts, no hiding behind the camera. If you must leave, you just leave, then you will come back later, so that we keep the screen lit up for the viewers. The viewers have been treated to too much darkness, that our viewership is being affected. So let's retain that. That means when you appear on you click on the link and you don't put on your camera, we don't add you. That is the new regulation. Eric Rono, if you're using phone, if you're able to get me, if you're using your phone, restart your phone. Restart your phone afresh, so that when you join whatever via StreamYard will reconfigure your gadget well. Then you will be able to stick when you get added. Okay, these gadgets at times when you just force them, they don't adhere. I hope that will work for you. Now let me bring in this video first before we try Rono again, if he's able to get in and help us out.
Will become the fuel to drive the Jubilee coalition agenda in our country. We believe in our young people. We believe in their talent. We know their skills and expertise and talents can change this country. And we are going to make opportunity available for our young people to contribute their talent, their knowledge, their expertise in transforming this country and creating a knowledge-based, technology-driven economy in our country.
Technology-driven economy of our country. Juan Eric.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Endelea.
Yeah. Good evening. Evening.
Yes, good evening to
I
you.
didn't get. Yes. Okay. I don't know why my end is that low.
You have issues with your internet. It's not flowing fast enough. You are unable to communicate. I don't know.
Oh.
Are you on Wi-Fi or on bundles?
That's my. I don't type on that.
Enda kwa 4G. Pole lakini. Twende kwa nani? Martin namna gani? Martin Harvard. Unmute. The mic is beside your name.
Salama sana Bernard.
Yes, karibu mawili matatu.
Natumai nasikika vizuri.
Uko sawa, endelea.
Nitazungumzia jambo moja tu kwa kifupi. Nimekuwa nikitazama jinsi tangu Azimio la Umoja kama muungano wa vyama ulipoundwa, na watu wengi tu waliingia haraka, lakini former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka kulikuwa na ile cat and mouse game alikuwa anacheza, but eventually ameingia. Now vile ameingia, I have observed, ninaona ni kama kila kitu chenye Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka anafanya ni kama yeye ama hataki kucheza like in a team, he wants his own personal interests, ama anataka kuvunja nyumba na yeye amekuja pale kuongeza nguvu. Nimeona jinsi kama kile kitendo cha kuungana na Sonko kwa kampeni yake, wakati ametoka akisema kwamba hiyo kampeni ni ya kutafutia candidate wa Azimio kura, lakini wakati unapoona jinsi anavyoenda, ni kama mambo mengi anayofanya ni mambo tu ya kuvuruga, na mambo hayo tena ukiangalia sasa ile sincerity, Kalonzo cannot be now taken kuwa mtu ambaye bado angali sincere, and because of that, like for me, if I was Raila, the Azimio candidate, I would not even consider him for being vice president. I would not. Well, if they consider him, it will be okay. But if it were me, I would say Kalonzo has already shown that he cannot be relied upon. And then Sonko, for example, how can he team up with Sonko? Na Sonko ni mtu ambaye ako na integrity issues. Alikuwa impeached from the governor's office in Nairobi. But what has happened is now they are saying he can stand as a gubernatorial candidate kule Mombasa. And yet integrity ya kawaida, okay, Kenya integrity yetu tumefanya makosa. Tuna measure integrity ya mtu kulingana na the legal threshold. But integrity should include the moral threshold as well as the legal threshold. So that morally, hata kama hujapelekwa kotini, ikiwa wewe umehusishwa na visa ambavyo vinaonyesha kwamba wewe ni mtu wa kutiliwa mashaka, uaminifu wako, heshima yako na utu wema wako, you should just not go for public office. Lakini sasa look at what Sonko is doing. Now look at the drama they were involved in Mombasa. That drama is enough, meaning the deception, ile wanatumia udanganyifu just to earn sympathy. The same game that Kenya Kwanza is playing. Look at how they were saying Kalonzo should not go for interview using that blackmail, and yet see what was Mio. So I want to say here that for any serious as Mio supporters, I think I am one of the people who say that although they say Kalonzo has the numbers, I would argue if he has the numbers in Ukambani, why didn't he make wiper governors throughout Ukambani? All the governors in Ukambani are not wiper. If he had that influence, he should have had the power to do that. If he didn't do it, your theory at Kalonzo has the numbers is neither here nor there. It's just a blackmail. So in short, I wanted to say, because of zile vitu Kalonzo amefanya, he has failed the integrity test. Sonko has failed the integrity test. They are fighting against Azimio when they are inside Azimio. I think they should just be ignored, and the three governors in Ukambani should be brought back on board so that Azimio's strategies in vote seeking ziwe strengthened. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Martin. That is clear. Kalonzo's influence is questionable. Then the narrative that if he's not picked as running mate, Raila will fail. How come Raila won the election in 2007 when Kalonzo was the running mate? I mean, was running for president, full-fledged. He was he was on his own. He ran away with the party.
This is your pet subject. You speak about it in every forum. You go tell us what Jubilee has done. But let me begin with this, because this is very important to Kenyans.
I know many people, I have heard many people discuss about, okay, you made promises, you haven't kept some of them. As we talk today, in 6 months' time, the stadium in Wote will be complete. In 3 months' time, the stadium in Chuka will be complete. In 3 months' time, the stadium in Moyale will be complete. In 6 months' time, the stadium in Kamarin in West Pokot, which is historic, will be complete. In a couple of months, the stadium in Eldoret will be complete. In Nyeri, the president gave the title. There was a challenge of title. Now we have a title, and now the program has been rolled out. In Kiambu, in another 3-4 months, the stadium will be complete. We have challenges. We have a small challenge in Mombasa because the county government has issues of ownership of the land, although all the contracts and everything has been signed for, including the tartan for the stadium is in place. We have a small challenge again in Kisumu because the county government has not relocated the dumping site, which is next to the stadium, and international requirements dictate that you cannot have a dumping site side by side with a stadium. As soon as that is relocated, that process will be complete. So instead of 5 stadiums, we actually went for 9, just to make it good and to make it better. We actually went for 9, just to make it good and to make it better.
All right, Your Excellency, why did you lie to Kenyans on that podium? You have seen side by side the pictures of the stadiums you mentioned. In 2-3 months, 2017, before the election came and went. We are in 2020. Why did you lie to Kenyans about the stadiums?
I think lie is a very heavy word. Let me tell you, Ken. If you take our commitments, the commitments we made in Jubilee, we made a commitment about the railway, we made a commitment about the roads, we made a commitment about electricity, we made a commitment about Tibet, we made many commitments, including the stadium. Assuming that you're right, that not much has happened with the stadium. And we have delivered on 8 out of 10 of our commitments. Have we failed? Did we lie?
Assuming.
You know?
Yes.
And for your information, yeah, that's why I'm telling you, because we have delivered on our programs. Yeah? This particular one, and I was expecting, this particular one about the stadium is the one issue consistently that you have. This is actually the only project you have.
No, we talk about unemployment.
No,
we talk about
this
unemployment
is the only
also.
project you have.
We talk about unemployment.
In fact, if we had failed, you would not be bringing this stadium every time. You would be bringing something else. But you have looked for anything else to bring on our commitments you have not found.
Employment.
Let me tell you the following.
Yes.
Let's go back to the stadium. Yes, in 2007, the president and myself, and for your information, you know, it is being, whenever William Ruto appears, it is being made to look like William Ruto was supposed to look for money from his pocket to go and construct the stadium.
Is that the problem?
You know, that's what you seem to be saying.
No.
You know, this is a Jubilee program, number one. Number two, if you go today to Wote, is there a stadium or is there another stadium? The stadium is in Wote has been built. It is not complete. The stadium, everywhere I have mentioned there, the stadiums have been built, they are not complete.
But you promised
many
of
them. Let me finish. In 2017, we didn't anticipate a repeat election. We went into a repeat election, we spent another 15 billion shillings. This is public money, right? In some of the cases that are not complete, we ran into trouble with contractors, like Nyeri, like many other areas. And when you run into a problem with contractors, you go to court, takes 2-3 years to sort matters in court. But let me tell you, as an administration, we are going to deliver on this project.
Okay.
And in a short while, yeah, before the next election, you will have to look for something else to ask me. And let me also tell you the following, Ken, that on this subject, we ran into issues, but the stadium in Moyale is there. The stadium in every other place. It is only that they are not complete. On the time that we stated as an administration, if you look, for example, at the Jubilee Manifesto, we talked about the expressway in 2013. The expressway that we are now embarking on, that will be that the president launched the other day, is now being delivered. So,
in other words,
let me tell you,
promising this will happen.
The fact that there is delay on delivery of one program or another program does not amount to a lie, and it doesn't amount to reneging on our commitment.
I'm glad. You have said before the election they'll be complete. Perhaps,
and you'll have to look for something else.
No, perhaps you will use their completion to campaign. That
Why
you
not?
see, we asked and we delivered,
what
even as we
with-
look for something else. But
what
tell me
is-
just,
and what is wrong with that, Ken?
there's nothing wrong
Very
except
good.
that you promised us
Very good.
in months and it's not happened. And now you've given the excuse of money and you're the government. With the court cases and all, I believe they can be resolved. Yeah. But there's no money. All the sound bites that we played when we began the show, there is no money in people's pockets. Mm-hmm. There is no employment for the young people. This is also one of the commitments you made. Apprentice, paid apprentice. It's not happening. It's also a promise that was empty. Mm-hmm. It's not, paid apprentice is not happening. You promised 1 million jobs. Mm-hmm. It's not happening. Mm-hmm. So these are also promises that you made that have not been fulfilled. So it's not only the stadium. Yes.
Okay, Ken. It is true, yeah, that we have difficult economic situations, you know.
Okay, we shall revisit. Let's keep the conversation going. Eric, have you sorted out your audio stuff? Jaribu tena, ikishindikana basi tutamsamaha, itakuwa imeisha. Eric Rono, are you there? One Emmanuel, take it. Emmanuel, take it. Unmute. Yes. You just unmute once. Go ahead, speak.
Thank you, Bernard, for affording me the opportunity to take part in this discussion. Actually, this is my first time to take part in your discussion, and I'm very happy.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. Let me just weigh in on a few issues since this is my first time. One, I want to weigh in on the Sonko case. That Sonko's decision to seek leadership in Mombasa is welcome because he has his democratic right to do so. And I feel that Wiper being one of the parties in Azimio, the candidature of Sonko should be taken by others as a friendly fight, it's a case of a friendly fire. But what raises eyebrows is, as one of us had said earlier, Sonko actually has got integrity issues. And so for a man of Kalonzo's standing, I think it is not in order for Kalonzo to take Sonko's matter to that level. Because as everybody knows, Sonko is a populist. Sonko was bundled out of Nairobi and has got so many other cases. He does not portray a good picture as a leader. So for that case, I don't think it is good for Kalonzo to popularize Sonko that much. The second issue I want to dwell on is the outburst between Matiangi and Ruto. We all know Ruto is the second in command in this country, and Matiangi is the CS Interior. And for that matter, everybody has to play their part, their roles. They are also leaders of high standing. They should not be exchanging issues because the electorate will have a lot to ask. I would advise Matiangi to concentrate on his job. He's a man everybody knows is so much dedicated to his work. He should just concentrate on his work as CS Interior. And for Ruto, it is not in order for him to engage a junior officer like Matiangi. Because we all know that come August this year, the president of Kenya will either be Raila or Ruto. And so Ruto should not stoop that low to exchange words with Matiangi. Finally, I want to add my voice on the raging debate that is Raila Odinga's running mate. In my own opinion, all those who have been shortlisted for that position by the panel are suitable. But I believe that Kalonzo is the most suitable. Kalonzo has sacrificed a lot for Raila Odinga. He has been his running mate twice in 2013, 2017. And from 2017 up to early this year, he was going for presidency, according to what he said. But I think he has sacrificed a lot for Raila, and so he deserves to be given a chance to be Raila's running mate. He's a politician, a lawyer, and a diplomat of international standing. Therefore, I believe he is the most qualified to be Odinga's running mate. I think that's what I have for now. And I want to thank you for affording me the opportunity to partake of this important discussion. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Brother Emmanuel. On the Kalonzo issue, I will take it on you. Having been running mate in 2013, 2017,
yes.
Did the pregnancy hold?
Come up again.
2013 running mates. Yes. Did they form government?
No, they did not form.
2017 running mate. Did they form government?
No.
So what makes him most qualified, most competent, and necessary to be running mate? If it is not for them also not to form government in 2022.
Well, it is in the public domain that the two occasions were unfortunate for them. They did not form government in 2013 and did not form government in 2017. But both of them were in the call, you know.
So you want them to stay in the cold or go to the light? Okay, sorry, it's like your net got stuck. Mama Selina.
Yes, nataka kuuliza Emmanuel, 2013, 2017, what happened wakati baba alikuwa anahitaji Kalonzo the most wakiwa Uhuru back, because he was the running mate. Kama baba kama nimekubaliana na Penat, tunaenda safari, iwe ni safari ya kifo, iwe ni safari ya raha, na tumekubaliana tunaenda pamoja. Nikiwacha Penat aende peke yake na mimi niseme Penat aliniambia nikae chini, sikuweza kusimama na sikujua kama Penat ametoka. Nilikuwa na ngoja anipigie simu, but hata hiyo simu Penat alikuwa anapiga ilikuwa lazima itoke out of the country. Ni namba ilikuwa ya Nigeria. So I'm asking him that trust ya siku hiyo Uhuru back na sasa walikuwa running mate, Penat inaweza endelea nikikutoroka, will you trust me again?
Thank you. Yes, Mike.
I wouldn't want again Emmanuel to go without helping clarify a certain statement he made. He said very good things about Kalonzo, and I agree with them. And we shall also try to avoid to demonize Kalonzo, even if he misbehaves, because he's not as bad as the behavior that is coming out now. He's a good man, and the mistakes he's making now are not, we should not make us judge him very harshly. But the aspect of Emmanuel saying that Kalonzo has sacrificed for Raila, that one sacrifice was a very, very a very it was not appropriate in that sentence. If the people who have followed politics should know where Kalonzo stood in 2013 before he joined Raila, when Uhuru and Ruto were going to The Hague, Kalonzo approached the two and offered to to be their protector. And he told them, you should support me, and I'll protect you from foreign and local processes that were befalling them. When things changed, and of course, there were two people who were taking advantage of that situation. Mudavadi was also one of them, and of course, from Mudavadi it is Uhuru and Raila who went to them. But in the case of Kalonzo, it is him who went to them. So when that failed, is when he looked as a last option to join Raila. Otherwise, he was going for himself. He wasn't going to help Raila. It is after losing options that he went up and teamed with Raila. Remember, previously he has tried to stand on his own. So it's not a sacrifice. It is lack of having options. And we also need to be honest. Financially, Kalonzo does not have the muscles to run to fund a presidential campaign. And had he gotten money, I can tell you for free, Kalonzo wouldn't be following anybody. But this bargain of on and off is also because of his financial handicapness. So Kalonzo is not doing anything for anybody. He's looking for the best option for himself. And the word sacrifice is misplaced in that sentence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, for making that clear. And I agree with you. It's true. Kalonzo's sacrificing for Raila Odinga is just a political rhetoric. I don't think it has any substance behind it. Because sacrifice is sin. It's not claimed. So I think we as Kenyans deserve better, and we need to go for better. Let's listen out to this, and then we move on with David.
The government has admitted that it is facing serious challenges in controlling hate speech on social media platforms. The Permanent Secretary for Information and Communication, Dr. Bitange Ndemo, says some politicians and members of the civil society were taking advantage of the scenario and using social media to spread propaganda and hate speech. However, Ndemo says the government will not use unorthodox means to block the internet, but has encouraged internet service providers to ensure each internet user has an internet protocol address to help curb cybercrime. Ndemo at the same time said the government would not expel or gag foreign journalists, but urged foreign media to exercise responsibility in their reporting.
In order to check spread of hate messages through mobile phones, the government last year directed all mobile subscribers to be registered, failing which their lines will be blocked. And as the government released its scorecard, it would appear it gave short attention span to the internet.
Our attempts this time to contain hate messaging succeeded, but we underestimated the power of social media.
Ndemo acknowledges the use of social media through Facebook and Twitter is now becoming a major source of disseminating hate speech and propaganda. This new development is making the government worried.
We did not think that social media would be a problem that it is today. And it has gotten worse and worse, and it's attacking practically everybody in government, including the international journalists who are being threatened because they have not covered the story in the direction that pleases political party.
The government is scratching its head as it seeks to control hate mongers abusing the internet.
We are encouraging ISPs to ensure that every gadget in this country has a public IP address, because if you look at the Western world, when they look around to see who is sending or who is propagating the message of child pornography, that is what they use to arrest, and it takes them a very short time.
The government says the foreign media was free to report on Kenya after journalists have been accredited by the Department of Information. Foreign journalists were, however, urged to report responsibly.
I had the little misfortune of dealing with my sister Nima
from CNN, and we had a very, very interesting discussion and a lovely cup of tea. But the next thing I knew, I was being accused of having arrested a journalist.
The Ministry of Information denied there were any rifts between it and the Media Council of Kenya with regard to issuance of licenses to foreign journalists.
For international journalists, we said that the government would continue to do the accreditation through the Department of Information. This is simply because there are other processes that go on when the accreditation is being done. Things like security check must be done, because also immigration has to verify with the Department of Information before they issue the work permits or passes in the country.
Patrick Amimo, KTN.
Okay, thank you. David, how are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm well. Karibu, karibu.
Asante sana. Let me take this opportunity to also greet others. I can see Selina, Mike, Big Sam, and Timothy. How are you guys? Thank you for joining us this evening. Okay. So on the issue of Sonko, I think so Sonko has just transferred the drama from Nairobi and he has taken them to Mombasa. Because I thought that Sonko will have learned something, considering that he was impeached in Nairobi here the other day. So I thought that through impeachment he was going to learn something. But what we are seeing, Sonko is the same. The fact is even now worse. Sonko just took drama here from Nairobi, and now he entered to Mombasa dramatically, and you saw he went to the wrong grave. And what shocked me, in fact, I saw him crying uncontrollably. He was even grieving more than the bereaved. And you see all this drama. Now Mr. Kalonzo is right inside it. It's a shame for even to drag a person who cannot attend, who cannot go and face a panel. You take somebody big as Kalonzo to a fake grave. In fact, even Mr. Kalonzo was also grieving. So what Sonko has done, I think he has bring a lot of shame to Bwana Vice President, former Vice President. So and then this issue of Kalonzo again, I heard there was something called zoning, that when a party has a stronghold, another sister party cannot come and also present a candidate in that area. And the other day when Mr. Kalonzo was in Mlolongo, I heard him saying that he was never consulted about the issue in Nairobi. But what we know, Nairobi is not a stronghold for IPA. I think we have only one place, is Embakasi South. And that's why Kalonzo was given that area. So I think Kalonzo has misplaced priorities. And the way he's behaving, even with this issue of deputy president, I think Kalonzo should not be considered. Because the way Kalonzo is carrying himself, the way he's talking, and the way he's behaving, and he also taking Sonko to Mombasa, knowing very well that Mombasa is an ODM stronghold. We have Bwana Sharif there, and again he's taking Sonko. So when you take Sonko and Bwana Sharif to Mombasa, so that they can contest, the Uda guys will easily pass through the two. So I think Kalonzo should consider between. I think they said by the end of June. I think Kalonzo should consider and withdraw Mike Sonko from that race, so that we can have a clear win for ODM and Sharif. And then issue number 2, when you look at the issue of Matiangi and Bwana DP, Mr. Fake Promises, Mr. DP, even Matiangi does not need to expose him because we know him. This man has been lying since time in memorial. Some of us who have been here for some time, we know him. But it's only the UDA guys that believes him. Whatever he says is right to them. So, so Mr. Matiangi, although he said that he'll be coming out soon to expose these lies of him taking the roles of the DP, and you see the DP has been crying. Uhuru the other day just asked a question. He asked the DP a question that what you normally do, you go to the market to make some noise. Where have you been so that you can be able to solve these problems? He has now turned around this story, claiming that the president really needs him, that the president cannot even sleep without him near, and he's taking this thing all over from date 1 to date 7. Is now daily. This is the same story is running with here, Busia, Bungoma, everywhere. That without him, Kenya cannot move on. I think the team of Azmio, they are so much silent. They should start answering this man head on, because when they allow this man to be going around telling people lies, and there's nobody even bothered, or there's nobody there to answer him back, some few people will be confused that maybe this man is saying the truth. So he has been running around this since date 1. We are now on date 7. Wherever he goes, apangwingwi, sijui bila yeye serikali iwezi tembea, vitu kama hizo. So I think that the Azimio team, the likes of Kena Joho and Kena Babu Owino, Kena Junet, they should not come out now and challenge this man directly, even if it's through the press conferences. They should not now keep quiet, because this man is now taking advantage, moving up and down, bring some confusion. So let us wait for Mr. Matiangi, because he promises this is coming with a clear answer soon. But we know that there was no role that was taken from DP Ruto. In fact, he refused to work. You know, when you've been given an assignment, the last time he was pretending that he was working, he was just launching fake projects. He go to an area, launch this project, the project. Even the last time he was in Busia, there was a rice project in Busia that he went to launch. Was it in 2018 or 2017 after election? And to date, the project has never picked. So that's the work that he wanted to do: move here and there, campaign with some fake projects. So when he was told to just come down and help our president to work, he's not claiming that he was just out of government, and then his roles were given to Matiangi and others. That now every blame now should go back to. In fact, today I heard him in Busia saying that he is the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. That Yesu Mlevi, Yesu Mujinga is the deputy president. But when there's a challenge, or when we are asking questions, the hali ya maisha and everything, he now turns around that no, I'm not the deputy president. The de facto deputy president is Mr. Raila Odinga. You go and ask Raila Odinga, and then he was selling Uhuru Kenyatta today at bebe mzigo yake. So you can see the kind of mind we have as a DP, and it's working tirelessly to be elected as the president of the Republic of Kenya. So I'll just ask to my fellow Kenyans, let us be vigilant. Also, just a few people that here that are confused, but we still have 3 months. 3 months, we still have some time to meet this man on the ground. When you say this, we say the other side. When you say this one, when he's in Busia, tomorrow we're in Busia. When he goes to Mombasa, we follow him there. You know, the other time we say that we cannot chase him in ODM, then we come and chase him in Jubilee. Then we come and chase him out of Central Kenya. So we are going to be following him. When he goes Central, we're going to chase him out of Central Kenya. We are going to chase him out of all these counties. Then finally chase him out of Kenya, so that he can go and stay with his friend in Uganda, Bwana Museveni. He'll now be talking from there or preaching from there. He said that when he retired from politics, he want to be an evangelist. He can go and preach from Uganda. I think that one will be good for him. On the issue of the DP and the anxiety that is now coming around, for Azimio, you see we have almost 11 people who want to be the DP, which means that Azimio is more attractive. Kenya Kwanza is a one-man show. We don't know. Mara Kindiki, Gashagwa, Rigathi, we are not aware. But for Azimio, people have come out in their numbers. Although Mr. Kalonzo has said that he cannot be low, too low to go to an interview, a panel for Wazee. But I've seen Wazee have come out today to say that they will only meet those who are interested. And Mr. Kalonzo is now moving around asking for people at interview of the people. So he should let the people to appoint him or elect him to give us the DP. So from there, when there'll be problem, you should not be asking was the panel or Mr. Odinga. He should go back to Mombasa and Ukambani and ask them that I was here for the interview and what happened. I was not appointed. So Mr. Kalonzo, I think we should just give him space and time. We see from next week what he'll be saying, because or you might see him at the panel very early in the morning with these papers. Kalonzo cannot be reliable. You can just compare him to during our times in campus when there's a cut, a city, somebody telling you that tomorrow I'll not show up for that cut because we are not prepared. So you take some group of people, you go and hide somewhere. Then when you're hiding, you hear that your leader is in fact is sitting for the cut. So that's what Mr. Kalonzo is doing. He is telling people that, oh, I cannot go to that panel. You'll be shocked to see him there very early in the morning with papers in the panel. So when others are sitting somewhere that we are with the Kalonzo not going, they will be left out. Kufikia hapo Bernard, I want to say thank you, and thank you all for listening to me.
Okay, asante sana Bwana David. That's a good one. And Kalonzo has been in politics since 1985. He seemed to have misplaced his CV. That could be one of his challenges. He has been signing in for jobs that did not require him to deliver his CV, but now he is cornered. He has to deliver his CV and tell us what he has been up to all this time, and why he is fit for serving Kenyans in the capacity of deputy president. We are in interesting times, but let's hope for the very best. We want a good leadership team for Azimio, not to create another scenario of the Ruto theatrics that we've been treated on for the past 5 years. We need to take off as a country, and so we must demand the best. And just to weigh in this before I bring in the other person, the people confused about Kenya Kwanza are not just the boda boda. We have very seriously learned people who are still buying into the notion that, like today, I went to see my doctor, and he said a statement that really shocked me. He said, afadhali tupatie mwizi mzuri anayekula na watu. I looked at him, I said, what did you say? He said, mwizi mzuri.
Bernard, that answers the question of what I said, how the country has lowered its standards. You can see that is a doctor and is making such a comment. So you can imagine what would a Mama Mboga say. As a country, I think we really need to define our moral fabric and standards.
Sawa sawa. So the narrative of mwizi mzuri anayekula na watu is been pushed by the church. I'm a church person, and the other people. But at the end of the day, we need to have a country that has values, a country that we can entrust to the future, that has stance, not just anything going. If we allow that, we'll end up having a country that cannot be controlled. Na history as Spangwingwi, we will never run anything with that narrative of Spangwingwi. The moment you have Spangwingwi in your house is fallen apart. You have Spangwingwi in school, the school closes. You have Spangwingwi anywhere, even on the market. That local leadership, your marketplace. If all the vendors will say Spangwingwi, there will be no market. So I think we shouldn't take this lying down. It's important that we begin to ask right questions to get right answers. Ningependa kuruka watu kadhaa, nipatie Joe alikuwa hapa akarushwa nje, alafu ndio turudi kwa mkururo. Na washukuru kila mmoja, let's be patient. Bwana Joe, namna gani?
Hello, Bernard.
Vipi?
It's been a long time. I've been following the show at the background, eh?
Nilifikiria ulijoin ile kipindi cha wazee alafu ukaniwacha mimi huko.
Wacha, hata nani bado yuko hapa Jakendu Bay. In fact, I'm missing him. Sasa, I have seen the topic. There's myriads of things you're talking about, but I might not follow them one by one. But I'd like to comment on some of the topics that you people have commented on. Today's incident, was it today or yesterday, when Sonko goes to the wrong grave, thinking or rather trying to influence people that this is the mother's grave. I wonder when the mother died and how old he was, to the extent that he cannot rightly identify the mother's grave. I think this is one of the dramas that he keeps on doing from one drama to another. And to make it worse, as the other speaker spoke, to carry a former vice president and somebody who wants to be a deputy president, Kalonzo Musyoka, along with him. I think this was one of the most embarrassing things that he has taken Kalonzo through. And talking about Kalonzo, Kalonzo should be his own man. Right from the beginning, maybe even before when they were in Oka alliance with Okina Mudavadi and the rest, it seems that Kalonzo has never stood out as his own man. He cannot stand his ground. He keeps on listening to the people that he should be leading. People like Kilonzo, now he's gone to Sonko. I mean, these people are leading him the wrong way. I believe Kalonzo is a mature man. He has been in politics for long. He has done a great for this country. But one thing I also know about him is he cannot make decisions, and that name of chameleon and all these things rightly fits him. Because even during the Nyayo era, he stuck with Nyayo when other people came out to fight for the democracy space. He never made a move. And all this through that the gains that this country has made, democratic gains, he has never been at the forefront. The only time that Kalonzo was in the forefront is when he was being tagged along with Raila. And that's why I totally agree that the word sacrifice should not come when you talk about Kalonzo. He has never sacrificed at all. And if it's a matter of sacrifice, we'd like the people who say that he sacrificed to tell us at when and at which point did he sacrifice. All along, he has been there as the vice president to Raila. I think all along he was not sacrificing. He was fighting for a position that for himself and maybe for his people. The kind of sacrifice we can talk about is when Raila was detained on behalf of Kenyans. That's what we call sacrifice. Because when Raila was detained, he was not fighting for his farm. He was not fighting for his clan. He was fighting Kenyans. So when you tell us Kalonzo has sacrificed, let's get it out clearly with evidence where he sacrificed and when. And then when you talk about Ruto, and I want to comment on the clip that you actually showed here about his lies. Ruto is a perennial liar right from the beginning. He can talk and talk and talk, but there's no action. He talks about the stadium. We never saw them. He talked about employing 1 million people. We never saw them. He talked about internship. We never saw them. He said wakina mama hawatalima na jembe. We never saw them. So he talked about laptops. We never saw them. So I don't see why people believe him when they say that, when he says that he's going to give them 100 billion, I don't know, to Mama Mbog and all these things. If he has not done those things in the last years that he's been as a DP, and if he does not respect his boss at this moment, how will he respect a normal Kenyan on the streets? If he has not actually been loyal to his boss, how will he be loyal to Kenyans, a common man who has got no, actually, a common man who has got no other way apart from receiving what he's given by the government? So I don't think it's right when we talk, when he says that he can deliver some of the things he's saying, because he's never delivered anything in the first place. And now when we talked about Matiangi, I think people like Matiangi also are taking too long to rebut some of these issues. Because you see, when you give it time, it sinks into the wananchi and to the electorate. So by the time you're coming to rebut it, it's already sunk in and it's planted and it's jamming. It's like a seed jamming in a farm. So I think they should rebut these things immediately. Ruto talks about these things. And that's why he has run away with a lot of lies, because the other side, the Azimio side, and even Kenyatta, the president himself, he keeps quiet over these things. Meanwhile, Ruto picks up one thing, the president says he picks it up, and he hits on that thing for a week. After 1 week, he's most likely to be believed. Rather than, I mean, they should not wait, like the other speaker said, they should not wait, they should take him head on. Head on. He speaks today, you speak tomorrow, you rebut it tomorrow. And then let people debate it in their own way. You know, there's what we call politics about perception. And when you do something like Ruto has picked on what the president said during Labor Day, and he's hitting it up to today. So people are likely to get the perception that he is right because the other side is silent. So I think, like the other speaker said, let's hit this man immediately he talks those lies. So Bernard, I'd like to thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'm still in the show, and I think I'll be given another opportunity maybe to also react to some of the issues some of the speakers are going to say. So asante sana, nusitupe sana Bernard, and I've made a request somewhere kwa private chat. I'm waiting for you to respond. Umeipata?
It's in the process. It's in the process.
Okay. Okay, you can give it to me direct through my number. Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you so much.
Chini ya maji. For
Let's
comments.
keep talking. Okay,
Thank you.
asante. Timothy Kamau, namna gani? Unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can now get you. Go ahead.
I think I have my view on what has just happened in Mombasa. You know, as Matiangi said, and we ignored to hear him, he said when we entered after coronavirus, we have entered another pandemic of madness and lies. Because honestly, we can see Sonko has decided to take yani uenda wazimu all the way to coast kulia in somebody else's grave and saying it is the mother's grave. You know, that is madness. Because kusema ukweli, the guy is crying. You know, honestly, if I looked at that clip, the first time I didn't understand what it said. Nikasoma mpaka na Kiswahili, didn't understand. But when I saw it, this guy is literally crying na anaomboleza kitu hakuna. You know, Sonko, and here is Kalonzo on his left hand. Sasa tinie ndio anamshika akishika maua waekelee juu. You know, honestly, that is madness. And Kalonzo being the deputy, he was an ex-deputy president, and the vice, he was the vice, ndio huyu sasa, huyu tena amemfuata behind him, and he is going to omboleza the same way. You know, this one, honestly, even Kenyans need to be a bit clever on this. Kama ni wewe, utapatia mtu kama huyo kura, akuwe running mate wako. You know, kama a small mistake ya mazishi analia na sio ile. If you give him the power, what will he do? You know, it's good for us to ask ourselves such questions, eh? Because me, I like when guys live, because hii ni live. Huyu mtu amefanya hivyo na ni kitu watoto wetu wanaona kwa TV, eh? Na mtu analia. Unajua mimi sijawahi, I can't believe it. Sonko analia, machozi macho paka inakuwa red. So I think there I think Sonko has really done bad, eh? Even though he wants kiti ya Mombasa, area angesema hata kama mama alikuwa angetafuta jina ingine ya kudanganya watu, but that one is madness of the entire order. In fact, it even shows you he is not fit to sit in any seat. Even in parliament, even in what, huyo mtu akae tu chini and he should age in grace. I think that's the best thing. So moving to the second thing, about the running mate for DP Ruto. I think the DP Ruto is not the running mate for Azimio. Sorry, let me get my facts straight. For Azimio should not be this man called Kalonzo Musyoka, because Kalonzo Musyoka tunakumbuka waliitwa watermelon. Huyu mtu ni watermelon, eh? Leo ako hapa, kesho ako huko, kesho kutwa ako huko kwingine. Na sahi the way he's speaking ni kama Kalonzo amekula upande zote mbili. Let's call a spade, eh? Hapa Kalonzo amekula kwa DP na amekula hii upande, because anajua he is not fit. And the person who is fit to do this ni mama. Mama is she's fit to do it, and you know once she sits on the seat, there'll be no nonsense. Hakuna ubaya ile itatendeka, but Kalonzo sitting on it, haiwezekani. Kalonzo's era is long gone. This is now becoming the boy who cried wolf, eh? Kila saa ni hivi, kila saa ni hivi. No. Kalonzo, I think Kalonzo should just accept, aombe kiti, akwe CS, awekwe mahali, and we call a spade, and then we can move on. On the third factor, vile huyu DP wetu wanaongea. You know the DP it's so sad, that the nation in Kenya where we live in, watu hajasoma. Na unajua education ni kitu, masomo ni kitu muhimu sana. Sababu Ruto hata kitu kidogo kusema budget imetoka leo, budget tumeona mafuta imepanda. Ruto goes ahead anaambia watu, hii budget imepanda ni mbaya sana, hii budget ni mbaya sana imepanda. Hii budget sasa vile nitafanya, mimi nikikuwa president nitabadilisha. You see, wewe ukikuwa president utabadilisha budget, na budget ikipangwa wewe uko ndani ya hiyo siasa, imepitia kwako, alafu tena unadanganya watu. You know, Ruto is another story, because Ruto anadanganya Wakenya juu Wakenya hawajasoma. You see, hata mi ukiniambia hii kitu ameanza kusema the wheelbarrow nation, the wheelbarrow, kwani mimi mtoto yangu anakaa wheelbarrow? You know, mimi sijamsomesha abebe wheelbarrow, sijamsomesha asukume wheelbarrow. You know, at least angesema apatie vijana tanki ya maji hii ya kufanya car wash, na apatie vijana pikipiki ya kufanya bodaboda. You know, it makes more sense. Lakini mimi niko Nairobi, wewe umekuja kuniambia mimi nakaa wheelbarrow, and then you do a mockery ati unabebwa na wheelbarrow hapo watu wakisukuma, and then at the end of it all I see you flying with your chopper and your LX 570s zinanipita hapa, and then you are trying to tell me when ni hustler kitu gani? You see, we are all seeing this. Ruto, again, to add on Ruto, you know, kulikuwa with this land issue here of Weston Hotel, when he wanted to grab for Nairobi Primary, and let history repeat itself. Don't forget history. Nairobi Primary, Ruto mzuri, watoto wakaenda maandamano because they were protesting against their land being taken. Na watoto wadogo wa primary walikula tear gas. You know, me, I always want people to understand. Wakapigwa tear gas, and we saw it on TV. Kama mtoto wa primary anaweza kula tear gas, na huyu mtu juu anaenda kuprotest juu yake, kusema shule yetu, land yetu inachukuliwa na huyu mtu, wewe kama mtu mzima unataka kumpatia president, atakufanya nini? You see, so Ruto aache kudanganya watu. He's lying to people, and he's lying so badly, because today he's talking this way, tomorrow he's talking this way, and he's just taking advantage for the fact that people are not educated. And that is this whole tussle we are having here. Because Ruto sahi pesa iko, and the money he has is the one that is spending. This is the money that's going everywhere. I mean, Mimi, I've never seen even the Kenyattas. There's no one who can remove 10 million in church anaenda anapatiana donation of 10 million. 10 million is not easy money to get around. 10 million mimi natafutanga do Even kupata siku hizi milioni moja, milioni mbili, it's not easy. The economy is hard to get. Then this guy goes flaunting around pesa na magunia, alafu anawaambia vile yeye atafanya kazi. And you know ni siasa ya uongo because ya utapeli na uchawi. In fact he calls it uchawi, na ni yeye ndio mchawi, sio kudanganya watu ati baba ndio mchawi. Because honestly, wewe unadanganya watu you will build a stadium. Where is the stadium right now? We don't have a stadium. Wewe umedanganya watu utatujengea barabara. Wapi hizo barabara umejenga? Ile kitu umeenda ni kucommission. Kidogo kidogo, wewe unasema, you know the thing I like people, I want people to understand. Wewe unasema kwamba serikali hii ni mbaya. You know hii serikali hii tuko hii ni mbaya sana, inafanya makosa. Na wewe ni deputy president. You know it's funny, ni kama mimi kusimama kusema kwangu nyumba yangu ni mbaya. Nyumba yangu ni mbaya, watu hawana rules and regulation, na mimi ndio mzee wa boma. You see, hiyo ni kama madness. Because wewe uko ndani, there's nothing that's not happening. You are a head of state where you are living, inalipwa na serikali, ile gari unaendesha iko ni ya serikali, mafuta ni ya serikali. Unajua hapa tuongeeni ukweli, alafu you see Dindi Njoro coming here to say ati siku hizi hata ile chai the deputy president anakunywa ati hata serikali Uhuru ali withdraw. Uhuru tangu siku gani Uhuru anadilingi na maneno ya chai ya kwa Ruto? Alafu everybody is there shangiliering, wanaandika hapo vile wamefanyiwa makosa. You know sometimes it's not good to lie to people. Let's move on the other aspect. Sasa juu mimi maneno ya Ruto flaunting around going there akisema vile yeye anakosewa is inanibo, it's coming to a point where it is lies. Hapangui. Yeye ni mzee wa miaka ngapi kusema hapangui? You know, we call a spade. Na anaenda pale ana dance hapangwingwi, alafu yeye anasema hapangwingwi. You know, it's funny because wale ni vijana wameimba, yeye anasema hapangwingwi. Hiyo haiwezekani hiyo vile anasema. And then we move to the third aspect of I'm hearing people are saying the best thing is for guys to start telling off the DP. You know, sometimes you cannot argue with a fool, because when you argue with a fool you become a fool. You understand me? You argue with a fool, you become a fool. Sababu replying back to the DP is not the right solution. What they are doing of keeping quiet, it is the best thing. Sababu unamuona anapiga kelele. Ni kama saa hii ukianza kureply story ya Sonko kwenda kulilia the wrong grave. Umwambie Sonko you are doing this. Sonko you are doing this. By the way, watu wataona wewe ndio uko kwa shida. But you let him show himself to Kenyans outside there, because they are the vast majority of Kenyans. Kuna wengine wale wanaona what is happening, because Ruto, what he is doing truly, and I'm not lying, if Ruto gets into power, we will not have peace. We will not have peace. Because if this guy is there, hata kama mtu anasema ati afadhali ule shetani tunajua anakula na wengine, unajua hii pesa inakula na wengine. Today news, leo news, tumeona bibi ya Ruto ameenda kusema, what was that phrase she used? Ameenda kusema sijui maneno ya kanisa, ati she was holding a party. Wewe unaongea maneno ya kanisa vile umeokoka na bwana yako unakula pesa ya wizi. Surely hiyo ni that is actually mockery. Unajua maneno
Timothy, go slow, please. Don't go personal. 1, 2, every claim you make, you should make substantiation. Let's be aware, not just to give sweeping statements that cannot be substantiated, and also keep families out of politics. Although we are leading in dragging our own families into the politics of the day. Thank you, and also mind timer.
No problem. I think I'm just winding up. So I think in short, what I'm saying, the best thing here is for Kenyans to really think about what is happening and to keep it in mind, because you see, myself, I am seeing it as a youth of this Kenya. I am seeing what is happening. We know that guys are tired outside there. Wakenya hatuna job, vijana hatuna job, vijana hustle hatuna, kumeharibika huku nje. That I'll call a spade. Lakini to understand kwamba the best person ule wetu wa kukaa pale, we'd rather give Baba hii kura hii, tupatie Baba, because Baba fought, he's been fighting for our country for the longest time. Huyu amefungwa mpaka ndani, amefungwa, and let's give him a chance. We give him a chance and we see the way forward. I think that's my party shot.
Okay, thank you, Timothy Kamau. We appreciate your givings. Let us keep the conversation going, keep the focus. Sorry, I will say something about grave before they let Sally laugh for gender sensitivity. And then I'll say something about grave. Sonko is not a common Mwananchi. Sonko has been a governor, okay? And if you've been a governor of a great county like Nairobi, you should have respect for intelligence. You don't act on invitations that you have not confirmed the details thereof. So you act out of intelligence. So the issue of Sonko going to the wrong grave, crying on the wrong grave is unforgivable. Okay. Just to say something about, there was a time we went to our village. I wanted to cement the grave of our grandmother. Okay, and for us to locate the exact location of the grave of our grandmother, we needed one of our brothers who is in charge of the home, who knows where all things are, so that he can direct us exactly where the grave is. And so we work on it. So you cannot just wake up, go to the graveyard and say you have gone for funeral of your mother that died many years ago, and you want us to believe that you did not know what you're doing. That is not believable. A governor who is asking to be a governor again, acting out of no intelligence whatsoever, that's an insult to our intelligence. And I hope Kenyans are seeing that and are able to read through. And probably also there is a pressure on the ground about Sonko being a stranger in Mombasa. And that is what has informed this going to look for grave, because it seems like the ground is not receiving him, treating him as a stranger. So he needed to prove that he's a local by going to the grave of the mother. And so probably his ticket is not picking up in Mombasa. And so drama ndio hiyo. Mungu atatusaidia. Sally, habari ya leo?
Mzuri sana. Thank you. Nimefurahi sana kuingia kwa hii group. I've been following you guys and I love the way you discuss, and I'm so proud to be with you today. Thank you. So because it is my first day, I don't want to talk much. I just wanted to hear from you, and I'm in for the politics of Kenya because I love my country, because I came from there and I know there is a lot going on, and we need to talk to those people, because for sure Raila is there, Ruto is there, and all of us, we have sides. We do side because all of us, we have to vote. We have votes. So the thing is, now I've been following all whatever you've been saying, and now Raila could have been the president on my belief, but there is one person who is spoiling the vote for him. I know I fought for him on 2007, but now he went to the wrong direction, simply because why did my question is always is, why did the president decide to be bitter, to decide to have some too much energy pushing Raila? He could have gone slowly, talk to his people, tell his people, for this round, let's decide to go with Raila. And that is fine. I don't hate nobody between the two of them. But now the way he's forcing things and the way he decide to do, that's why maybe you can see central people are rebelling. Why? How comes he can do stuff? And he always say Ruda is refusing to work. But since handshake, the first person to say I agree was Ruto. And he say he's in for the handshake. That is the decision of my boss, that's okay. And then if president wanted to change the leadership of Kenya, it could have been right and well, because he could have brought in Ruto. Ruto couldn't even know what is going on until he could have been like, oh, this is all what it was. But he decided the first thing is that he sent his troops If you guys remember, he sent Joho to Western. The first thing Joho said is that we were advised to kick out Ruto. If you guys are remembering, we always remember. So all this, we are trying to make it right. It will not be right. The best thing is, even now, if Uhuru wants Raila to be president, he can stay aside, send his troops, and everything will be okay. Even me, I would like Raila to be president. Even 2007, we knew before the exchange that Raila has been 14, but only to realize what was going on. We know, we all Kenyans. And as we always say, so and so is corrupt. I remember, was it yesterday? I was following you guys. Someone said everybody is corrupt in Kenya, and I am one of whom can say everyone is corrupt in Kenya. Why? Remember, even when you are going for your papers, we always struggle. We go through begging as if we are not Kenyans. So we need Raila to do something, or someone else. For now, yes, Ruto has been there. We didn't see much done. And we know Raila will stay only if it's as long as 10 years. Someone else will come in. So I feel bitter when people talk opposite, because corruption is everywhere. Corruption is everywhere. I fought in Kiambaa. I'm a voter in Kiambaa constituency. But right now, I knew, because Uhuru knew the second person who was to take over was Kareri Jama. He went ahead and exchanged to a lady because of family friendship. So let's call a spade a spade. We are always trying to cover everything. But now Kiambaa, that lady, I don't think he will get MB. Because of what? Because she's not popular. But if we decided to keep Kareri Jama the way it was, I knew Kareri could have made some changes. But now he gave a lady. And I was like, who is advising my president? Who is doing this? So he thinks he's making progress, but he's bringing down everything. But we are now to talk, but not to bust on someone else. I know every one of us have their own thoughts about this thing. But if you follow everything going on, as Nairobi gubernatorial, this man, the Luya man, was, even my friend, I'm talking to them right now, they are disappointed by Igadi. And they were like, no. It was not supposed to be that. It was supposed to be Igadi. So we can, yes, we love Raila, but we can struggle. But top there, someone is messing day by day. Now here we are. We are talking about Kalonzo. Do you know, as it is now, Kalonzo was promised. He promised those people, all of them, Sabina Chege, Mother Karua, Munya, all were promised. But now, let's wait at the last day, which will be disappointing again. Do you know when that person will be announced, will be DP, either it will be Kalonzo, Karua will not be happy. Either will be Munya, Sabina Chege will not be happy. I watched Sabina Chege talking on the, I think it was NTV, yes. And she was with Murkomen and who else? Kalonzo Jr. And I remember, I watched every move of politics in Kenya. I remember Murkomen asking her, oh my God, Sabina, did you decide really to step down? She said, yes, you can see she's just struggling to say yes. And then she was asked, she was told, do you remember Ruto is caring for you too much? She said, I know. Why didn't she say I know? So let's go and interrogate these people. There is some people who are advising president wrong. So when DP will be announced, there is some breaking. Because Munya yesterday said, okay, those people, they don't know what they are doing because his name was there. And today I saw that they put Munya's name. So what are they doing? Are they really want to lead this Kenya, or they are doing all fracas? Yes, I will stop there and we will continue. I will listen to you. And I'm here to be persuaded because these people, I love both of them, but they are not doing the right thing. They are not
Thank you,
doing the right
Sally.
thing.
I would ask you a question, but let Mama Selina do that.
Ask me, Selina.
Thank you so much, Sally. We welcome you so much.
Thank you.
Mambo ya Deputy President.
Yes.
Azimio nor Kenya Kwanza.
Mm-hmm.
Kiti ya Deputy President ni watu wanakuchakua. It is not an individual. You may have ambition. Now, Sabina Cheke, Martha Karua, Munya, and all those wametachwa kwa Azimio kusupport Baba, including Kalonzo.
Right.
I may have ambition kukuwa president ya Kenya. It depends on the support. Inategemea support ya watu unayo. Na they cannot be all of them deputy president at the same time.
That's correct.
Mama kama wewe Sally, kwanza sisi kama constituency ya wamama, yenye tumekaa chini miaka mingi, hakuna mtu ametutambua.
Sure.
We should be proud kukuwa na Sabina Cheke, Charity Ngilu, Martha Karua. Sisi kama wamama sasa na Kenya mzima tunataka qualification. Tunataka who can do more. Tunataka experience. Sasa tukakuja kwa example Sabina Cheke. Amefanya kazi mingi ya baba. Kwa nyumba ya baba kuna kazi mingi. It is not only the deputy president. Kuna Peter Kenneth. Serikali ya baba itakuwa na watu wengi. So ukiwa na watoto 6 kwa nyumba yako wewe na kuuliza Sally. Na ukiwa na mtoto moja ako mwerefu kushinda wengine. Uwezi dharau wale watoto wengine na uwezi shika ule. Mwenye utaona tu anaweza. As for now, maendeleo ya wanawake, unajua wako na 4 million registered voters. Maendeleo ya wanawake ilianza na Moi. I am including them ya Samani. They have come with the name of constituency they call women. Martha Karua has been the Minister for Justice. Sore utasikia, yes, Martha Karua. Now we are saying among them, who is the best? Yes. Na sasa wale wengine, hakuna kitu tunangojea itaharibika kwa sababu watoto saa ile tunapeana msichana. Kijana anakuja nyumbani anataka msichana. Tuna line up wasichana 7 ama 10. Tunamwambia kijana utuonyeshe pipi yako. Ukweli ni kwamba anakuja kuchukua msichana moja. Hiyo mwanaume akikuja kutaka mtoto tuite kivi pipi yake mara kwanza ama tunampatia challenge. Wamefunga leso, wamefunikwa. Ni msichana aita ata text bwana amwambie niko namba 4 kwa sababu hata yeye hataki kulose bwana yake, ama amwambie ukiona hiyo mimi nimekaa hivi, because hiyo kitu ni challenge. Baba mwenyewe amekubali, but Kenya hatutaki ku repeat the same mistake Ruto na Uhuru wanafanya. We need, kama Kalonzo anataka kuwa president ya Kenya, he cannot fit to be the running mate. Again, tunataka running mate mwaminifu. And we know people by their actions. Thank you so much, but I want you to go and tell the women of Kenya, it is our time. It is our time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Mama Sally, Mama Selina. Sally, unasema utupati ama kuna nini? Okay, it seems Sally
Okay, nimerudi. Sijui niko na shida, sijui ni nini ina network yangu, sijui inaniambia wifi, but I will check it after this, but I'm back. Thank you Selina for telling me like the way you have said. But my concern is that all these people are being promised separately. That's the mistake.
Sally, who told you? Sally, we don't go by propaganda. can you tell us who told you they were promised? You know, these are things inakuja kuharibu kwa sababu baba amekuwa kwa siasa kwa muda mrefu.
Hata baba, wacha nikwambie.
Ngoja tu kidogo sana. Hakuna siku tunakubali kusema watu walipromosiwa. Yes, kama wameproposiwa na Wakenya wamekataa. And then wale walisimama kiti sa ya governors, women reps, watu wanawachiana. So hata hii ya deputy president wako sapa, wako 8, watachucha mpaka ipaki wawili, but lazima watawachiana. Na kama wewe ulikuwa umeingia kwa baba na roho moja na isemekane si wewe, utapaki kwa Azimio unless ulikuwa umekuwa umetumwa na mrengo wingine, alafu sasa useme because it is me I walk away. Ikiwa na wewe unajua hii kitu ni lazima watu waseme ukweli. I will not go for that. We go for the best. Sisi Azimio ana kina mama ya Kenya, we go for the best. Ula atachakuliwa kusaidia baba, tutasema ongera, na wale wengine nyumba ya baba ina makasi mingi watapaki. That is it, my dear. Let's go for that. Usikwe na roho
Salina. Yes, as I said, I'm neutral and I'm still trying to find where is the best. But all these people, I love them. Whoever will be the president, najua huyo ni president wangu. So the thing is, ile sarakasi naona wakikanyaga ndio saa zingine inanikashirisha. So nashindwa what's going on here. But all the
I'm sorry.
Yes,
other ladies.
1 minute, Penat. Sally, are you a Kalenjin?
Why?
I'm asking you. Me, I'm a Kalenjin. Okay, let me ask you. Do you remember Chelagat Mutai?
Never.
Kika Chelagat Mutai no Banande? Chelagat Mutai was the member of parliament of Washingishu.
Maybe I don't remember.
Okay, yeah, I have listened you talking. Yeah, kwamba unajua shida, wacha nikuongeleshe Penat a little bit. Kanya mwa unchebeyo.
Shida ya network.
Yeah, kanya mwa unchebeyo. Kainyo tu yoni. Kainyo tu mi. Kimetige ngolol jibi kyok. Amagibwane ngutin ngimi mwaya agenge nebo iman. Amu olinyake tinye shida korogot ab Kalenjin. Kikiyokte werinyo ni macham komut murenik tugul.
Matoka shi kwonyo kabisa. Makora jat kwonyo ngole bik.
Ngoro kokeny.
I know why.
He's misleading everybody.
I know ngole bigo.
Nanta nongolole. No ngomanye.
So game na ingo na ingoro. Ko game tene. So
yes,
we know the truth and we know what people are trying to say here.
Now tell Selena.
Selena. Other ladies, Mama Selena.
Let us finish. Let's finish whatever you ask me. Let me finish. Kera Selena nani alde iga. Imoina iwire kabisa iwire ne otuche. Ago ingenile male no laja me jidon wegi agot kitogo. Lakini iwire big me saru au no dagi go ini tuche tablane me tu karonge se banando si tu longe mani.
So kwa mune sinyoyu berber we are saying amete iman.
Mogi berbere ke discuss agi bembere sange agi de line mo ige wirga agi le ingele yon ge re ta kitu ba wire joginye
magoinyo agile achame Kalonzo achame Kalonzo sana achame Peter Kenneth achame Peter Kenneth lakini ukichukua Matakarua the rest wanakasirika ukichukua Kalonzo the rest will go out. That is not right. And me ever since 2007, hata huyo deputy president, he knows me by the name Selina. The president knows me by the name Ruto. We were together in Kano. I stand by the truth. I am not that Kalenjin. I cannot get the name, but I'm a Kalenjin, but we have to say the truth. Isaac Ruto, what is killing you in Bomet? What it killed Kipkalia Kones? What
Uh-huh.
is killing you from your son now from Bomet? Why can't you stand? These are three men. I would like to see Ruto. I would like to see Gideon. I would like to see Ruto Bomet. I would like to see the branch of Kalenjin standing together. I would like to see the old men of Kalenjin who support Moi by that time, not Makurmen, not Suti. Okay? So we are not selling nothing. We are talking the truth. I
Okay.
say the truth.
I'm here to listen,
And if
Selena,
you
and
come
I've been
here,
following you.
if you
I'm
come
here to
here
listen.
and say,
Yeah.
like that man say, I'm a bad person, I'm a seller, I'm not selling nobody. I'm speaking
Right.
my right. I'm a Kenya person. I stood in parliament in Nakuru. I was rigged out and I went to Kenya. As I'm speaking now, everybody, even if you ask Kipenak, before they say all the names, I have never come here in one day and lie about Mata Karua when nobody wanted to say about Mata Karua. I was telling them, I am a Kenya and I am with Mata Karua. I know, and you know, that when Mata Karua get these things, he is the person who stood by the Constitution of Kenya. She doesn't want corruption, and that is why the corrupted people will not want to see Mata Karua. But we are telling Kenyans, let us
It's
select
telling
the
me to
strong
move near
person.
my Wi-Fi. I don't know, maybe that's what's the case.
Yeah, and whoever sent you guys to come and say anything about Selena, I am beyond that. I am a strong woman like never before. I stood by the truth. I'm not a seller. Tell that man he called me a seller. I have not sold his son. I have not crap a land. I have not taken so many things of Kenyans to cry about me. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Selena.
Asante Mama Selena. And
Selena ni kali.
no, sir. Okay, thank you. Sally, Sally, please mute your mic. Mute your mic.
Put it on your lungs, Selena. Ukikohoa hivi inaenda. We love one another.
I'm not angry, tell these people. I've never been, I'm not angry wherever they want to call me. Okay. I will tell you one day. No, I'm not.
Okay. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, Sally, for your joining the platform and sharing what you feel and think about the politics of the day. And we are here to exchange our views based on how we understand the prevailing situation. But at the end of the day, what is best for Kenya? That's the reason why we stay awake to see to it that we dissect these matters accurately. And so we would want everything balanced within what has been said, what we are being made to believe, and what exactly is happening. And so let's ensure that we are really banking in for the truth. Naomba kabla Jakindu Beaje, labda tucheze hii video, and then before we hand over to one this is the one.
Najua pale jamaa wanapenya naye na kuiba pesa zetu, unatoboa. Tunasikia hiyo. Akishatoa hizo pesa yenu, anakuja naye kwenu sasa. Anasema nataka kufanya harambee kwa vikundi ya vijana milioni 5. Nataka kufanya harambee kwa vikundi ya kina mama milioni 5. O shule ile hakuna basi, amenunua basi anapeleka huko. Mwizi ni nani? Mwizi ni nani?
is to support the IBC to conduct the elections. We do not conduct the elections. And we are ready. We have said that several times. My brother, the Inspector General, and my colleagues in the sector, we have been preparing for this. And we are ready to back up the IBC. However, they will advise us they need backup from us. Where they need police officers, how many they need, where they want them deployed, what they would like them to do, because we have to prescribe that to us. We are ready to provide that kind of support. But the truth of the matter is this. I am not aware. And you know, when people make all these kind of allegations, the public should scrutinize these kinds of things. Sometimes I think, and on this particular score, I agree with my colleague Joe Musheru, that maybe there is something people want to do and they're beginning to build a propaganda case. Or they have noticed clearly that the election is not going to go their direction, and now they're beginning to whip up emotions, create excuses, lame excuses and so on, make all manner of wild allegations. Because I ask myself, these are not foolish people. Honestly, these are not ordinary people. They're intelligent people. They're educated. Why would they make some of those silly claims they're making? Unless they're actually trying to steer, public opinion in a particular direction, because they know what is going to happen. Because if you are a guy of sound mind, and I believe they are, because some of them hold public leadership positions, why would they make those kinds of claims they're making? When they know that they're actually blatantly lying, they're not telling the truth. None of us is engaged in any illegal activity. We participate in public debate openly. We don't do so at night. We don't go into political caucusing. We are members of society. When I turn up in a church like this, I meet everybody, including candidates. The candidates are themselves worshippers. These candidates here are worshippers. So, am I going to ask the church elders to lock out candidates so that I can worship alone with them? There's some things that, this is why I was saying last time, I mean, our country has come of age. The people need to grow up. There's certain things you see that are annoying, just to say the least. So we are together with these people, and we we manage our affairs openly, objectively, and there's nothing we are hiding.
Okay, thank you. Just before we bring in Jakindu Bay, ningependa kushughulikia swala kwa comment section. Gitash, you've been here for a long time, and the line you are choosing to debate tonight is not good. So you either change or you go, because the drums of war you are trying to drum up is not called for here. You can do that from your page. You can do that from your own profile, because we don't want to get into trouble with the YouTube community or the nation. We just played a video here on the scrutiny on social media and the hate speech. So please, it seems you are not enjoying this debate, and you are not held here. Nobody has held you hostage to be here. If you feel that what is going on is not good for you, you take a walk quietly. Don't force us into your limited way of thinking, of saying Luos don't know war. It's challenging that non-war. What is that? Where are you basing that? On which experience? I think some of you guys need to grow up, and you need to understand that national building requires better thinking than what you people are displaying. William Ruto is just an individual. UDA is one small party here that is trying to find space to get into leadership. Kenya is bigger than any political party, than any politician, than any community. What is most important here is a nation called Kenya. It's not your political party or your political persuasion. And if you're not taking care of the interests of Kenya, you are the wrong Kenyan that we should be having, even having a place to express yourself. So watch your steps or you go completely. Thank you. Naomba sasa tumlete Jakindu Bay na Wekesa. Masaa yangu iko karibu kuanza, mnajua kesho ni market day. In quotes, but I will be around for a while before I go. Jakindu Bay, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard, na wasalimia, habari zenu wote. Niliona Joe, sijui Joe amepotea wapi. Wekesa, habari yako?
Atarudi, ametoka kidogo.
Alexa, nimekuona leo, ingawaje wakati mwingine unapotea. Nafurahi sana kuwa na ninyi tena. Hasa nimefurahi sana kuona Joe baada ya siku nyingi. Nataka kusema kwamba juu ya Sonko, mimi ndio maana ninasema hii ni matamshi yangu. Kalonzo sio kiongozi ambaye anafaa kuongoza Kenya kwa nani yoyote, kwa maoni yangu, kwa sababu anaonyesha kwamba hana hiyo uwezo, kwa sababu ya vitendo vyake. Vitendo vyake vinamdisqualify hata kwa running mate. Hafai kuwa running mate wa Raila. Huyu jamani, jamaa wa fujo tangu zamani. Huyo Kalonzo alikimbia na certificate ya orange ile ya zamani. Huyo the same guy sasa anapeleka mtu ambaye ni mshukiwa, anapeleka mtu mshukiwa ati aende awe governor Mombasa. Kwa nini? Kwani watu wa Mombasa hawana watu wengine, ama hakuna mtu mwingine? Mbona huyo basi, mbona mfanyi awe pale Machakos? Manake nani amemaliza? Mtu amemaliza Machakos. Mbona amfanyi asimame Machakos? Mbona anampeleka Mombasa? Hiyo, kusema ukweli, mimi maoni yangu ni kwamba Kalonzo hayuko kwa Azimio kujenga. Kalonzo ako kwa Azimio akifanyia kazi UDA. Hana haja na kitu chochote ambayo inahusika na Wakenya. Hana haja nayo, kwa sababu Kalonzo hakuna kitu. Hata watu wanaposema ati sacrifice, sacrifice nini? Ukitafuta, kama wewe ni kiongozi unataka position, una sacrifice nini? Hakuna kitu nimeona Kalonzo amesacrifice. Kalonzo anataka vitu vyake binafsi, kitu ambacho kinamfaidisha yeye. Hakuna kitu ameshafanya. Kwa maoni yangu, huyu jamaa, kuna wakati moja hata mimi alitudhulumu, aliacha wazungu wakatudhulumu, na yeye ndi wakati huo alikuwa Minister for Foreign Affairs. Alisign mkataba ambayo ilikuwa inanyima Kenya kuuza dishes, kuuza maglasi, kuuza vijiko, kuuza karatasi ya choo, na kuruhusu hizo vitu zote kutolewa nje. Na hizo vitu zilikuwa zinatakiwa zitoke hapa Kenya. Kitu ambacho kilikuwa kinafaa kununuliwa nje ya Kenya ni kitu ambacho hakikuwa Kenya. Lakini yeye alisign bila kusoma, kwa sababu amepewa na mzungu asign. So mimi, Kalonzo sio kiongozi ambaye anafaa kuongoza hafai, kwa sababu jambo la pili, Kalonzo ni corrupt. Wakenya wanafikiri corruption ni kwamba umechukua pesa. Hapana, corruption ni vitendo vyako, kwa sababu Kalonzo anatuonyesha corruption. Anasema ye mkubwa hawezi kwenda kwa kamati ile ambayo inatafuta, ile ambayo inataka kuwahoji wale watu ambao mmoja wao ambaye atakuwa makamu. Kama hawezi anakataa kwamba yeye ni mkubwa, yeye ni bora kuliko hao wengine, hiyo ni corruption. Hiyo sio usawa, hiyo ni corruption. Na hiyo Wakenya wamezoea hivyo. Tumezoea hiyo kufanya vitu kwa sababu mimi mkubwa, kwa hiyo hawa wengine ambao ni wadogo na wadharau. Hiyo haifai. Hiyo ni njia moja ya corruption. Kama anaweza kusema yeye hawezi kwenda kwa ile kamati kwa sababu yeye ni mkubwa, yeye ni senior. Senior ndio unatakiwa kuonyesha mfano mzuri wa kwamba kila kitu ni lazima. Maana yake wakati huu ni wakati tofauti na vile alivyokuwa mwaka uliopita ilikuwa ni mambo mengine. Saa hii tuko kwa mfumo mpya. Kwa hiyo mfumo mpya ina mambo mapya, na hayo mambo mapya tukitaka kubadilika lazima tubadilike na hayo mambo. Kuna Sali alisema kwamba ati hawa watu waliahidiwa kwamba watapewa umakamu wa rais. Hapana, hawakuahidiwa. Hao ni watu wanatosha kuwa na ni lazima tuzoee kwamba lazima tuwe na mkakati wa kuweza kuchagua mmoja, si kwamba mmoja akichaguliwa sasa wengine wanachukia. Kama unachukia basi we si mwanademokrasia. Demokrasia inataka kwamba mtu mmoja akishinda, sio eti sio kwamba watu wote, hatuwezi kushinda watu wote, lazima mmoja ashinde, na hiyo ndio demokrasi. Kama unakubali kwamba mwenzangu ameshinda na nitamuunga mkono kwa sababu wote wako kwa Azimio, inatakiwa atakayechukuliwa wengine wote wakubali, wamuunge mkono, kwa sababu wasipomuunga mkono hamwezi kuchaguliwa wote. Kama wewe hauwezi kuunga wenzako mkono, basi wewe si mwanademokrasia. Mwanademokrasia ni mtu ambaye ni mvumilivu, ni msikilizi, ambaye anashiriki. Sio kwamba nikiambiwa okay, unaweza kuwa vice president, hiyo sio lazima. Si lazima niwe hiyo, ndio inatakikana, si lazima. Muhimu ni Kenya, muhimu ni wananchi, sisi wote pamoja tufanye kazi pamoja, manake tukigawana nchi yetu hatutaweza kuijenga. Lazima tufanye kazi pamoja, hata kama uko kwa mrengo mwingine na huyu yuko kwa mrengo mwingine. Inafika wakati ambapo ni lazima tujenge nchi pamoja. Ndio maana tusigombane, tusipigane. Tunaweza kusema tusiposikilizana. Nasema mahali kuna demokrasia ni lazima tusikilizane, lazima kunakuwa na suluhu. Maana ya uongozi ni kutatua yale matatizo ambayo tunayo, na hayo huwezi kuwa mtu ambaye analalamika tu. Tunataka suluhu. Mambo ya kulalamika haitupeleki popote. Tunataka kama kuna ulalamishi, tunajua namna ya kusuluhisha hiyo maneno. Kwa hiyo mimi sioni shida kwa hawa watu kuwa na mpango manake hii ndio wanasema public participation. Ikifanywa bila public participation, mnasema hapana, hii ni upendeleo. Ikifanywa na public participation, mnasema hapana. Sasa ni jambo gani itafanywa ambao sisi wa Kenya tutakubali? Lazima tuanze kujifunza kukubali mabadiliko. Tuanze kujifunza kukubali mabadiliko, na hiyo ndio tutakuwa wanademokrasia, tukianza kukubali mabadiliko, kwa sababu sisi tunakataa mabadiliko. Angalieni mabadiliko katika nchi ambazo zimeendelea, ziko kila siku. Hizo mabadiliko ziko kila siku na watu, na ndio maana wanaendelea, kwa sababu kama kuna jambo halifanyi vizuri wanabadilisha. Uingereza hawana hata constitution, wanaendesha mambo yao kwa kutatua tatizo ambalo limeonekana. Sio kwamba wanashikilia tu kwamba ati wameandika, hawajaandika. So kila nchi inafaa kutatua matatizo. Hiyo ndio jambo la muhimu. Kwa hiyo ile jambo ambalo mimi sikupendelea kabisa ni kwamba Kalonzo anapeleka Sonko ule Mombasa, aende asimamie, amweke asimamie wapi? Machakos. Na mimi nasema kwa maoni yangu, wana Azimio wanafaa kumwambia Kalonzo aache hii fujo, kwa sababu amewatawanya wale magavana watatu. Hawana, yani amewagawanya, yani amewasambaratisha, ameleta fujo. Kwa hiyo hakuna hata kampeni, hawafanyi kampeni. So hiyo ni maana gani? Sio, mimi kwa maoni yangu mimi sioni faida ya Kalonzo hata kidogo, na kwa sababu kuna kuna tatizo kuna matatizo katika kati yake na nasema mambo ya Ruto na Matiangi. Afadhali ache Matiangi afanye kazi yake, kwa sababu huyu Ruto wakati ule mwingine alikuwa anasema waache Matiangi afanye kazi. Sasa ni vizuri afuate hiyo mkuki ni mtamu kwa nguruwe, lakini kwa binadamu ni chungu. Afuate hiyo. Asante sana Bwana Bernard.
Okay, thank you Jakindu Bey. Naomba hivi, tulikubaliana kwamba kila mtu anakaa kwa kamera. Kama unataka kutoka ama you want to go and do something, you leave, then you come back later. We must have a lit up screen full time. Hakuna kujificha nyuma ya kamera. Kama ni lazima ujifiche.
Bena nimepoteza nini? Stima bwana, stima.
Bena niseme kitu kidogo, tusie kwa ubaya.
Hold on fast, Sally. Hold on. Kama jifiche nyuma ya kamera, unatoka kwanza uende kumaliza kile unafanya alafu utarejea. This show
Bernard, stima hapa mekatwa kwangu. Hakuna stima kwangu, mesha.
Bernard, saa zingine tunakimbia kidogo ku serve something small. Si ati tunatoroka, kwa sababu unajua sasa sisi ni wamama, tunapikia watoto saa hii ni jioni. So utusamehe.
Sijakataa, nashukuru. Kile nimesema ni unajua studio
iungue. Tunataka tujenge nchi yetu Kenya bado tukipikia watoto.
Kweli kabisa, majukumu yanakuja kwanza. Lakini tunasema hivi, una ruhusa ya kwenda ushughulikia hiyo masuala, ukimaliza alafu narudi. Kwa sababu tuko hapa mpaka saa 11 asubuhi na masaa ya Nairobi. Okay? We're here until 5 a.m. in the morning. That is East African time. So you can follow through at whatever time you join. But what we want is to retain a quality broadcast for the people who review the show after we are done. They need to have something to watch. If we have a black screen or a screen that has signs and wonders, we make it difficult for somebody to follow the conversation, and that means we are defeating the whole purpose of the broadcast. So naomba to cooperate, hakikisha kwamba unakaa on camera, and if you want to leave, you are free to leave. Another person will come in, then you come in later, because we are in for a long time. That's why we do it lengthy, so that people have an opportunity to go, come back like that, and then we flow. Wapi Bwana Mala, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Hapa nimepoteza stima bwana, so allow me.
UDA ndio ina distribute stima. Imeweka stima kwa kila shule, imeweka stima kwa kila nyumba, imeweka stima
transformer. Bena transformer.
Hata post zenyewe.
Sawa.
Transformer ya Keter.
Okay, one moment. Okay, yes Mala. So sema ya kwako tukungatue basi. Mala.
Just give me a few minutes, I restore the power here.
Okay, thank you. Silikwambia ninyi ndio mnasimamia power. Endelea. Sali, ulikuwa unasemaje? Unmute first. The mic is beside your name.
All right. Thank you. So nilikuwa nasema utuwie radhi. Unajua bilika sawa mama, hata ananyonyesha, anapika, anafanya kila kitu. I know you understand that. Okay, thank you. Nilikuwa nasikia Jakindu Bey akisema mambo ya Sonko na corruption. Na it's okay. We all want corruption to get to an end in Kenya. But if you see that, hawezi ona wakubwa wakilalamika ati Sonko ni corrupt for now, since he was nominated by Kalonzo. Ukijaribu kuamulika, hakuna mwenye anaongea Sonko ni corrupt. watu wana Mombasa sasa wanalia wanaenda kuwanyang'anya votes. Na hiyo ni ukweli. But hii wakubwa wale wanajua Sonko ni corrupt. Hakuna mwenye anaongea, sisi ndio tunaongea sasa for sure. Secondly, hivyo ukiangalia hii politics zetu za Kenya, ni ile side wanaweza win kupin wale wengine ndio waweze kushangilia. For example, hiyo nini? Impeachment ya Sonko, impeachment ya Waitito, impeachment ya ule wa Kirinyaga, Waiguru. For sure, wewe ni ndugu yangu Pen na ule mwingine ako kwa hii panel. Kama tunataka tufanye nchi yetu ikae kama sisi US right here. Unasikia mtu tu amewekelea kitu tu na imeenda kwa media, huyo mtu unasikia kesho yake anasema nimeresign. Hata hakuna force, hakuna mwenye anafikia yeye. Lakini sisi pale nyumbani, angalia, wacha niende kwa Waiguru. Wakati wake ilifika kuimbichiwa, inaenda na sites. Huyo mama sasa maybe angesimama, angekuwa karibu na ukubwa. But kwa sababu sisi tunapenda kupendelea ni side gani tuko na nguvu sana, tuonangi mwananchi, tunaona nani atakuwa kwa kiti. Kama ni mtu am I related? For example, kama mimi ninasema ukweli, hakuna mwenye alikuwa anapiga campaign Kiambaa kama mimi kupigia hii watu. Example, Uhuru, sisemi mtu mwingine, ni Uhuru na wakati wake. Lakini ukikuja kuangalia, ukiangalia it was 2013, ukikuja kuangalia hii watu wote wanatutumia, we want people who are focused. Tunataka kuchange hii mambo ya corruption, tutaiimba mpaka siku gani? Sasa Sonko ataenda huko Mombasa. Kwa hiyo kweli Sonko anaweza chaguliwa, msishangae, kwa sababu Sonko ako na waves. Sonko ako na hii group yake, anasaidia watu. But it doesn't matter either he can in or not in. But the thing is, ni wakati gani ufisadi Kenya itaisha? Sisi tukiwa diaspora, sisi we need to change the conversation. I don't know how we will change it. Kwa sababu for now tunapiga Sonko. But ukijaribu kuangalia hao wakubwa, hao wenyewe ndio walitoa Sonko kwa sababu hakuwa upande wao. Na saa hii ameingia awaongei kusema hatukutaka huyo mtu arudishwe huko. But wakati Sonko ataletea baba kura ni mzuri. But sisi wenyeji wenye masinani. Wakati Sonko ataletea baba kura ni mzuri.
Ngoja Sali. Unajua Sali, wewe unaongea kuwili. Naomba tusikilizane. Na wewe unaongea kuwili, okay? You started, if I follow your conversation from the beginning, you started on the premise that mtu alisema kwa hii platform kwamba kila mtu Kenya ni corrupt. Na entire country is corrupt. That is in itself, it's a premise where you will never fight corruption the moment you accept everybody is corrupt. That's number one.
I'm so painful.
Ngoja nimalize. Number two, story ya Sonko, kesi zake bado zinaendelea. Sieti alikuwa no, the cases are ongoing. They are ongoing. Na kulingana na sheria hauruhusiwi kutafuta public office when you've been convicted.
I wish that can work
from the same. So that is why we are questioning the intention of Kalonzo, him being a senior lawyer, okay? He calls himself senior counsel, okay? Taking Sonko, who he knows he has pending cases. There's no difference between Sonko and Kidero. Kidero bado ako kotini, lakini anataka kuwa governor. Na Sonko ako kotini, lakini bado anataka nini? Kuwa governor. So our questioning is on Kalonzo. It's not mainly on Sonko. It's on Kalonzo. Right. Kalonzo being senior counsel, knowing what the law says, still takes Sonko and takes him where? To Mombasa.
Can I say something about Kalonzo? One thing about Kalonzo.
Akifika Mombasa, anasema, si mimi nimekuja, nimetumwa na nani? Na Kalonzo.
Yes, and that's why Kalonzo ana blackmail baba. ili baba akuje chini aseme Kalonzo tuongee, toa hii mtu yako wangu waisima. That is blackmailing which is going on in Kenya.
Thank you for seeing through to that. Thank you for seeing through to that. So what I'm saying is this is just politics at play. But at the end of the day, when the law takes its effect, okay, there are people who are not going to make it to the ballot, even if they have been handed the nomination ticket by their political parties at the end of the day. So kuna masuala ambayo ni game tu inachezwa, na kama hiyo ya Kalonzo ni ile kutafuta udeputy. Na udeputy upatikani hivyo. In fact, he has lost it because of that that insisting he has to be. Nobody has to be Baba's deputy. Baba has the right to choose who to be his deputy. Just like nobody chose the bride for him. Wacha ya chague deputy mwenyewe. Panel itafanya mambo yao, but at the end of the day, due process, the names will be shortlisted, given to Baba. Baba will choose the person he wants, not that he has been given this one, run with him. I think we need to move the conversation. Kuna watu ambao hawajasema chochote, nataka tuwapatie muda kwanza wamalize, ndio tuanze kurudia, kwa sababu tukianza to and fro, we cause a lot of delay. Mala, unasemaje?
Bernard, I'm still working on the power, so just give me a few minutes, please.
You work on the power. When you're ready, let me know. And for that matter, utaka quarantine kwanza, ukisort maneno ya power. Thank you very much. Nani huyu? 1, 2, 3, 4. Wekesa, are you there? Wekesa, are you there? Unavunja sheria. Okay, like we said, we have like agreed. Akuna nini, akuna admitting people were off camera. That must remain as at now. Olo anaitwa Allo Seva. How are you?
How are you, Mr. Bernard?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm very fine. Pass my greeting to everyone in the panel, sir.
They are greeted.
Yeah. So, as usual, I'm in Kilifi. And I would wish to talk about 3 things. And I will add 2, if you'd allowed me. But first and foremost, let me talk on the 2 videos that you were able to share with us in the panel. And one was with for the Matiangi. I want to say that Matiangi, they know a lot because they're in the government, and side to side they work with our president. And if you read or ukiona vile walikuwa naongea kuhusu politicians who actually come out to abuse everyone and even lies to provoke the silent people, the gentleman is very bright and he knows everything. It's just that he was trying to actually say that they don't want to interfere with or actually leak some of the information that they know that politicians might use against them. So they knows a lot concerning especially this big fish, especially the Ruto lot, who has a lot of noise and abuses that is not right to the country. In fact, if you add it, talk about that, if not the people behind him cooling the temperature down concerning the life and the unity of the country, then it could have been worse. So I would say that Matiangi is right, and may he just maintain the motive they have for the country. We have a peaceful election, and we will appreciate that. And the same goes to Deputy President. Whoever is listening, his supporter here can give this information to him, that we as people of Kenya, we love peace. And as the way he said that the opponents should actually accept the results of election, then if he fails not to win, then he also must also be able to actually accept the result and to support the peaceful election, not like the one we see during the UDA nominations. That is two. That is one. Number two, I want to talk about Sonko. My friends in the panel, everybody wants something to put on the table. All this you are seeing here, everybody trying to make him or herself popular. Remember, Sonko was not popular after he was disowned in Nairobi. You're getting it? That is why he now trying to be popular, knowing that nobody can elect him in Mombasa as a governor. The people of Mombasa already decided whom they wanted to go and to elect as their governor. These are just to bring confusion between Raila and Kalonzo, and trying to make or to sell Kalonzo that is supposed to be made a running mate. It is just a game. Even he himself knows that he cannot win any election in governorship in Mombasa. So these all are to confuse the ongoing public opinions concerning running mate, trying to sell our friend Mr. Kalonzo so that he be seen as a popular person to be chosen as the running mate. Okay, so that is my view, how I'm seeing it. After when I'm finishing with the Sonko is that going to a wrong grave and saying that the person died there, it was his mother. It is him actually supposed to come clear now, that tell the people of Kenya that he is wrong or right. That is my opinion. So that we become convinced that actually whoever was speaking today contradicting Sonko come clear and tell Kenyans that he was not buying tricks to get into to Mombasa politics, but to gain something out of it. That is my opinion. Number three, the issue of running mate in Azimio, it is a game of thrones. And me, I'm very happy with everything happening there, because it is nice to bring confusions when you are dealing with the so-called trick and Ojanja people as your opponent. So whatever is doing there is going there. Me, I love it. You can just see the gentleman today decide to go to enjoy themselves in athletics. So we know our running mate, but we'll give it when time comes. Let all these confusions carry on. So when we start the campaign, then it will be a good game. So I think nobody should be worried. Even Kalonzo knows that running mates might just come to Mount Kenya because the president decided to support the presidency of Raila Amolo Odinga. So that one we don't have any argument. Even Kalonzo himself, that's why he failed to go to the panel. He fears going. Not that Kalonzo is bad. Not somebody else cannot stand there, but this time round, it is from Mount Kenya. So remember, there are only 3 people there. People say Martha Karua, but you will be surprised. Sabina Chege takes the card. So let's wait and see. But as per now, as a Mio, we have our running mate all together. Whatever is happening now, these are confusion because we are dealing with the lies. We are competing with those who already scored to score a goal, but it's not a goal. It is offside. So that is there. Then I want to talk about the last but not least, Mr. Ben. Me personally, I say that congratulations and good work. Because here in the panel, if we are not very careful, then even the headline you wrote there, we will fail to discuss it, discussing issues which are not there. And in the day, at the end of the day, we fail and omit whatever the topic you write there to discuss about it. Just like in earlier learnings in high school or in primary school, lower schools, a debate is a debate. If you bring a matter, that matter should be discussed. Not that we bring different things which are not there. I think, Mr. Bernard, that is okay. That is wonderful of you. And let us keep us in check and time management. So even I've taken 2 more, you take me, Mr. Law, that is not good. The last one.
Finalize, please. Finalize,
Mr.
please.
Ben. Yes, the last one. Yes, the last one. You said that we must bring somebody, share and listen to our channel so that we become more as Mio people with the number of good votes. I think for the next week, you will get some more people have actually bring the panel. So thank you very much, guys. Let us be watching. Let us be far away from those who are from lies, from abusing. It is not good for our health. In fact, abuses are not good for our health. We should not even practice them. Let them leave them for the primary kids. Thank you very much.
Sawa Lord, nashukuru sana. Na kabla uende na swali moja tu nataka unijibu in 15 seconds. Ground ya Kilifi. Kama uko Kilifi, ground ya Kilifi. Kuna mushkili hapo wa Kingi na Mama Kiuno. Kunaendaje? ODM bado ndio ipo ama mambo inaenda vipi?
Thank you very much, Mr. Ben. I would like to report to you that Azimio
ongea Kiswahili,
takes everything.
wengine hatusikii Kiingereza.
Okay. Najaribu kusema ya kwamba Kilifi County ni ngome ya Azimio. Ni ngome Azimio, and Mr. Kingi walikuwa wanajaribu kushake ya kwamba wanataka kutoka kwa Azimio na chama yake ya PA, lakini time hata wao walikuwa wamejua time hawatakuruhusu. Kwa hivyo chama cha PA imeleta kasese kwa sababu wenyeji wanasema hiyo ndio chama ya pwani, na mwaka yote walikuwa na support chama cha wenyewe. lakini sasa hii ni ya jikoni, imetoka kwa jikoni kabisa kabisa. Kwa hivyo most of the seats here will be actually taken by chama cha PA. When you come to gubernatorial seat, Azimio will take it, but mama amekuja vibaya, na kama hawa watu sana sana, kuna vigoro kati ya PA na chama cha ODM. How I wish that our leader Raila Amolo Odinga one day, siku moja tu akuje Kilifi hapa, at least tupeane correct direction to everyone to know that yule ambaye tutakuwa tuna support hapa ni huyu, even though tuko na ODM ambaye sasa anachukulia, lakini sasa wana wa Kilifi wanasema chama cha PA ndio mambo yote, kwa sababu ndio chama cha pwani. Hiyo ukimwambia Mkilifi, mtu wa Kilifi hapa anasema basi huyo ndiye chama, hata kama wataki, hata kama wanasema just a minute, hata kama wanasema hawachagui chama, wanachagua mtu, lakini ukileta hiyo contradict wale ambao wangepiga kura mtu wa ODM. Kwa hivyo on the ground chama cha PA ndio mingi, ndio at least hata kama ODM atapata hata kama MCA, lakini hawatakuwa wengi as compared to other elections. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you a lot. Tunashukuru kwa hiyo information. Alex, it's your turn. One Alex, are you there? Alex ameshindwa na mitambo tena. Bwana Wekesa, sema 2 3 mimi naondoka.
Okay. Thank you so much, Bernard, for giving me this opportunity to make my submission. I've had a busy week, but thank God I'm here. I want to approach the Sonko Kalonzo issue not necessarily from my own political persuasion, but from my own analytical view. I want to say that as much as Kalonzo may be excited that he has had a candidate who can maybe have a head start in Mombasa, in my view, Sonko is not going to Mombasa to win as a governor. Sonko has gotten a chance to make himself popular, and I think Kalonzo is just training his own replacement. Very soon, Sonko will be all over Ukambani and trying to be the Kamba kingpin. You know, in politics, anything is possible. When Ruto was rising, they saw him as a potential replacement of Moi. They also saw him as a potential weapon to use against Raila when he was in ODM. So when people are rising, it's a double-edged sword for Kalonzo. Why am I saying that? When you watch the whole rally from Mulolongo up to Mombasa, Sonko stole the show. As much as it was Kalonzo doing the thing, but Sonko stole the show. So he's already outshining his master. And I don't think it's a good thing for Kalonzo himself. In politics, it's just a matter of time, and the guy can turn tables against him. And even this push for him to revolt against Raila, I'm one person who has maintained that the only person who means well for Kalonzo is Raila Odinga. He has never interfered with his peers, and he has always wanted to work alongside with him. But these other people he's raising, they are ready to take over. They are ready to use even the opportunities that are there. If Kalonzo misses a step, kina Kibwana, kina Charity, kina Alfred are there to replace him. And the worst person will be the enemy within. Sonko might be there, but he has never been for Kalonzo. He's just there to use him to achieve what he wanted to achieve. In Mombasa, we have seen him shed the crocodile tears, but Mombasa people are very wise. They still have not forgotten that he's the one who poured sewage on Baba in Jacaranda. And so they are telling him, wewe leta pesa tukule, pesa itakuliwa. But Mombasa will not elect Sonko as a governor. They will use the opportunities that he has come with because they know he's very generous with his resources. And that's why everybody is giving him attention. Ukikuwa na pesa, kila mtu anakupatia attention. But when it comes to the voting time, he may not get that seat. For Kalonzo, it's too bad that first, he has always said the reason why I don't want to mix with Ruto is because he's corrupt. I am Mr. Clean. So how comes a very Mr. Clean is bearing now the bad fruits? Someone who has been barred by international community not to, especially the US, not to travel there. And you find he's the best candidate, and he has mismanaged our capital city. So they normally say, whatever you can't consume locally, don't export. So if it has a problem in Nairobi, why should we? why should it be a solution to Mombasa? So that for me, it's a wrong thing, and inachoma picha yake ile alikuwa na standard alikuwa ametuwekea, and we had believed that he's a clean man, and therefore it satisfies this narrative that sometimes Bernard, as a pastor, you know that there are people who are not sinners because they have not had a chance. There are people who are virgin because they have never been seduced. So because they love to be that way. So when the opportunities are presenting themselves and Kalonzo is making such a choices, then we think that he has no problem with that. We also think that he has no problem with Ruto. He can even, some of us have maintained the view that these guys have a side chat night hours and earthly hours. These guys have a side chat. Especially Kinaweta, the ones who are sent to tongoza him and tell us what is going on. So we are on the watch, and let me tell you, Raila Odinga is the, I want to answer now, Sally. Raila Odinga is the same Raila in the crowd of many guys who presented themselves 2002 when we were longing for a change. He had a foresight and he knew that these people cannot agree. So let me say Kibaki Tosha. So he passed the greatest exam. Hii ya deputy president, msifikirie atachanganya akili. Ameshawaweka kwa mizani na ameona na najua who will bring some color in the ticket. So he has allowed the process to be there anyway. And let me tell you, it's giving him feedback. How else could we know even the intentions of Kalonzo if there was not this drama? This drama has given us a lot of feedback. Someone has echoes. I don't know who is that. Yeah, kindly let's mute. I'm finishing in 1 minute. So it has given us feedback not only us feedback, but also the vetting committee. They have been watching news and listening and say, okay, huyu anasema hivi, huyu anasema hivi, huyu anakaa hivi. So they will present 3 names to Raila and Uhuru with the feedback that they have gathered. And one group has been very generous in giving feedback. Hii mambo ya US msilete Kenya. I know he has, he looked like he was so pissed off, but to me, alichoma sana. If Kalonzo thought that he was more qualified than the rest, he would have even chosen to keep quiet and allow the process to flow. And people would have started wondering, why is it that Kalonzo is not being mentioned? That's how Kenyans are. They would have even given him a sympathy, whatever. But the fact that he has come out as a defiant guy, it makes, even if he's not picked, Kenyans will not have a problem. They will think that actually, I think one of the headlines said it, that he talked himself out of the race. He created a very wrong disposition that even people could say that kwani ni lazima apate. You see, even majority of us, when we began this debate, we were for him. We said he has a solid number. But there's a way you present your information and your case, and people wonder, let's think twice about this man. He might be the second Ruto. You know, the first letter of Ruto is very bad. We don't want the second letter of Ruto in this country. Even Ruto himself is trying to run away from a deputy president and looks like him. He's going for the soft guys, kina Professor Kindiki. He's running away from Kashagwa and kina Justin Rinduri and Mudavadi. So that is the case, and the tears on the grave is mere drama, and it will not add any vote. So the other issues I will pick as we continue, because I'm here up to the morning. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana bwana Wekesa. Naomba kabla Alex kuwa standby, nacheza hii video alafu utakuja moja kwa moja. Mimi nikianza kung'atuka. I have several videos to share, but let's start with this one.
Ni kundi ambalo lilikuja kumaliza uchumi wa Kenya. Nakumbuka wakati huo uchumi wa Kenya ulikuja ukaanguka.
The Youth for KANU movement that he was one of the prime forces behind was a very, very damaging movement. It took youth, bribed them, and tried to convince them that we should stay with the autocratic KANU.
Bernard,
Alex? Yeah. Yes, Jared.
I just wanted to make sure that you can see me, because maybe I'm very close to you, so you don't look at the left. It's okay.
Right.
I've seen you, but you came in just before Alex. So let Alex come, then you are next. After that, Wekesa, wacha nikusomee tu mkururo because I may drop off when Alex is making submission. After Alex is Jared. After Jared, niyo mkururo ya Lazarus, alafu Julius. Then from there is open for everybody to make their second submission. Sally and Selina have made their submission, so wakuwe considered. Elda Kamere pia amekuja, but sasa hiyo ni mkururo. You followed Jared, Lazarus, Julius. Alex ndio alichanganya hii maneno. So Alex, come now.
Alex, tafadhali give me update on Kisii politics. I've been out of touch for some time.
Thank you very much, Wekesa. Tunafurahia kukuona leo. You come in the weekends and inakuanga mzuri. Bena, thank you. And atengeneza sermon. You know, I don't know which pastor makes a sermon 5 hours before the sermon.
we don't get ready. We stay ready.
Oh, okay, that's good. It's nice again to talk politics. Hapa tumekuwa tuna winter mbaya for the first day. The weather is good, 70 degrees. So hata tumefurahi bwana. Hatujaiona jua for 5 months. So it's nice to see the sun. That's why Kenyans must be very happy. We have one of the best weather and climates. If you only knew. Kuja Minnesota ndio ujue hapa kuna shida. Anyway, I have 2 points to make. The first one is Kalonzo.
One moment, Alex. Selina, unasemaje? Selina, we can't hear you.
You are muted. You are muted, Mama Selina.
No, we can't get you. I think your configuration is wrong. Mama Selina, you will rekebisha hiyo kwanza. Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had 2 quick points, and then I think we will continue to debate as Wekesa directs us. The problem Kalonzo has is the problem you just showed us. But I don't know how we expect him to solve that problem. There are people who came to politics behind him, have made money, they are able to bankroll all the activities. But Kalonzo is a broke man. Even to help even his own MPs to go against us, if we are not going to have zoning, because last time he was a beneficiary of zoning. Trust me, if we are not going again to give him zoning, Kalonzo's party is going to be depleted out of the political atmosphere. Why? Kalonzo has no money. If you look at how he has been doing things, he's so desperate to choose whoever, no matter what, as long as you have money. To a point you saw him going with Jimmy Wanjigi, now with Sonko. As long as you have a little bit of money to help him bankroll, just so that he can win the members of parliament, the MCAs, and the seats within his area, I think that works for him. I think Kalonzo should have known that running a national party is not an easy thing. Just as ANC knew, and he bulked out because he knew. Sabula told us simply, Mudavadi does not have money to give them to campaign, and therefore he had to be bought. So they were all bought. The same thing Wetangula does not have. So for him to put himself in the league ya Raila na Uhuru and trying to say he is one-legged stool, oh yeah, amepewa hiyo leg moja, but he has no money. Because now you will be given the beneficiary kuwa, then we are 3 principles. We will campaign for ODM, Jubilee itafanya yako, na we sasa bankroll yako. And I think that's how Sonko came in. Now, when Sonko came in, Sonko gave him a condition. And it was a worthy condition for Sonko. Sonko wants to show us, I don't think Sonko is there to win this seat. Sonko wants to show us that his cases does not put him out of the political state. He wants to be relevant. And as Wekesa said, the whole trip from Mlolongo all the way to Mombasa, as I saw it, it was all about Sonko and nothing else. So you can see what Sonko is trying to do. Sonko is resuscitating his political life that was not even in ICU, that was buried. You hear that? So Sonko is on a different mission. Kalonzo is on a different mission. Kalonzo needs money. It looks like when Kalonzo fielded Maloba over there, he knows that obviously Raila is going to give money Mama Ngilu to make sure she passes, because they've been formidable, they've been together. The same thing happens in Machakos. Now, if I was Sonko, I would have made a better deal. And this is the deal I could have made if I was Sonko. I could have asked Wiper to give me the gubernatorial seat for Machakos. That was a sure bet. Why? The problem with Machakos, and I've said here before, Machakos, Mudhama is also running, and his wife is the senator. The word that is going around, allegedly, and I will use this so that Mutembe will not be put on task, the governor to be from the seat of Wiper, the lady who was the CS, Ama CAS, they are cohabiting with Kalonzo, and everybody in Machakos knows that. So it has become a family matter in Machakos. So Jubilee took advantage and brought the ICT person from where? From State House. So as we are looking at Machakos today, it looks like Mudhama may lose, and that lady may lose, and Mwaita may win. So
Not Waiter may win. Actually, let me in 1 minute interrupt you. I am voting in Machakos at Public Works, and our candidate is Waiter and Suluhu. So Waiter and Suluhu, people have liked them because they have an agenda, and they are professional in what they are doing. Suluhu was the county speaker of Machakos. This is the running mate for Waiter. That is the ticket that is giving Kalonzo sleepless nights. That mama may not win. Watu wanasema hajui hata Kiingereza huyu atarani county kweli.
Yes, thank you for helping me there, because I argued with a friend the other day and they did not understand that matrix. So if I was only Kalonzo, I could have forced this young boy politically to take over his seat in Machakos, because Kalonzo wants to become a parliamentary party. And if Kalonzo wanted to become a parliamentary party, he failed in this way. In Machakos, he will have won. Kibwezi is going to win the gubernatorial, but he's going to lose the senatorial. And again, in Kitui, he has already failed, because the moment he started fighting Martha Karua, now Martha Karua and Ngilu came together, and now Kalonzo looks like he's fighting women. So as I've said, Kalonzo does not have insight, and therefore his foresight is embedded. So I think as we go, and this is for Kalonzo if he listens to Mutembe, the only chance that Kalonzo had so that he can become a formidable player in 2027, it's now. But Ruto amekaranga hawa watu wote. If Baba was to go today, Kalonzo can't stand against Ruto. Mudavadi is gone. Everybody is gone. The only person. So Ruto amekaranga hawa watu wote in Babel, in a confusion called Babel. The other thing I want to say is the issue of crying in the grave. You know, Sonko is Sonko. Sonko has never changed. We just try to make him change, but he will not. Sonko is the one who will wallow in the mud in the middle of the road as a member of parliament to show us that he's protesting. The same man who went and, you know, it's hard. We say it, but we really don't comprehend. How do you take a sewage, put it in a vehicle, keep it the whole night or 2, 3, because hiyo mavi haikuwa ya siku moja. Hiyo ilikuwa mavi karibu ya mwezi mzima ama ya wiki mbili. Unaiweka, you hold it somewhere, unai protect just to pour it a day too. You know, this is a dirty man. If you think the whole process of what happened until they did what they did in Jacaranda, it tells you this is a man who should not even be close to leadership. So for me, when he cries in a grave, that is nothing. I mean, Sonko has done more worse than that. So you can imagine he's doing everything he can. And that condition is a bad condition psychologically. I can say Sonko has a psychological condition that needs to be checked, because even yourself, you could see when the Sonko links came out, you cannot just incriminate yourself, because what he was saying is that I gave bribes to these people. I gave money. I've been doing this. You know, legally, Sonko should be in jail. He has criminalized himself. But the justice system in Kenya is being bought. And because he had those tapes, many judges could have had collateral damage. And that's the only reason they left him. So Sonko is in a mission. But Kalonzo's problem is one. He has no money. And I don't know how he will do it in order to start getting his own money. Otherwise, very soon utaona Kalonzo akianza kufuata watoto wadogo wadogo politically who are one-term members of parliament kama Amazon King. Very soon utaona anaanza kufuata Osoro from Kisii because they have made money from wash, because he doesn't know how to politically align himself to get money to help his people so that they can campaign. So on those two fronts, let us not even worry about Sonko and Kalonzo. No, those are passing, hiyo ni hewa inapita. Because I think now the people in Mombasa have totally seen that Sonko is a crazy man. And I think more so the Muslim people are going to look at him and wonder, what kind of man is this? So I think those are the two things I will say for now. Thank you very much.
Yes, Mama Selina. Mama Selina, your audio is not coming through. Your audio is not coming through. Sorry. You need to restart your phone. Restart your phone and then reconfigure. There's something that happened to your audio. Okay. Jared, unatupwa nje. Uko sawa kweli?
Oh, let me give Jared a 30-second preview of Kisii politics. Jared, are you there?
It's buffering. I don't know what's up with this network today.
Weekends he is not at home. I know weekends he goes to his ranch. Ijamaa mdosi bana, ako na ranch bana, Laikipia. Anyway, Jared, kama unanisikia kutoka nyuma, I mean, Simbarat is taking the thing whether we like it or not. The people who are given a nomination in Kisii are gonna take, except I think for one who is questionable, and that is Asanyo, the former KANU chairman for Nakuru. Asanyo was given an ODM certificate, so I think he's the only one who might not take. MCAs, it will be so many people will take, because all parties will take, because I think merits was not followed. But in Nyamira, I think Simbarati needs to go to Nyamira now and campaign with Timothy Bosire. Timothy Bosire, I think, was affected when the wife died. He's not the man who used to roar like a lion. The wife died about 4 or 5 months ago, you remember? And I think he was shaken. So I think if ODM really wants to help Nyamira, which is, I think, also an ODM zone, I think Simbarati should start campaigning both areas. If you truly want to win those things, Simbarati is a fire that just is a lightning that just came to Kisii and nobody can handle it. You saw the clips when he goes to a funeral, everything stops. The whole market stops. The whole villages stop. So I think we need Simbarati now to take a break from Kisii County and go Nyamira and resuscitate it, because Nyamira is having a problem, honestly. That is a fact that we have to agree. It looks like Timothy Bosire, the energy that he used to have, it's no longer there. I think he's still mourning for his wife, And I can agree that he can't campaign the way he used to campaign. So Nyamira, we have a problem. But if Simba comes there for even 3-4 days, you people will take it right away. Because I can't say we people because my uncle is contesting from UDA. So, I mean, it's a little bit difficult for me, though I'm in Azimio, but I cannot refuse to vote for my uncle. That take it to the bank. I can't. When leadership comes home, you benefit first. Thank you very much.
Alex, we've been suspecting you, but it's okay.
No, I mean, you can't. You can't. You have to vote for your uncle, man.
I've always
You
said
as
he's
your
a mon.
uncle.
I've always said he's a mon.
You said Penny is your grandfather or what?
No, Penny is not my relative. Penny, I want to marry Penny's daughter.
Jared, it's your turn, huh? Wekesa. See you when you see me.
I have a nice, a good night, and then enjoy the service.
So,
kuna mtu amehanga. Sawa, Mungu akupatie rema watu. Who is that struggling with the network? Huh? Jared.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Jared trying to.
Okay. Jared,
okay, I don't know if you can hear me.
Maybe if you have a poor
Thanks
network, then
the
you can
panelists.
talk.
Let somebody come in. Let me work on this. If you cannot hear me.
Let's have another person, Lazarus, first before we set you up. Lazarus, how are you? Good morning, Lazarus.
Good morning, good afternoon to the panelists.
Yeah, had you spoken ama ni mimi nimechanganyikiwa? Was it Lazarus and then Julius, isn't it?
I have not spoken. Nowadays, I've learned to be patient and to allow people to debate.
Thank you.
Temper has taught us to be tolerant.
You used to be naturally a co-moderator.
Yes, even yesterday I was the co-moderator. Anyway, I hope all is well.
Okay, so proceed.
How are you, Alex? I've seen Kibere.
Happy Sabbath, my friend.
Happy Sabbath to you. I've seen Kimere, I've seen Alo, I've seen Julius. Karibuni nyote. Wekesa.
Penny huwa anangojea tu jina yake kuwe mentioned.
Wekesa, we had agreed. Wekesa.
Yes.
We have a rule, no being behind the curtain. So if Penny is going to be behind the curtain, apply the same rule Bernard has been doing. Anybody behind the curtain, rusha inje. It's a rule from yesterday. It's not news. Penny knows.
Umesikia Penny?
You must show the face.
Ile mmepitisha bungeni mimi nafuatilia tu.
Aye. Let me digress a bit from the subject, as Alex said.
Wait first. And Penny, when you are told to show the face, you don't show moving pictures. Sometimes you distract us. Okay.
Hey, okay. You know Penny's Choi. He's using his Mr. Choi using Penny's name, but it's okay. Anyway, welcome, Penny. Let me digress a bit from what we are talking about, and more so about Sonko and Kalonzo. And I want to pick it from the day prior to Mombasa trip. He said in a press conference that Gideon Moi will join him to Mombasa. And essentially, as Alex mentioned, my brother from Saikuru always rely on the funding from the bank rollers. And you see, Gideon Moi seems to have changed the trick in terms of funding the entire project. He's also cautious because the main campaign period has not started. So I think Kalonzo is really in a box. So he doesn't know what to do, where and how. Because you can see, I even come across today a poster for Makueni governor. It's not Makueni, yes, Makueni governor to be. It doesn't promote Azimio on the placards. It's purely Wiper, and that is what his poster are reading. So you can see these guys, they already have their defined destination on how and what to do with their posters and what they should perpetuate when they are doing rallies. But all said and done, we agree when you're broke, you must play smart, because you see, Sonko has money to waste. Yeah, Sonko has money to waste, and legally, as you guys mentioned earlier in this panel, Kalonzo is a senior counsel, and you know the implication about once anyone has been impeached, you are not subjected to any public office. But you see, that has been disregarded. So who is advising who? Then when they'll be submitting their final papers, when they're rejected, you'll hear them now making noise and saying it is not right for Sonko to be bad. But they know the implication is openly there. So I think there's someone who is either accepting this thing in order to achieve something negative, but not with a good intention. And I think that is what is happening. Because the day it was introduced, I'll just take you back a bit. I know it's off the subject. The day it was introduced in Nairobi, he mentioned a statement that he had a chance to be given direct ticket from UDA. If someone had that statement, I think I need to be proved wrong. He mentioned that he was already being given direct ticket with UDA to contest in Nairobi. So he will wish to thank Kalonzo for giving him opportunity to use wiper ticket to contest. So you can see Sonko is now boxing them left, right, and center. But all the same, I suppose time will come and things will come bare, and now we'll be able to separate the chaff and whatever is there. Subject 2, Ruto lies, or Ruto and Matiangi. Yesterday, Themba told us, when we were here in the panel as we approached the end of the session, when you gossip about Alex with Julius, then tomorrow you see your friend with Alex, you will ask Alex, what was Julius telling you? Because you know what you are gossiping about Alex. So this is a scenario where Ruto and Matiangi, they know what they did in the previous election. So it's time kila mtu aseme what you did and what you did not do. And you see, all these things started to come up when Sonko had issues with Kibicho and Matiangi. He said they even went further and burnt vehicles to make ODM look bad. They went further poa the hiyo mafia Alex alikuwa anasema only for ODM to look bad. And these things happened. We cannot say they didn't happen. So the beef between CS Masheru, CS Matiangi, and you see like today Matiangi has said he'll expose more in due course. Let them say what they want to say. But as the Bible says, truth will always set us free. And for those people who have been trying to live in denial, truth will come out. Me, I only pray we have a peaceful election. If Ruto wins, as I keep on saying, he will remain our president. If Raila wins, he will remain our president. But let us perpetuate peace. Let's propagate peace. And let us know election will come, it will go. The only difference with the result will be if we choose the right leader or we'll choose a leader for convenience. So the only essential thing we should do is to choose the right leader to lead the nation. But let us also not choose leaders, and I'm using across the board in all levels, president, governors, all down the ladder. Let us not choose leaders for the sake. Let us choose leaders who will make us get the best out of what we have as a nation, what we have as a county. Then we'll be able to change the nation from where it is to a better level. Sonko crying in a wrong grave, that one I'll not comment, because the truth is open and the truth is there. So I'll be wasting time to talk about it. The only thing I will wish to comment, I don't know if I saw, I guess you'll correct me if I'm wrong. I saw the clips about the rally. Didn't he just had a handful of people at Tononoka? Correct?
Yeah, I will share in the
The rally was
process.
cancelled. There was no rally.
No, there was a rally. The
Yeah,
rally
but
went.
they had pushed to have a meeting, and there was just a handful. I will share in the process. Yeah.
Okay, so what I can say is, let us just pray for all to happen in a better place. Okay, the last one is about the DP ping pong about Azimio in terms of list coming in today, coming out tomorrow. I think there's a game being played all the same, and as I said it, and I'll repeat it like I said it yesterday. 16th will come, and this baggage. We'll have to let the cat out of the bag come 16. So those who will cry, they will have to cry properly. Those who will be able to have succeeded, they will move on. So it won't take long so that this issue of Azimio playing smart, Kenya Kwanza playing smart with whoever is going to be the DP can be a story. Then we can move forward and start campaigns. I rest my case. I submit.
Thank you. Let's have Julius.
Good morning, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Ekesa. Nawasalimia nyote kwa mjadala mzuri. I've been listening and I'm very happy because actually Alex, Wekesa and Lazarus, you just read my mind what I wanted to say about Sonko and everything. But again, you know, we belong to
Julius.
Yes. Yes.
Let me just borrow your 30 seconds. Let me share this clip for Lazarus.
Okay, okay.
Kuna watu walikuwa wamepanga ati tukija hapa tutapigwa mawe. Nataka niwaahidi kwamba tutarudi na tutarudi haraka sana, na tutarudi hapa Tononoka, na tutaenda kila mahali pande hii kusema wimbi la mageuzi limetanda. Sema limetanda. Nilitabiri mwanzo wa mwaka huu kwanza majina makubwa makubwa ambayo ni maarufu Kenya hii.
Yeah, so that is it. You have seen Lazarus. It was a handful of people there. I think now let Julius proceed.
Thank you, Wekesa. That was a mammoth of human. Tumeongea sana maneno ya Kalonzo. Tumeongea hata saa zingine hata naona aibu because we are talking about somebody who doesn't know what he wants, because you know when you are too experienced, you are very experienced. You know, in politics, actually, Kalonzo is one of the oldest people in politics. He's a very senior person, and he's a lawyer. He's a senior lawyer. I mean, there is many things I don't understand, but again. There is that fact that unajua mtu akiwa broke saa zingine unashinda kujielewa. Ndio kuna pastor moja Tanzania alisema ati ukiwa na pesa unatakikana kutoa kikohozi usitoe unaona, because ukiwa na pesa unatoa na kikohozi, yani mzito. So Kalonzo anatoa kikohozi yenye pesi ya kasauti kadogo, because I mean, and by the way, Wekesa, sijui unakumbuka wakati mwingine kuliko in Machakos, wakati anaitwa nani Kuria alisema sasa Wakamba nawapatia Sonko awe ndio ndio leader wa Ukambani. You know, do you remember, sijui kama kuna mtu anakumbuka hiyo story, nani wakamba MPs wakaamka wakalete shida sana. So the Alex amesema ukweli, kile kitu inasumbua Kalonzo actually ni pesa ndio hana. Anajaribu kuingia kwa big boys, lakini sasa kitu inamrudisha chini ni ile because he doesn't have money, so he have to join anybody who has money. Sasa ya Sonko aliingia kwa sababu ya pesa, but Sonko is a very very dirty person actually. Kama yeye Kalonzo vile anasema he's a clean man, he could have not associated himself with this guy. I remember wakati alikuwa senator, wakati wa nani wa Kidero. Of course I don't like Kidero. Unajua mimi mtu ame kwa corruption mimi I don't even I don't care about them. Kidero, you know what nani alikuwa anafanya? Sonko alikuwa anachukua takataka anaenda anamwaga town. I don't know kama Wekesa ulisha you know that. Alikuwa anachukua takataka na maroli usiku anamwaga, ndio isemekana ati Kidero ameshinda kuokota takataka. You know, he has been doing dirty games since before. And you know that is, you know, it doesn't make any sense. I'm not a failure in Nairobi. How can he go and do it in Mombasa? Surely, you know, sio watu wanachukuliaga watu wengine aje, hata si bure. Niliona anaitwa Sarai alikuwa analalamika sana. Wekesa, nilikutumia video nyingine hapo Facebook, uliona? Hello Wekesa.
Yes.
Uliona? Kuna video nilikutumia Facebook.
When you know I get so many videos watu wanatumia.
Jana I did it yesterday.
Nitaangalia nione.
Alex, utaangusha laptop. Stop sleeping one.
So well, sisi unajua we as sisi tuko Azimio, tunajua ni nini tunataka, tunajua mpangilio tuko nayo, and we are very humble anyway. We are very humble because we have humble leaders. Tuna viongozi ambao hawana hizo tamaa, hawana, because ukijaribu kuangalia Kalonzo actually another thing, anakuwa very jealous to Raila, very very jealous. He's very very jealous to Raila. See, I don't know why he's so jealous. And you know Raila is a man that manifested, is a man who was tested and approved and tested and approved. He was manifested. He was arrested and jailed for 9 years, and again coming back, akakuja akatuletea the new constitution. He fought for it and we got it. So you can, Raila is a enigma. Is someone that I'm praying that. By the way, I had a plan. See, it's near plan. I'm on prayer that after 9 August, sisi wote kwa Mtembei TV, we make a very good party in Nairobi after Baba kuingia State House. You know, that was my vision.
Very true. Funded by Alex.
That is my vision, that yani after mzee Baba kuingia State House, let us make a serious party, you know, and celebrate, because definitely that's what I know. I know that Baba is going to State House, but let us be humble and let us continue preaching, because we cannot just sometimes we speak here and we don't do in the ground, don't tell to our friends. Let us continue, because 1+1 vote is very important. Ukipata kura moja ya mtu moja, you know, I realize that I have a brother, my younger brother, alikuwa ana support Hustler, but he never told me, but finally unakumbuka wakati wa Home alikuwa sijui KTN akiulizwa explain the meaning of bottom up, akashindwa because the explanation was actually zero. My younger brother ndiye aliniambia, hii kitu nilikuwa na support, sijui sasa wacha nikuje tu nyumbani. Me, I cannot stay somewhere that I doesn't understand the meaning. Kama wale wakubwa wako hapo, they cannot explain, sasa nitafanya nini hapo? myself, I don't know. I wanted them to explain to me because they are the creators of it. Akaniambia hawezi kienda. Also, my brother came back and now he's in the house. So I'm very happy. I'm very happy, and let us continue, Matiangi, and mimi naona that will pull us back. I will not encourage that to spill more. That will take us back. Let us just for now continue to peleka Baba State House. That is what we want, because wakijaribu kusema tena hiyo spill beans, itatupeleka nyuma. That is the truth. So let us just move on and tutafute kura, the Baba ingie start. That's me. That's what I think is best. Anyway, for now, I rest my case.
Okay, thank you for your contribution. We have had party, you will be the chairman, or party Mbuzi Mbuzi Anguke Tukule. Let's have Kimere.
Niko na mbuzi nitatoa mbuzi mbili.
Alex ako na swali, Wekesa.
Kuna swali kutoka kwa Alex na Jared.
Swali langu ni haraka. Unajua, I think we lived to see the Mau saga, whereby Raila was willing, and actually I took his words to be true when he said he's ready to go to Kibera and sell mandazi, which meant if the Mau issue was going to completely put him in oblivion politically, he was ready. And at some point, they will sit down, they speak as a government, they plan how they are going to save the water escarpment in our country, which you saw later on how Kericho, after the tea started drying up, rivers started becoming brooks. But Ruto and Kibaki and Uhuru, they sit, and Raila, they sit in the cabinet, then they go and incite their own people kuwa Mau ni issue ya Raila. Raila is the only one who has an issue. And we saw how it costed many people until people are being lied to. Hata mvua inatoka mbinguni, mvua itoki Mau. I learned something from there, that people can sit down, have a collective responsibility, go out and lie to their people because they are not educated. Don't you think Matiangi has a point when he's saying we cannot keep quiet because this person has become a soft lander, a smooth operator. We sit down, take collective responsibility. Like the issue the other day when Matiangi alikuwa anagombana wakikuwa na the bishops, anasema in that morning walikuwa na the security people, and then 10 minutes later is criticizing the same people who are taking care of him. Ukisema itaturudisha nyuma. Don't you think we must expose William Ruto for who he is? Why are you fearing that we should not expose him? You may answer now or later on, because you kusema kuwa ati itaturudisha nyuma. I think that's not being honest.
Yeah, I think we have to be honest. And for me, this is season for campaign. I don't agree with people who are saying, oh, Ruto akiwin atakuwa president yetu, Raila akiwin. Campaign for your candidate as if he's the only person that is existing. The other issues we will talk later. But if you start right now, it's like you are telling even the undecided candidate that any of them is okay. You need to bring out the best of your candidate. Ensure that this is the only solution we have. The rest we'll take care later. That's why even after winning, there is that healing session for the nation. But if you start now pulling both sides, then it looks like whether I campaign, whether I don't campaign, whether I vote, I don't vote, anybody will be our president. Jared, you had a question?
Not a question. I was telling you I'm ready for next submission.
Oh, your gadget is now okay. Lazarus, let's have your question. Then we go to Jared before I bring Kimere. So.
I want to echo what Alex has said, and I think even yesterday it was mentioned by one of the panelists. As you see, Julius has told you how the brother walked out from UDA, because at times when you're leading someone who doesn't have the know-how, and he finds also you are the person who doesn't have the know-how, my friend, it is pathetic. But you see, in this scenario, Ruto has trained his foot soldiers, and you can see anything he said, he has trained these people to counteract, to counterattack. So I think, as you said, it is time he should be given, if he brings fire, fire back. I agree with you. Because the moment we've given him that latitude for a long time to say things, and there are people who are wise enough to know it is a lie, but they've bought it. So for that case, I think it is not going to dirty waters, but it is now. And let me tell you something, Alex, Julius, campaign Bado, let it be open. It's even Uhuru is waiting that official window. The moment it is cleared, the campaign is officially on. I'm anticipating fireworks. It will be, let it go. Like I'm Mbaya. So I think we need, if he says something bad, he needs now to get people to counter properly. I rest my case.
Wekesa, let me answer Alex.
Yeah, in one.
Yeah.
Hiyo pia ni swali Alex. Nani huyu anaitwa nani? Alo. Is that a question, or so that he answers once? We don't want to go back and forth. You're on mute, guy. You're on mute, yeah? Yes.
Yeah, good evening once again.
So, wewe ni Muluya, unatusalamia mara ngapi? Just ask your question.
Okay, Wakesa, I wanted to just ask. There's a video was played earlier concerning about Matiangi responding to Ruto. So I'm asking, is this not correct for Matiangi to actually respond back to this gentleman, because he also is a Kenyans, and you know the lies of politicians. Is it correct in this season of politics, even though being that is not vying for any post as per now?
You don't have to respond because you are vying for a post. Actually, when you are accused, because he has been on the attack, he's been told that he's the one who took his position. All my responsibility were given to him. So he has a right to respond and say whether he was given responsibility or not. You don't have be a politician to respond. If that is the issue, then you don't have to attack a politician, because if you don't want them to respond. But if you think you have to attack them, then they have a right of response. Okay, Julius, now you can
Just give me 1 minute, okay? So
it was not a submission. Wait, let him finish. Let Julius finish first. There should be order.
About that Alex question, actually what I meant, because these people, they have done a lot of evils. Like, for example, when Raila came from US, somebody tried to kill him. Are they going to tell us who did that shotgun? Those are they are very deep and serious issues that that's my opinion. That I feel maybe it would be very difficult. For example, if we go on and talk about them, wamefanya vitu mbaya these guys. So kama ni hizo general things, yeah, kina Matiangi nini, I think it's okay, but I was just worried maybe if wakianza kusema hizo vitu na wamefanya kama hiyo sasa ya they try to kill Raila, shooting him, you know, it will cause it, I mean, to drag us back, you know. That's what I meant.
Yeah, but again, how does it help me? There are only two candidates. It's William Ruto and Raila. If you start exposing what Matiangi did, the equation will be extrapolated and they expose what Ruto did. And they leave Raila there clean. So there are only two candidates. You cannot be fighting small men there. Then your opponent is Raila. So he can only, the issue here, if he wants to win, he exposes what Raila did. And those are the two guys. Right now, even if you expose what Uhuru did, Uhuru is not running. We will not be bothered because he's not running. We will say that's why he's going home. But if you expose someone like Ruto or Raila because they are the candidates, it has an impact. It has an issue. Okay, I think that's okay. Now, Jared, you can come in if your mic is okay.
Yes, I think my mic is okay. First of all, thanks Wakasa and the rest of the panelists. Mama Selina, long time. I see Kamau and the new faces. Hello, Lasalas. Of course, my friend Alex. Alex, don't forget also your cousin is running for member of parliament from Kitutu Masaba. He's also in Azimio, so I don't know how you're gonna be mixing these things. Maybe you rather choose not to vote for anybody. Anyway, that was aside. Uh, if the panel would allow me, please, I don't want to waste my breath on speaking somebody about the watermelon. I don't want to speak about that. Sonko and the rest of that Mombasa, I will not waste my time because it's something which has also kept me quiet. Let me look at the bright future of what is going to happen on the deputy president slot. Wakeza, those of who has been in this panel, I've always asked why we have Sabina Chege, and this has not ever been answered. But as every day it keeps going, it becomes clear. This might be not good news to our mother, Selina, that in every day as it keeps coming, it is very clear that the end target, when they will finally give the three names, the first one will be Sabina Jagger, second one will be Mother Karua, and the third one, just to massage his political, will be the watermelon. But because of what the man of Sugoi has done to the country, it's gonna take a long time. Anybody to pick people who might show signs or who they might be perceived that they can follow that trend of the deputy president, the current deputy president. If we were just picking the people who are capable, qualified, and who we think can do, and which I also could have wished to see, I would have wished to see Raila being deputized by Martha Karua. That could have been a dream ticket that we know that they're not going to condone corruption, they're not going to condone a lot of stuff. But everybody knows who Martha Karua is. And that is the only thing. I hope that in the course of the discussions with Baba, they have ironed out that, hey, I'm going to be loyal. People still suspect that she's so much principle that she can also not really done like to be like the current deputy president, but to some other extent she might stuck to her ground. That is the only thing which might put her the second position to Sabina Chege. But if you look at Sabina Chege, she creaks every point you could look at. Very loyal, not ambitious. Uh,
Jared,
yes.
can I provoke you kidogo?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, yesterday I did something called dichotomous key in how to arrive at the presidential candidate, running mate. One is that the two major coalition parties is ODM and Jubilee.
Yes.
Two, Martha Karua joined Azimio through ODM.
Yes.
Three, there is a consideration of Mount Kenya.
Yes.
Four, there is a consideration of a woman candidate.
Which I think is now almost
Now
top
five,
of the person.
now five, Jubilee has given two names.
Yes.
Peter Kenneth and Sabina Chege.
Yes.
If you follow that thing up to the last, you see why Sabina Chege emerges top on those issues. Because when they give Martha Karua, it will be an issue of kwani ni ODM peke yake. Because presidential candidate ni ODM, now Kenya came through ODM.
Yeah.
So their two wings will be hanging, the Jubilee wing and the Wiper Oka wing. So that's where, and there are people who saw, even today there were photos, there was Raila and
Sabina Chege.
And Sabina Chege and Shabal, they were coming from a meeting from an unknown place.
No, that's what actually I also want to say. Why?
Now proceed. I was just provoking you. I'm
No.
not.
As I've said, actually, if you remember, I don't know if you were there. If you go to answer, I asked this thing way before, and maybe if Madam Serena was here, will bear me witness. I asked you, why is Sabina Chege being fronted to go around the country? Are they trying to sell that ticket without us knowing? And let's face it, also when you're taking a picture, you have to see, will this ticket look like, is good enough? I think Sabina Chege marks on everything, and
Jared, kidogo tu, please.
Yes.
Yesterday, Lazarus can remember, I talked about that, the same thing actually you're speaking about. Jana nilipigwa mawe. na Julia.
No, unajua, these things are not analyzed emotionally. You
have to
look at parameters.
Yeah. And also there's another thing which marks for we have to go this and be very honest. Another thing is the Muranga issue. The Muranga issue. If you see Jubilee has given two Muranga people, what does that tell you? That when you go to Mount Kenya, they still feel that Muranga is more deserving than the other places. So, in fact, Sabina Chege marks on everything, by default.
Now let's talk about the two now. If you narrow down to Muranga.
Yes.
In 1 second, I bring you in.
Now to dissect what you are talking about and what Jared has brought back, and it was discussed yesterday. Now back to Central Kenya. Remember there was, I think there was a clip last week whereby Central Kenya is also now trying to say Kiambu has already gotten a president, Nyeri has gotten a president, Muranga has not gotten any. So it's either, if it is not Muranga, it will go to Meru. Is it Meru? The selection is in a tricky scenario, and I think as we said earlier,
Mount Kenya East.
Yes.
Mount Kenya East. At the end of the day, they said they'll submit 3 names, and I think the answer will surprise all of us. Because you see, to be honest with you,
Not in Azimio. It cannot surprise us.
no, okay, fine. I'm saying to make it clearer, you know, Ruto has given, let me respect his office, the DP has made people learn not to be in the same scenario in case you're in that position of a president. So everybody is trying to do away with the biggest baggage one can have along. So for me, if it is Karua, if it is Sabina, I think it is a plus. Even if it is Munya, I think it is okay. We rather go with Munya, Sabina, and Karua, and do away with Kalonzo.
Let me tell you. Oh, no, Kalonzo is not there. That one is not a question we are talking about. You have to remove this. They are trying to massage these people. Munya did not resign. So he's already disqualified by the fact that he's still a state officer or something by today. So he knows that.
I had an argument
Yeah.
that there's nothing that demands a running mate to resign because you are not a candidate. You are only picked to be a running mate. You cannot resign to be picked.
Maybe
Umeelewa?
it might be true.
So
but,
they said in the law there is nothing like a running mate resigning.
But watch this.
You only picked. You can be picked along the way.
Well, Kesa picked take this. If they were seriously considering him, they could have asked to resign so that he can pay more attention in just doing the campaign.
But that is very tricky because let me tell you, if you want to change along the way, always muacha because you made me to resign because you promised me this. Umeelewa? Because it is tricky. They
I
are
get
playing
you.
the cards.
Okay.
They are playing the cards.
Let's get this. Sabina Cheke could have gone back to be a woman rep. They told her to come to the national stage. Tell me why Sabina Cheke would be in the most high council member on what basis? Okay? On what basis? That is there. I don't think even Peter Kennedy is in that council. Okay? That shows you something on how they are viewing her. You have seen her doing actually campaign, going with that what they call Sky team, going almost. She has been the person people are waiting to hear from when she goes to Nyanza, when she goes to Western. That tells you that we are trying to create this because you don't want to be campaigning unless you are the other side of William Ruto, where you are the only campaigner. You want your deputy to be able to run a campaign by her or himself. So if you see that, it's unfortunate for Peter Kennedy, but I still believe it is the issue of having a woman debut. The right is ripe. The time is ripe now. So already that kicks out all the men. For Asmio, I think that they have settled that.
But there's nothing unfortunate about Peter Kennedy. Peter Kennedy, and that's why I was saying now, let me narrow down to Muranga. Muranga, there are 2 people.
Yes.
Sabina Cheke and Peter Kennedy.
Yes.
Peter Kennedy is a friend of Raila.
Yes.
Personal friend.
Yes.
And that to the mountain may not be okay. May not actually be the favorite for Uhuru. Sabina Chege is a favorite for Uhuru. So when it comes to the choice for the Murangas, Uhuru will go for Sabina. Obviously, Raila may, but they will say you don't give us your friend. So that will be the bargain. And that's why when you look at it critically, you will find that Sabina Cheke puts the bill of Jubilee more than Peter Kenneth in what they are looking for.
No, I also think that one of the reasons, and I hope I'm not going to gang my time on this, but I also another thing is that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta will continue being the kingpin of Mount Kenya. So you want also to pick somebody who will not overshadow you. Peter Kenneth can be on his own man, and then he can overshadow you. Martha Karua can overshadow him. So I think those also work for Sabina Chege. That's why I say, if you look at everything, I still believe everything, unless something happens, everything marks for Sabina Chege. Honestly, that's what I just wanted to bring to the panel. Alex,
Kuna swali before you close.
Yeah. I'm telling Alex.
Kuna mbili, hold kwanza. Kuna Robert na kuna Alex, and then you close in 30 seconds. So
Alex, you tell me about your cousin running for Kitutu Masaba MP on Azimio.
That is why I call him a mole always.
You know, this time I don't even want to be in Nyamira because we have made many blunders. First of all, my uncle is running on UDA. My cousin was in a UDA until the last minute. We told him, we begged him. He came in UDA very late. I think he has a challenge there. He has a challenge because I think ile kitu ilishapangwa. Kitutu Masaba ilipangwa kitambo ikaisha. We already know who is the member of parliament. Among the seats in Kisii ambao tunajua who's going to be the member of parliament, I think in Kisii, Kibagendi will take the one na yenye inajulikana ni Kitutu Masaba. Zingine zitakuwa contestation. So my cousin, sorry, I think you came in too late to Azimio, and you've been the personal assistant for Nyambati way too long. He was a personal assistant to Nyambati for so long. Nyambati is running on UDA. I don't think people will trust him. That's a fact. I mean, you should know that. Yeah, your proximity tells a lot. But Jared, I want to take you on this. The next deputy president was to be decided by Uhuru. But I think where we have gotten to, by all indication, when you see what is happening, what Raila has created was because he doesn't like any of those because of a few things that are coming out. So he has created a system of betrayal. And we have spoken here several times. The reason why Raila, Uhuru, and Ruto are where they are, because they know two things in politics that you must come up in terms with. First of all, you will be betrayed over and over by your own friends. But more harder, it's like in business. Wekesa, you are in business. Let's say Mutembe is you are an owner of Mutembe. Hiring people is very easy, but firing is one of the hardest things. You don't know how to fire a woman who is pregnant, he has children, wako secondary, maybe mama akona terminal disease. You can understand that. The next deputy president will be a betrayal to Mount Kenya and a betrayal to what we think because of the system that have been created. For example, Kalonzo was caught up in that system the other day. Kalonzo went kwa matanga ya nani? Ya Kibaki. After that, they started making noise kwa matanga ya nani? Ya Mudhama. To quiet him, they said anybody who wants to be a DP must present his papers. And Kalonzo failed the test. They didn't know that that was just a catch-up. Kalonzo responded immediately without knowing that that was something created for one day so that the bubble of Mudhama's funeral will go down, because they almost confused Wakambas in that funeral if you watched it, because they put it as if we have betrayed Kalonzo. For us to show that Kalonzo doesn't know how to behave, tukasema you have to appear before these panels also, and Kalonzo immediately responded, therefore he failed the test. The panel that has been created is because Raila knows very well that none of them will become his deputy president. So he has set a trap for them. And that is the trap we are talking here. Now another name has come, Sabina Chege. So basically he has told Peter Kenneth, you and Sabina Chege, looks like Sabina Chege is better than you. Therefore he has already betrayed who? Peter Kenneth. So people will start talking about what? Chege. By the time you start talking about Chege, Raila will have told us who his deputy is going to be. So far, Peter Kenneth has been taken out of the equation because he has been given another Muranga person who is also a woman. So Peter Kenneth has been betrayed now, if you see that. So we are not going to talk about Peter Kenneth anymore. Now we have started talking about who? Sabina Chege. And issues are going to come about Sabina Chege that will lead to what Raila wants to pick. So the politics of betrayal are in the process. So toa Peter Kenneth hapo. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
There's somebody else who was going to ask.
Kulikuwa na Robert, and then you respond to them.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Now,
sometimes,
I think
sometimes we avoid because of echoes. We just do like this.
Pardon? I can't get you.
I'm saying because when we open all our lines, there will be echoes. So
yes,
most of the time we just wave at you when you say good evening.
Okay. Now,
yeah,
I want to agree with the gentleman who has just finished contributing that Sabina Chege is likely to hit to get to that seat. The reason I want to second that is that one, she's relatively young. She is likely to attract the youth. The youth, in addition to that, the women. She's going to appeal to the women. She's going to appeal to the youth. So all indications are on Sabina Chege. And I think last time I was here, I also said that trap. Raila had been bombarded with so many proposals from all corners. Kalonzo was not giving him breathing space. So actually, his idea of coming up with this committee and so that he can shed excessive baggage, that was very brilliant. Now, other than that, maybe I want to contribute. I live in Mombasa, so I want to contribute on this Sonko issue briefly.
I think it was question time. It was question time. Then you can have your time to contribute.
Okay,
fine.
Let him finish. Let him finish. We will give you time to contribute. Kindly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me finish so that the others can contribute. So, as I was saying, when I started, I didn't want to talk about the watermelon because I'm very pissed off with the watermelon. But let me tell you, as is the watermelon, I can assure you, he would attend the interview. You will see a turnaround. He would attend the interview. That time, I don't know what he would say, but he will be attending the interview. Take it to the bank. Another thing I am saying, I don't think that is a betrayal, my friend Alex. I think as it happened on the Masetani or wherever it happened in 2013, Uhuru and Raila are in one page. They know where they want to go. So Kalonzo brought some pressure. Then they said there is a way we're going to find all of this until we arrive to where we want to. They know the person you know, but they were looking on how we can bring this to be very acceptable to everybody. And this is the process they created. I'm telling you, the 3 names they will give will be number 1, Sabina Chege, number 2, Martha Karua, number 3, Kalonzo Musyoka. Then they will tell Kalonzo Musyoka, this is a woman thing. We cannot afford to do that. And also something I didn't want to say, I will say it because I hope nobody's around. Let us face it, Sabina Chege is a very beautiful woman. So not only youths or what, even men can vote for her. So that is also
Just
a
say she
factor.
has been trending because of beauty. Just say that. And
So
you have,
that's a
and
fact.
many have been salivating.
Yes. So there is something you can say, I can vote for this one. That's also a fact, actually, which we cannot just say, you know. So for that, and also you have been seeing today, as you clearly said, I saw a picture, him and Baba. Where are they coming? You know, they were coming to Kasarani. Why? They are trying to show us, hey, this is the picture we are going to see. The president and deputy president. I would be surprised if she will not be the running mate. I'm sorry, Mama Selina, but I think still is a win for a woman to be a deputy running mate. Thank you.
Kajwang said, loyalty to the party. You must be loyal to your boss. And you see, that is where DP Ruto has made people to change their approach. And this is going to affect then any future president. You love to think beyond being pushed.
Have you ever seen even how Sabina
Professor.
Chege responds to issues? Even when Mother Karua was being brought in, she said, "Yeah, we need a woman," and she supported Mother Karua to the core, not showing that she has ambitions. You know, that these people who think like I am the best and nobody else can. But for her, she didn't even show that she has ambition. She embraced her and showed that as women, if Mother Karua is chosen, we are okay to go. So that is a good quality for a leader. Alex, what do you want to say? I want to continue with the
You see,
submissions.
yeah, 30 seconds. You see, Mount Kenya as a caucus, they are one of the most enlightened and one of the most educated electorate. And when it comes to their leadership, those who speak for their people, I don't think they will stoop low enough to allow Sabina Chege to fight for a space that they know very well that in case something happened to Raila. So while we are looking at the youth and so on and so forth, for them, they are looking, and that's why the other time I said here in this panel, Mount Kenya has cornered us in a way that even in Azimio, if Raila was to go today, we are only left with Peter Kenneth, Martha Karua, Sabina Chege, and we're having a debate that is making them happy. And they have brought this up, and now you're even prolonging the posterity of it. From Peter Kenneth, who you can say his political life is a little bit in the intermediate, now you want to prolong Mount Kenya political lifespan by bringing a younger one, and that will be a disaster to Kenya. So what I'm saying this, we must also direct. We must also direct. No, wait.
Alex, before you finish,
Yes.
I was actually thinking on the same line, and I was thinking like now when they bring a young lady,
yes,
you see, even if Papa does his 2 terms, you
yes,
know, by the time they finish, they will say it is now time for the
yes,
woman to be president. Now you forget that
yes,
it's Mount Kenya. You will now be talking about it's time for a woman. Yeah?
yes. So Mount Kenya, they are 10 years beyond us, and actually Kuria told us Kuria told us sisi tunajipanga. Remember the statement of Kuria that wakati Kibaki alitoka sisi tulijua tumekuwa na huyu. So it is time also as we speak, because these people watch us and they listen to us, because some of them have even talked with me. You must direct the narrative and change the narrative. If you buy this narrative, don't blame anybody when there will be a vacuum, and the only one to fill this vacuum will be Sabina Chege. I don't like the narrative of Sabina Chege, because now you're prolonging. We must remember what the president told us. It is a rotational. Let us stick with the rotacency of this and say, okay, if it's rotational, then if it's a woman, then we can say, then wacha tuende coast. Agnes Zani can do that then. We can say that. What's wrong with that? But once we perpetuate that narrative, you will never come from this yoke you want to put yourself in. And I call it yoke in quotes, not in truth, because people will think that Mount Kenya is going to rule us forever, but they are not. We are perpetuating the narrative here as early as possible that she's young, she's a lady, she's from Mount Kenya. And one day when it will happen, you people will start crying. I'm only giving you a warning.
Alex, you have a point, but if you listened, and sorry, Wekeza, because he wrote this, Alex, if you remember, there was one of the interviewed Sabina Chege was doing, and she has been very incredible when she's doing interviews, showing that she has no sign of even wanting that thing. But there is one thing she said: what does Baba have now? You know, we are talking now. They don't, of course, they see far, but they are talking about Baba. What does Baba have, and what does Baba need to win? Baba has the hold out, but she's missing on the young and the women. So that is the demographic we want to bring for Papa to win first. Then what happens after that?
Thank you.
Yes.
I want to bring in Kamau from the mountain. We want to hear his perspective. But that is an interesting. Anyway, Alex, wanasemanga one leg at a time. You can't move both legs if you are walking. Both legs. Let's move one leg at a time. Then we will see how to move the other leg. Mr. Kamau.
Yes. Habari.
Kamau, don't kill me.
Bring
Kamau,
your face.
don't kill me. Kamau, I'm just thinking of rotational. Don't kill me. Hii ni siasa, weka tu kwa mbavu.
Siwezi kukua bwana, yo marafiki yangu wewe. So mimi mambo ya mi kwangu I wouldn't, for me at the moment I really wouldn't care who will be the deputy for Raila. I think we have not crossed that bridge of taking Raila to State House, because if we spend a lot of time telling ourselves who is best suited, we might lose the focus of the main goal. Because if we had, for example, the BBI passed, this is a discussion that could not be bothering anybody of us. Because whether you have when you have Sabina Chege as a deputy, Kalonzo as the prime minister, would have been very easy. Because by then we will have said the executive powers of this country, or the president is not the sole holder of executive power. The reason why the deputy president has generated a heated debate, it is because I think the position of a presidency in this country remains the most powerful position anybody can hold. But having said that, I might not miss my preference of a deputy president. And the deputy president, according to me and where I sit, I think I wouldn't mind Sabina Chege, but I don't think he has the pedigree that can move the mountain. I think he is good. We know her very well. Personally, I think I know her she started as what we call dancers. When I talk about this, vixen. Yeah? She was a vixen of one of the greatest musician in Kenya who died the other day in Kikuland. After that, she went to the radio station. After that, now she has gone to parliament and become a chair of education matters, and therefore we know her that way. Not that I despise where she came from, because she started maybe from down and going up, but I don't think she has reached the pedigree of a person who can really influence the entire Mount Kenya. The only person, and I'll tell
But
you.
come out before you go far. I don't think 2022 will be won on vice president issue. Do you know, even in UDA, nobody can move the mountain. They will just be there, but Ruto himself is the one who is calling the shots. Even on Jubilee, is not the deputy that will be chosen. Uhuru himself needs to move the shots. So he will carry that Kabebi vice president until they get the shots. That's my thought, but proceed. I just wanted to provoke you.
I like the provocation. So it is very true that the choice of either Ruto or Raila to the mountain deputy president, it is not the main, because Uhuru Kenyatta remains the most influential individual there. That is a fact. And the mountain is okay. Many people perceive as if it's in UDA, majority are in UDA, and there is also a number that is in Azimio. But I'll tell you, it will surprise a lot of people, because the choice will be made. I think the last week, many people will choose, and I'm so sure they will choose Azimio, because they find it safe, they find it easy, and they find it that their interests are safeguarded. And therefore, on the deputy president issue, personally, where I stand, I think we should first of all win the election. We should do everything to win the election. These side shows by Kalonzo, side shows by even I also heard people of of Munya also demanding that seat. Those side shows will not really help us, because we have not attained what we need to attain. But because we have to have a deputy president, because it's constitution, then I think the quality should be a person who is loyal, a person who can support the president in delivering the mandate, and that is the most important thing. Me, I've never had a problem, even the Kalonzo deputizing Raila. I have not, and I don't think I'll change my vote because Kalonzo has been mentioned. I think I've already decided, and my decision is because I have observed the two candidates that are going for the presidency, and I've seen the qualities that I need and the country for it to be propelled, because I think now the foundation has been raised. According to what I read the other week in the books of IMF, they are saying that with the infrastructure and the things that have been carried out in this country, then in 2036 we will not only be a developed nation, but we are going to be one of the shining stars in Africa. And for us to get to that point, we don't need a person who can be who is having the thirst and the hunger of public resources. And therefore, if we really need this country to be propelled to a level whereby everybody feels comfortable, then I think the most important thing is to make sure that the candidate that we choose is the kind of candidate who will not or will be fair to each and every person. Now, after saying that, now my concern is today, because I don't even see it in the topic. I was listening to somebody else who was analyzing an election that happened in Congo I think 10 years ago, where the ballot paper had 99 pages. And it caused a very big logistical problem in that country, and almost to tear the country apart. Now you see, I don't know who bewitched Africans, because if we do not have a way of technically knocking out people in the presidential seat, and we have 47 presidential contenders, that is a logistical nightmare.
65.
65. That is a logistical nightmare, and that tells you that we'll have several pages of a ballot box. I don't know in whose favor this thing will really benefit, because I'm scared of the UDA candidate. I'm also scared of many things that can happen. Somebody was saying that among the presidential candidates, the constitution says that in the event one of the, if leave alone the presidential candidate, the running mate, if the running mate, anything happens to the running mate, then we postpone the election for another 3 months. Can you imagine? And these are people who are using matatus every day. I'm told even some of the running mates live in Dandora and Kibera. So you can imagine that we are looking at a disaster in the making. And yet, the Chebukatis of this world, the people who are manning this thing, are not really coming out clearly on how they're going to manage this election. Because I'm thinking that we might ignore the process of electing the president, and then we get into a stalemate. And therefore, my concern is bigger than the deputy president of Azimio, and I am thinking of these running mates that are all over now, everywhere in Kenya. Anything can happen to them. Then we are told there is no election, and we live in a stalemate. Those things that make Kenya stagnate economically, and that is why I think it is important immediately Raila mix to State House. We look at the constitution on the gray areas that are making this country on a perpetual election cycle, and we also look at the electoral laws. We look at the fundamental of the structures, so that we minimize expenditure, and then also minimize the commotion that is always surrounding the presidency. And therefore, I would urge the institutions mandated to this to look at these things critically, so that at the end of the day, we'll have an election that is verifiable, and an election that is can be traced, because the problems we found on 2013 and 2017 were not sorted. They were not sorted because IBC did not want to look at what had caused the nullification of election. And we are getting into that position whereby we do not know exactly what is happening. And the management of election in Africa, it seems to be mismanaged because there is lack of trust. Yeah, I'm told that in India, there are only like 3 commissioners, and the people voting are hundreds of millions, but they have never been had any problem or any issue, because they have been verifiable and a good election. So for me, I think we need to also, Junet had spoken about it today, I think. I think he spoke about preparation of this election. We have 90 something days, almost 3 months, now 3 months, and it has to be dealt with. The issue of Matiangi and Ruto, I think that is a story that is not here nor there. We know that the deputy president abandoned the job, because even when he was supposed to be supervising projects, he was campaigning with the projects instead of making sure they are
Wind
done.
up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, so those are things that are not going to really help us. I think the most thing we focus on the closing the river to the other side, and then from there we will talk about the things ailing this country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your submission. Lolo, you have a question to that?
Yes. Wekesa, I've just come here because I wanted to express the way I feel about that story of Sabina Chege. Is it okay?
You are responding to who?
I want to respond to Jared.
To Jared, okay, shortly.
Yeah, thank you. To me, I think Sabina Chege being Raila's running mate, I'm not comfortable with that. I think she is not just ripe to be a deputy president because she is someone who's not independent minded, and she will have to be going back to Uhuru to consult him whenever they want to do something, and I think that one is just going to be very dangerous. And again, I don't trust beauty. You know, even in 48 laws of power, you must consider that. And I think that someone like Martha Karua is going to be someone who's strong, someone who cannot be used by anybody, because, you know, once they get into power, there will be people from Mount Kenya who will want to do some things. And it will need someone who will have to
No,
stand with
stop
her.
being cunning. Is Mother Karua not beautiful?
Okay, she is. Okay, so I think that it is going to, there will be forces there because, you know, Ruto also will want to use someone who's next to Raila to separate it. So, and when I look at Sabina Chege, you know, she's someone who has never been through storms. And I don't know whether she can stand adversity. So I find that one very difficult to me. But again, I think Baba will not get a deputy who will be. I think Baba will not get a deputy whom he will have chosen by himself. So maybe we'll just have 5 more years of Ruto and Uhuruto, just the same way they are fighting like this. Thank you.
Okay. Let's now continue with our contribution. Tuko na jamaa anaitwa Geoffrey Oma. Welcome Deto, welcome Olon, then nani mwingine ameingia saizi. Yeah, from Geoffrey we go to Robert. So Robert, one more chance. Usifikiri nimekusahau. After Geoffrey we come back to you. Ama naongea na mtu hayuko. Geoffrey.
No, Nico, thanks, Wekesa, but I think
I'm
let
seeing
first
half of
Rob
your face. I'm seeing half of your face.
is a
Mwingine
little bit
umeamua
black.
kuficha.
It is black. No, sija feature. It is dark inside here. That's why I wanted to be in Nyuma curtain because it's very
Okay,
dark
sawa.
inside here. Yeah. So nilikuwa nasema I think I should allow first Robert to talk because nilikuwa nataka nimsikize anasema nini because I also wanted to come in as a person in Mombasa. So I think wacha kwanza Robert aongee and then I will come in.
Okay, Robert, you have been proposed and seconded as a pace setter. Hebu anza ndio mwenzako akuje.
Thank you very much. Now, with regard to the gentleman, I've just forgotten his name, who came in to contribute to on Sabina Chege not being ripe for the job. Sometimes I always ask myself this question: these adverts that say you must have experience, when will you ever get employment if you continue relying on that old thinking? Sometimes you need a fresh, energetic person, somebody who is not, who does not have baggage, political baggage. So for me, I disagree with that notion that she's not ripe. It is all a matter of her conviction, what she believes in, and she has been steadfast from her job. I mean, what she has been doing. So I still stick with Sabina Chege.
On the flip side, Bwana Robert, you see also they say Ruto has no experience. So ukampenia Ruto.
Ni nani anaongea? Ni nani alikuwa anaongea?
I think Kamau.
Oh, Kamau, waje tukue na order. Sawa. Robert, maliza.
Yeah, let me be very brief. I wanted just to mention about Sonko. One small thing about Sonko. Sonko, I don't think there is anybody who should get worried about Sonko. Sonko is just going to, in the next maybe 1 month, 1 month and a half, Sonko will be an non-starter. ODM is extremely strong in terms of grassroots in Mombasa. And Sonko took advantage of the lull that had been brought about because of the Ramadan, the holy month of Ramadan. And by the time Sultan or Joho starts campaigning for Abdul Swamad, I don't think Sonko will even be given audience. And Sonko basically enjoys the Changamwe part where they have so many Kambas there who actually trade in a lot of handicrafts and what have you. So that is where his base is. And a few pockets of Kisauni from the running mate who is Ali Mbogo. But in all other places, even like today I was seeing some Giriama elders, the Mijikenda elders, and they were castigating Sonko. In fact, they have started making life very hard for him. Sonko has got a club in Mombasa at Shanzu, and they have the Wazees have started using that as an excuse to keep him out, because they claim that he's trying to call it make Mombasa dirty, but by what is going on there. So Sonko is a non-starter. Forget about him. Now the other issue of what Matiangi and was it Matiangi and Ruto? I think that one has been overplayed in the public circle, so I don't think I even really want to comment about it. Let me give a chance to another gentleman to continue.
Okay, thank you. Kuna swali moja hapo. Kuna swali kutoka kwa Lazarus.
Yes.
Wekesa, just to digress a bit, I wanted to ask him, there's something which was mentioned in the panel with Alo. So, Robert, being in Malindi, someone did inform us prior to you coming that Malindi is, I think Wekesa is had it the same, that Malindi Kilifi is proper PA. Can you ascertain that? Then again, regarding to Sonko, I've seen now the swords are drawn because the Giriamas and the other communities are really now, they've brought up the issue of Chitembwa. And you see that issue of Chitembwa is not an easy one. They are saying Sonko has made one of their own to lose his job by recording him. And you see, politically, that is what sells. So I think he's in a very precarious situation in Mombasa, because now those old Wazees talking about one of their own in the judiciary is being sent home because of the allegations Sonko made. I think he'll have a very rough terrain in Mombasa.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, now Kilifi and say Kilifi County, which that includes Malindi, I don't see any problem there, because Kingi, when he formed the PA party, he actually moved with very few politicians who are worth their salt. And most of even the current sitting MCAs, most of them stuck with ODM. In fact, the last time Raila was there, they were really tearing Kingi and telling him that he was very ungrateful, having been picked as a minister before he came to this governor thing. So PA is very weak. There is nothing. I don't think PA it's that strong. ODM has got very good structures, and Jubilee, though weak, now having been joined by Mungaro, who used to be formerly ODM, went to Jubilee, they have combined forces, and it is becoming very hard for Aisha Juma to make it. So I'm not worried about ODM. I mean the Azimio that is i.e. ODM losing ground in Kilifi. It will be a few MCS, but for governor, that one is they can't win. Aisha Jumwa, the Malindi itself is a problem for her. She's trying to ride on some wave of...
Thank you. Yeah. As we move to the next guy, I just wanted to say that, guys, Mimi, the solution for these presidential candidates imekuwa Mimi, I support Raila Odinga. Whoever he chooses as his running mate it does not give me sleepless nights. It is his chemistry, not mine. You know, kuna mtu mimi naeza penda, but that is not how he blends with Raila. It's just like all of us, majority of us maybe are married. If you had asked your calm or your friends, who should I pick as my wife? Probably they would have given you a different story. But the way we mwenyewe unafikiria, unaona, this is what I connect with. So me, even if you are Nairobi, I say it, I will not campaign for any candidate. Whatever Azimio will pick, that will be my candidate. I don't give myself answers for nothing. I support Raila and let him come up with his team. Next.
I want to apologize. My net just got...
Haya, huyu jamaa ulisetia pesa amepotea, ndio nilikuwa naangalia jina simuoni. Amedrop. Si Geoffrey. Geoffrey.
Amin.
Oh, umeenda behind the curtains.
Yeah, I'm behind the curtains, but okay, I wanted to hear what Robert will say.
Naweza ongea tukikuona tafadhali.
It is very dark.
Okay.
It is very dark inside here. You can see.
Okay.
Yeah. So I want to talk about this issue. Yeah, Sonko. I will be just brief. Okay, I support Raila, and also I support anyone who will be picked kama his running mate. But now the issue about Sonko, I see you people, you are really mnamweka chini sana. You are not seeing the picture that is on the ground. It's true the way Robert amesema, ODM has roots in Mombasa. I mean Mombasa also. But the truth is, this guy Sonko, it will be another race between Sonko and these other guys who are standing kama kina Abswaman. Because look at Sonko right now, even though he has a lot of scandals, some broker Nairobi, but sir, we are looking at what he's talking about. Kama zile tuseme kama manifesto yake, although bado hajasema ni manifesto yake, but he's talking about things that he's doing right now. This guy ameenda amelipia watu bill kwa hospitali. I don't know if you know that. In Mombasa, a lot of people ni maskini sana.
Emmanuel, remain mute, kindly kuna echoes. Emmanuel.
In Mombasa, a lot of people, they are poor na hawana kazi. Businessmen and women, they have really suffered under the government of Joho. In port, a lot of transporters hata hawana kazi siku hizi. It is because of SGR. You see, sir, I was talking about Sonko. Sonko ameenda amelipia watu bill in the hospital. They paid the mortuary bills. Some who are sick amelipa. And this guy amekuja anasema on the issue of business, atakata cost a half. To say if you are paying maybe 20,000, that is business permit, the account cancel. Anasema you will pay a half. And ukiangalia how people are operating in Mombasa, business wamesuffer sana. I think most of the businessmen will go with this guy. Because sijasikia mahali popote nani akiongea huyu Abswaman akiongea kuhusu anything kuhusiana na mtu ambaye ako chini. Because in Mombasa, a lot of people they are poor. A a lot of people hawana kazi, alafu hawa mateja, there are so many matejas in Mombasa. Sonko anasema atachukua wote aenda wa rehabilitate. You see, analeta rescue team, give some people jobs here in Mombasa. Unaona hiyo picha mimi naona. So I don't think tunafaa tumweke down sana, yani undermine sana tukisema maybe because of the scandal and everything that he did in Nairobi, he cannot deliver in Mombasa. In Mombasa, a lot of people have no jobs. They can deliver. They can go with this guy, even though he has a lot of support in Changamwe. Leo asubuhi, he said that I think alikuwa ni kama amezuiliwa, he should not go to Tononoka ground. So I think pia ilichangia watu wengi wakwenda huko, but ukweli ni kuwa in Tononoka there were no people. Walikuwa tu a very few people who went there. This is because many people knew that hakuna mkutano itakuwa kule Tononoka. Na pia mwenye papa anaongea, so ali confuse everyone. Even though he's not the right person, but he has also numbers in Mombasa.
Now, can I
Geoffrey,
something small?
Geoffrey, nikuulize swali. So hii umaskini yenye iko Mombasa haikuwa Nairobi. Nairobi kuna so many slums. For when Sonko was a governor, uliona alitoa hiyo umaskini ama what is the shortcut unafikiria anaenda kufanya? Ile kupatia watu mki-align wapatie thawa moja moja can make you can remove you from poverty.
No, it's not about giving people tao moja moja. Here, you know, there's one thing in Mombasa.
Situmuulize maswali once ndiye ajibu zote mara moja.
Okay, let me allow other people also to ask questions so that they may ile inafanana utaijibu pamoja. So Julius and then David, kuna mtu mwingine ako na swali?
Mine was not a swali, mine was a rejoinder to what he has said.
Who is that?
Robert. Yeah.
Okay, let him answer questions, then you will have a rejoinder.
Okay.
So let's have the two questions. Julius, David.
I want to ask Uma, you know, Nairobi, Sonko alikuwa anafanya the same thing, but he became a governor. Hakuweka maji, but alikuwa na hiyo Sonko Rescue. Hakutengeneza hospitali, yako na Sonko Rescue. What for? Because amekuwa governor, he could have built hospitals and make them, na awapatie watu maji, boreholes vile sahi nani anafanya. So na kulipia watu bill ama kuwapatia I mean hizo ni vitu za kuingia kama entrance ya kuingia pato governor, akipata then atafanya vile alifanya Nairobi. He did the same thing Nairobi, alianza hivyo rescue nini, and after the end of the day hakuna kitu alikuja akafanya. Surely hiyo ni explanation ambayo hairidhishi.
Okay, Julius.
Okay, David, before you respond, let David ask and then you respond to the three questions, kindly.
Okay, thank you so much, Wekesa. I just want to ask Geoffrey that now what will handouts help with? You know, I can't even believe that is a Kenyan who is speaking. Now, look, Sonko, Nairobi Sonko alikuwa anajenga hadi pavements na pesa zake. And what he took there was so big that huwezi compare na kitu yenye alipatia watu. That is how Sonko comes. He comes, he gives you something with his left hand, then he takes a major one with his right hand. Na watu hawajalan. So me I'm just wondering, sasa mazee, njaa ni mbaya sana, tuache njaa bana, tusikize kitu tukiambiwa. Sonko mazee, kwanza wacha nikuambie, ulione biashara yenye Sonko ako nayo, his hotel, a very big hotel. Hata huwezi amini kama hiyo hoteli ni kali sana, hata ukiangalia utashangaa Sonko alipata business kama hiyo aje. Yet you guys are here, you want to give him power again, and this is someone you know very well that he has cases of corruption. So are you really doing the right thing, you people? Hii mnaona mkiingia tu kwa kaburi peke yenu vizuri and then mtaanza kulalamika. Thank you.
Yeah. The last question, Lazarus.
Well, let me join the point where Olo has ended, and I want to believe it is quite embarrassing when someone comes to this panel and tells us how someone is paying for your bills, so that will change a terrain. If he pays for your bill today and you don't want to work tomorrow, what is that person helping you? Because you as a person, you don't want to work hard to pay your bills. You want someone else to come and pay for you the bills, and you sing. In the morning, you wake up, go and eat, they call it mnazi. You tell us, Sonko did the same in Nairobi. That is where he started, and he knows how to come in. Now he's already brainwashing guys with petty cash, handouts, coming with branded vehicles. That is exactly what he did in Nairobi. And what is the point for someone to give you 100 shillings, yet he has made 1,000,000 shillings out of you? Because that is what Sonko does. He's cheating you guys. You say you stay in Mombasa, he's paying people bills. What is the bill to do with the current governor? Hospital bill. What is it to do with Joho? What is it to do with Somad? What is Joho to do with your someone who has died and the body is in the morgue? Whose mistake is that? And if you tell us at Mombasa, just tell us from where you come from, because probably you're not born in Mombasa. Don't you tell us where you come from? People are rich. It's only Mombasa where people are poor. Don't you want us to believe where you come from, your background home? People are good. It's only Mombasa where there's a problem. Just make it clearer to us to understand.
Okay, I think I said, I never say that I'm choosing Sonko.
Yeah,
Yes?
just answer briefly.
Yeah, I said Sonko tumemu underrate and tumemu underrate hapa on panel, tumemweka kama mtu ambaye hana numbers. For me, I'm not for Sonko, and I'm not also for Kalonzo. You see, but the thing I'm talking about ni kuwa the way people are behaving here in Mombasa. Most of them hawana kazi. Most of them are not learned. Me, I don't come from Mombasa. I come from Western. You see, but on the ground, a lot of people are suffering. And this guy amekuja na tactic which is using. Lazaro, hiyo ndio ukweli. On the ground, people are going for this guy for what he's doing. People have suffered under the leadership of Joho, and that is the truth.
I want to bring in bad manners by cutting Geoffrey short a little. In 2017, if there is anybody who wanted to get Joe out, was Jubilee government. They spent millions. They spent millions and millions. But one thing is that Mombasa residents can never be hoodwinked by handouts. That one failed with Joho, and Joho was a powerhouse. So Jubilee was a powerhouse. So I don't think Sonko's handouts will cheat Mombasa residents. In fact, if you look at a few interviews today of a few Mombasa residents, they are saying that Sonko apeleke ukora wake Nairobi. So it is not. I don't think those handouts are not. They're going to work. And what he did, he went to the mortuary and paid the mortuary fees and a few bills here and there. But and he was doing that for the people. For the people, upcountry people who are not originally from here. And another thing, he's always shooting himself in the foot. He came with the notion that, like, he tried to create religious division by branding. Putting one batch is Christians and Muslims. That thing has not gone down very well here, because Joe has worked with all communities, regardless of religion, race, or anything. And Sonko has come with this thing saying that accusing Joe of having called Christians kafiri, which Joe has never done that. So those religious divisions he's trying to create are not going to work. Carry on.
Okay, finish in 30 seconds now. We move to the next person. But I also wanted to tell you, Geoffrey, that Kenyans, I don't know why people equate poverty with the lack of, that Kenyans cannot make the right choice for leaders just because they are poor. Even William Ruto has acknowledged several times on a TV station. He was addressing people of Western saying, wakati mko na shida mnaniita mimi, wakati kura mnapatia mtu mwingine. Where people eat is not where they vote. So don't equate people queuing up line to get handouts as votes. People, and that's why most people get disappointed. We had a minister in Western called Elijah Mwangale. He went and he gave iron sheets to churches, schools, and whatever. And then when it came to election, he lost terribly. Do you know he sent people at night to go and kung'oa hiyo mabati? Unaamuka shule haina mabati, unaamuka kanisa haina mabati, because he thought like these handouts should translate into votes. So it's not a guarantee that people, when people are lining up and you're giving them 1,200, it's a guarantee that you'll get their votes. It may surprise you. I'm a drop off. So let's have Martin as we wait for him to finish. And Geoffrey, I am giving you 30 seconds to finish your submission, then we go to Martin.
No, I just wanted to propose.
An issue, Themba is the one talking.
Wekesa.
Yes, yes.
We said here yesterday nobody should talk when they're in the curtain. So if they want to be in the curtain, they should not be given any permission to speak.
Oh, he had explained. I had seen his background, then I allowed him. That's why I had even forced him to come on, but I saw his background. I allowed. He has a problem with the light, so let him just finish. I had allowed him because of the restraining circumstances.
Yeah, there you go. We want you on, and if we said yesterday, moving forward, anybody who wants to speak must be on the light. If they don't come on the light, they are not allowed to speak. Let them go to the comment section. That's okay.
It's okay, Themba.
Finish your submission now in 30 seconds.
Okay, what I was trying to say about this guy, it's just not only about the handouts that he's giving out, but look at the approach that he's using right now. Even though he'll come the guy ambaye amejiwest huyu Kalonzo the guy ambaye amekuja ni kama hajielewi. I think he's looking for numbers ndio at least apewe hiyo kitu ambayo anafaitia kwa nguvu, the deputy president. But the truth ni kuwa Kalonzo hafit kwa deputy president, even though hata kama ana numbers, but he doesn't fit on that chair, kwa sababu ni mtu ambaye promise kwa the first day atasikia Raila ameshinda, the second day anaingia kwa field start campaigning. So I'm not for Kalonzo, and I'm not also for Sonko. But what I was talking about is the approach he's using at this moment.
Yeah, but don't you think indirectly you are campaigning for them? You know, the word for, I don't know what it means. If you are saying you're not for Kalonzo, you are not for Sonko, then you come here and tell us that Sonko is doing this and this. That is campaign. So you have not even talked about your candidate. So how do we know that you have a different candidate apart from Kalonzo, apart from Songa and Kalonzo, my brother? So what does it mean when you say I'm not for? Then you go ahead and tell the advantages of that candidate, and you deliberately omit the candidate you are for.
I said you guys, you have underrated him. That's the point that I started with. Anamona ni kama he's not getting anything.
That's a campaign. That's a campaign. Because in campaign, you will be even intimidated by your opponents. They will not clap for you. You want us to clap for him, and he's not our candidate?
I'm for Absorban.
Okay, let's have Martin. You have met your case. Thank you.
Wekesa, I followed, man. That was a good discussion. I followed everything as we were moving on, and I appreciate the discussion. Nice. I think I'm gonna run real quick on what I have. There's something called integrity in life. We call Kalonzo a lawyer, and what do they call him? A very astute lawyer, or senior counsel. And then you have this guy who's called Sonko, who's in courts today, who was impeached, who is not even finished his cases. And then you have a senior counsel taking somebody who's tainted and hasn't even cleared his name to go be the governor of Mombasa. Now, does Sonko come from Mombasa? I guess the last time I heard alikuwa ameshikiwa mahali and akahepa jela in Mombasa. Where does he live? Yeah. Where does he live? He lives in Machakos.
He was on
Muahim.
he was on a wrong grave. Have you seen? Crying.
Sonko was born here at Mtopanga in Mombasa.
Okay. I'm talking about integrity. You have a senior counsel and a jambazi. If you want to call me a jambazi, I mean, I'm sorry. And they're working together. What are we doing? What exactly are we doing? You have a senior counsel who's supposed to uphold the law, working with somebody that actually we hear alikimbia Shimolatewa, working with somebody who was impeached, working with somebody that really, I mean, it does not make any sense. The day that Sonko was the governor of Nairobi, he was doing Sonko Rescue Team. Now, is Sonko Rescue Team our taxes money, or was this his own personal project? What are we giving him credit for? If you're the governor of Nairobi now, do we need to see Sonko Rescue Team or Nairobi taxpayers rescue team? We pay taxes. The reason these guys are in power is because they use our taxes. Everything they have is our taxes. Hakuna mheshimiwa here. I keep on repeating it. Hapa, again, is called public service. All that money is our money. I don't get it. Sometimes I get so confused because I come here and I hear people talking and I'm so confused. I'm like, wait, ni mheshimiwa ama ni public servant? Ni pesa yetu. So, unalipa mtu na hata hawezi kukuona kwa sababu yeye ni mheshimiwa. Kwanza ukimkaribia utachapwa kiboko, by the way. Are they public? Can we define? First of all, I think as a public, we need to sit down and define. What is this? Waheshimiwa ama public servants? Because I think that's where we're going wrong. We don't understand. We think you come there, you work for the people, you work for Wekesa, you work for Mato, you work for Nana, because that money that you're getting out there is there. Your manner we are having these problems of size our deputies being talked in other countries, even the US, Interpol and everything, because people just go there and people start crying on TV when they don't get a ticket because they feel wamepoteza pesa. You should be going there to serve your people. It shouldn't even be anything about the money. How much you're going to get, how much you're going to get rich, how much Prados you're gonna drive. It shouldn't be there. It should be it's taxes we're paying you for that. And I wish people can actually understand that. Wekesa, you guys were talking about Mother Karua. And I mean Sabina Chege. Actually, I don't have a problem with it. It looks like a very nice ticket. I mean, it's just that Mother Karua has been there in the trenches and everything. But Sabina Chege, I've seen, kuna mtu alisema too, just because Wekesa before, somebody said before you did it, na kanifanya niingie. Kuna kitu unaambiagwa, you need 5 years of experience when you go to apply for a job. When are you ever going to get that 5 years of experience if you don't get in a job? Personally, I don't have a problem with Sabina Chege. She's fought. She's done a good job.
Martin,
Yes.
This is how your president responded to that question of experience, Obama, when he was running for presidency. And they said that Obama is too inexperienced to be president. Then he said that I've lived enough in the United States to know to know that the affairs of Washington must be changed. So don't tell me I don't have an experience. I have been here around for all those years and I know what is wrong in White House and I'm gonna fix it. So the fact that I have not been president doesn't mean I don't have an experience of even what has been happening in this country. Yeah, proceed. I was just provoking you.
No, thank you. You just answered everything I wanted to say. Because I've been very curious about this Sabina Chege. And she actually looks vice presidential material. Kuna mtu alisema beauty. It's not about beauty. It's not beauty. It's also the way she's doing, the way she's fighting and her fight and how she's doing. Mother Karua, I know, is also doing. I actually believe this time is going to be a vice president of a lady vice president. And Kalonzo can go fight his battles wherever he wants to fight. I don't want to keep on talking about Kalonzo anymore because it's just bringing fights into something instead of, he says he wants to talk about, he wants him and Uhuru and Raila to go sit down. Don't tell us. Tell them you have their number. Call them. Tell them we want to talk. Why are you coming to tell us that I want Uhuru na nani tukwende tukae chini? You claim to be such a big person. Such a very, come on. Why are you telling us? You have their number. If I have Wekesa, Themba, or Lazarus number, why am I coming here to cry? Nataka kuongea na Themba na nataka kuongea na na Wekesa na nataka kuongea na Lazarus. Now people, 160 people watching us, or 350 something people watching us. What am I telling them? Why do I need to tell them and I have your numbers? Why can't I call you guys and tell you, hey, we need to talk? What is it? Kalonzo Mimi, by the way. Anyway, moving on. Now, I heard Matiangi talking about, asking the same thing. Why now when CSs talk, they are being instigated? But last time, they were not being instigated. I want you guys to talk about that. But my biggest one today was coming because I think kuna mtu amejaribu kuiongelelea independence. And by the way, I will shout. And I'm keeping on shouting. Every day I come here, I'm shouting. Independence. Today we are told we have 55. presidential candidates. I will keep on shouting. I will keep on shouting Article 138(8)(b). I will keep on shouting. Wekesa, you have not been here. Lakini I've been shouting that article. 138(8)(b) every day. We need to watch that thing. This thing of independence, we need to watch it very carefully. Because when you have 55 presidential candidates, I bet we don't know, we only know 3 maybe, Wajakoya. When you have those, jana nilisema hapa, watu wakataka kunipiga wakaniambia nataka watu wakufe. But when you have 55 presidential candidates, and the constitution tells you, if mmoja anaweza kuwa incapacitated, sisemi akufe. That's just the presidential. And he continues to say, even the vice presidential, we might not have elections in the day that we need to have elections. Mmoja tu anaweza tu, hata anaweza fichwa. And those 60 days, there's so many things that can happen within those 60 days. So I want us to really talk about Article 138(8)(b) and having independence, so many of them that you don't even understand. 110, right now, 110 people in Kenya today. Mtu akaguzwa tu kidogo, hata si kuguzwa, akakosa kuonekana. And do we even have that security? I will not stop talking about it. Niligongwa jana, but we need to talk about that. And that's why I keep on talking here about independence. And we need to watch what this independence is, because one day is going to come and cost us. Not now. You're ni presidents. Coming soon, tutaangalia how many independents wako. Ukigongwa kidogo unakimbia kwa independent, unagongwa independent. We need to watch that. Either you're coming independent from the word go, or don't change to be an independent. I will fight in this channel for as much as I can for us to watch what independence means, because I feel that's a ticking time bomb. And that's just me feeling like that. I'm sorry, panels and wala watu wako. We thank you, Themba, thank you, Wekesa, thank you for na wale watu wenye wako na wenye wanatusikiza. That's my submission. I probably won't have another one, but I'll listen and then nitapotea. Lakini nitakuwa hapa mpaka ifungwe.
Thank you.
Independence. I was just wanted to add that I don't think anybody should be worried about the independence, because they have not, once they, they have to be cleared by IBC. And I doubt that those people will be cleared by IBC, because the requirements are, I mean, there are so many, and hardly 10 or more can qualify. So I'm still not worried about that number. Hello? I'm still not worried about that number. So
they are no longer they are not yet candidates. They are still aspirants. Until they are cleared with the IBC is when we can say they are 55. Right now we don't know how many will go through. I agree with you. Nani amepotea? I was to ask him a question. Oh, sawa. Okay, let me give guys who have come to submit. Emmanuel, you haven't spoken. So from Emmanuel, we go to Themba.
Thank
Emmanuel,
you, Eric.
the floor is
Thank you,
yours.
sir. Thank you. Now, I just want to thank you people, because we've been on for long, and I know sleep is having toll on many of us. Thank you. Very quickly, I want to weigh in on the issue of running mate, that is Kalonzo and others. To set the record straight, I want to say that when it comes to fighting for change in this country or making sacrifices, the other time I talked about sacrifices made by Kalonzo, and I was actually on the receiving end. People took issue with me, and I was actually pushed to the wall as to the sacrifices Kalonzo made in this country. And I want to say that actually Raila fought for Kenyans. He has sacrificed a lot for Kenyans, and he deserves to be given the opportunity to lead this country. About Kalonzo, the kind of sacrifices I was referring to, he only sacrificed his bid for presidency twice, yeah, and now this is the third time, and so it is on that basis that I thought it wise that let him be given this opportunity to deputize Raila. But Baba is wise enough. Baba is wise enough on who to settle, because I know he has got good plans for this country. He has got good plans for everybody, and so I will not have any doubt on anybody he settles. So I think it's about time we put that case to rest. The other one is the case of Sonko. Sometimes this is good to set the record straight and say that actually, if we were in a different country, Sonko would not be in leadership, because he has got so many integrity issues. I don't want to call him a thug anyway, but I think he has got integrity issues to sort out. And because money plays a big role in this country, he will always have his way. He will be cleared to fire for any seat. Of course, under the prevailing circumstances. On the Mombasa politics, and I think one Abuya said something important that is a non-starter in the Mombasa politics. Looking at the demographics of Mombasa, we are told that the Kambas make up 30% of the population. The others are the Mijikenda, Swahili, and Kenyan Arabs, of course, and other minorities. Because of the so many issues that surround this man, I think Zongo will can still be defeated. He can still be defeated, and it is my prayer that he gets defeated. Yeah. And lastly, I want to weigh in a little bit on the issue of Kenneth and Sabina. Like I had said before, if Baba decides to settle on any person, then all of us as his lost supporters will have to abide by that decision. But I think somebody said that Sabina has got good looks. I don't know if that. One of us said it is a factor that we cannot sweep under the carpet. Remember way back in 2007, in opinion polls, Kalonzo was way above Raila, and Raila complained bitterly, saying that Kenyans are looking at candidates or potential presidential candidates. They are looking at their looks. But how about Peter Kenneth? I think Peter Kenneth has many advantages of Sabina. Remember, he served in parliament before Sabina Chege, and he was popular before for his proper utilization of the CDF fund. Yeah, we can't ignore history. And because of his perhaps mixed parentage, let me say, something that many have not said, because of his mixed parentage, he may come as he may appeal to many people, to many Kenyans. You know. So I want to thank you, Eric, and the rest for giving me this chance to air out my views. And if any one of us has a question to ask me, I'm waiting.
Yeah, I had Sabina Cheke when he was on interview with kina Murkomen and nani mwingine alikuwa hapo, tulikuwa na Junior Kilonzo. She was saying that one of the qualities they are looking for is someone who doesn't have immediate presidential ambition. So do you think it's a consideration? And do you think even those strong character qualities are good for a running mate? People are trying to run away from the strong deputy presidents.
I think there's some truth to that, because it doesn't borders on loyalty. People with strong presidential ambitions, just like our incumbent deputy president, he had shown his ambitions before. Such people are very difficult to be contained while by the president. That if Raila picks somebody with a strong presidential ambitions, he runs the risk of that particular person starting his campaigns earlier. So I think there's a point they are trying to make there. That don't make sense, yes. I think every country should endeavors to avoid of ambitious deputies.
Thank you. And in this case, kuna someone who has overshoot even William, right? William, you know, William, as much as he's ambitious, the first time alijaribu mwanzo hakuionyesha kabisa, then katikati akaanza kuionyesha. But here is one man Kalonzo ameweka full light even before nominatiwe. Before anominatiwe ashaweka full light, ashaanza kupanga serikali ya 2027. Atawezana? Themba, come in, you are the one to handle that.
Thank you, Wekesa. And those who are coming in, kindly remove your curtain. If you are on a curtain, you are not allowed in the studio. Takuweka background mpaka when you are ready to come on studio. We had said yesterday that we don't want this issue of Wekesa anaachwa peke yake na studio inakaa na giza. So we said anybody.
Guys, mukiset rules muna obey. You know, it's not good to. We are not setting rules for the trees. We are setting rules for ourselves. So we obey our own rules.
Yeah, let's obey. You don't come in. You don't come in on studio and afu unaeka giza. That one is we want Wekesa, Bernard, all of us to, hata kama ni watu wawili ndio wako kwa hawajaweka curtain, tubaki nao wawili debate iendelee mpaka mtu awe tayari kuingia. When you are ready to talk, you can come on. When you are not ready to talk, just stay on the background. Ama better still, you can follow the debate from the comment section, or you just stay out and follow the discussion. You can always come in. But as soon as you come in, kindly toa na pia tulisema watu wavae vizuri wakikuja on. Usikae kwa kitanda, usivae ma-t-shirt, unaona tumekuwa na wengine mtu ako kwa kitanda anajifungua huko ndani, anaingia anajipata ameingia na anaanza kuongea. No, this
Themba, as you lay down the rules, you have to be considerate, because I might be here like this, but somebody may want to use the bathroom. So you want somebody to walk, you can put the curtain for 2 minutes and come back. So just say you don't tolerate curtain which is going more than beyond 5 minutes. But somebody can just put it for 2 minutes.
That's a bend rule. The rule is when you come on, no curtain. You have an option of stepping out. When you are ready, you come back on.
You cannot put somebody in when it's past 7 hours.
Again, Adam, you see what you are not getting is you are not thrown out of the debate. Umewekwa backstage. Ukiwekwa backstage, it means huyu jamaa akimaliza kupita si utarudi. Backstage, you are still in the studio. It's only that you cannot be seen.
Actually, ukienda backstage tunakuona tu, and we see when you're on.
We can still see you.
Oh,
you are there.
Thank you. I understand. Now I get it. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I beg to differ.
And then to buy nadhifu. This is a channel that is watu wanaona across board. Usikuje na vest, usikuje kama umejifunika blanketi, usikuje kama ulikuwa unapika unakula. No. Just plan. Yes.
Yeah, in a nutshell, Themba is saying, and this is what we have been saying. We began this thing informally, but we want to become formal. With time, we can become a full-fledged television, my friend. So let's try to grow, even us as debaters. We want even to raise our debating skills high. If there is issues, try to research. Unajua kuna watu kuja hapa alafu hata headline iko hapa nauliza na leo tuna discuss nini na headline and he has actually he is complaining, mbona hamnichakui, nimekaa hapa 30 minutes. Wakati anapewa hiyo minute anasema what is the headline? So that means you are not serious with what you want even to present. Also work, if you come here, while you are waiting to submit, if you are seeing a topic there, you can even go background and check just what has, so that you have content, because there are people here who are listening and they want to listen to content. I think in a nutshell, we are transforming it into a professional entity, and everyone will want to enjoy something that is reliable. Thank you.
Thank you, Wekesa. That one is also informed by feedback we are getting from people. Oh, that channel, some people are just in bed, someone is cooking, mwingine anafanya nini. No, we don't want to be that kind of a channel. Now, there's someone saying some of us are working. Now, if you are working, you don't have to come on the screen. You don't have to come here. You can follow, you can type down there. You can always wait that time when you have gotten out of your work, then you can get that time. We just want to create some sense of structure moving forward. Si mtu kuna siku Wekesa alifinya mtu akaingia kukaa hivi, tunaona screen inatuonyesha hako sijui kwa bedroom sijui it was so embarrassing, so we want to avoid that. When you have other things you are doing, just excuse yourself, drop off, then we come back. Thank you. And yes, Ismail, you see, you kept on coming and your camera was not on, so you would be allowed on until we can, you can own up. We want people to start owning up. We have had people coming in, mtu anatoa cheche za maneno, then anatoka, you don't even know who that was. So moving forward,
Kama kuna Makedi ana complain anauliza, do you want them to come with a suit if you don't want a t-shirt? So clarify that for him.
No, I didn't say a t-shirt. I say kuna vest. Unajua kuna ile vest ya kulala. Mtu amekuja yeah, kuna watu wanakuja na vest ya kulala. So that's what we are trying to say. Na umejifunika kwa blanketi, unaongea na mtu unasikia ako kwa kitanda aliingia. No. We are trying to get away from that.
There's a definition of decency when you're wearing, and you guys know we don't have a standard clothing. We don't have a uniform, but there's a definition of decency. You just know it. This one is for behind the curtains, and this one is for
But Themba.
Yes, Ismail.
Habari ya panelists.
hii familia yote iko sawa, hao wako sawa.
Sasa mimi nina swali. Sasa umejua ati wao wamesema mtu asiingie kwa panelist akiwa job, you know. So you know that is bringing some confusion because mimi niko job, right? So I'm not that much busy, you know. So inamaanisha I should not join the debate because niko job.
No, what he was saying is don't hide away from your employer. Umesema mimi niko job, niko behind the curtain, so let me speak behind the curtains. If you find
Okay.
it will restrict you, don't do
Okay.
it. But
Copy
if you
that.
can come live like this, we have no problem.
I copy that.
We also trying to help you to be responsible at your workplace.
Work is under control. He has no confusion.
Usijifiche kutoka kwa mdosi, na hiyo ni masaa ya mdosi. Wewe fanya kazi ya mdosi, ukimaliza kuja hapa. Now,
Ukiwa mdozi, that's another
housekeeping. There are housekeeping details which I think we keep on moving. So I think as we keep on moving on, we'll be reminding you. Make sure that up here kuja juu nakaa little, you know, it's presentable. That's what we are saying. I've not said a t-shirt, a suit. If you want to put on a suit, sawa. Utakuvaa kama Lazarus pale, sawa. But at least don't show us. Kuna mwingine alikuja hapa anatuonyesha kifua kwa kitanda amelala na ameweka nini. No, we don't want that. So, that was housekeeping. Thank you. Kama kuna maswali, you can keep on asking. We'll keep on answering as we move on. As long as at the end of the day, we are all on the same page, and we do the most important thing. We debate and we contribute to the governance and leadership process of our country, Kenya. That is generally what our focus is. I want to. I will not have lots of stuff to say per se because I'll be here for a long time. But I'll just comment on one thing that Wekesa said, and then also give my thoughts on Ruto's attack on Matiangi. Clearly speaking, and we have said here before, Kalonzo, I want to be a little. I've given my thoughts twice, and the twice have created areas of debate. Some of guys here have not agreed with me, and I agree. I acknowledge that, and it's still okay. I start by the good. I mean the unfortunate thing. One is that. In politics, much of the calculation you make it based on what you have seen or what you have, the evidence that you are available, and also you in politics and especially in you know, when it comes to election, you want to consider numbers. And when you're considering running mate, like has been put across before, is that we want to consider someone who can pop up the leader, complement the leader, and also bring the numbers on. And I would like to repeat what I said here a while ago, that we might not like it. We might not be so excited about Kalonzo's behavior at the moment. But the figures that have been available, and you know, based on the previous political and you know, voter behavior in Kenya, Kalonzo seems to have numbers around him. This is also considering the dynamics that were there before. In 2013, he brought some numbers to the bag of COD. 2017, he brought some numbers to the bag of NASA. Now, one thing has been commented though, that probably the people who voted for NASA did not necessarily vote for NASA because of Kalonzo wholesomely. Probably they also voted for NASA based on other reasons, so which we might not know. But considering the ethical and you know, tribal nature of political behavior in Kenya,
most likely we can conclude that they might have gone towards NASA because their person who by then was the kingpin of Kamba region was Kalonzo. So probably that's the reason why they could have voted for Kalonzo then. So based on the numbers, Kalonzo gives a better bet for Azimio based on the numbers, and I think their strategists have given them that confidence, and that's the reason why he's trying to prop that as a bargaining tool for the number 2 slot in Azimio. Is it bad? It's not bad. It's in politics, and in politics, you are allowed to push the bargain however much you can. But at what cost? So those are the other questions we want to ask. And one thing I can also say that based on the other considerations or the other dynamics that come in with the choosing of running mate, I also want to say that Kalonzo could have probably, made his choice as a running mate a little difficult. Why? Because he started, first of all, making demands. And then at the launch of Azimio, he put out that the president, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who is not vying and who is not on the ballot, is actually going to be his assurance to being in Azimio. That puts him at a very precarious position with the presidential candidate, because the person you're supposed to be having trust on is the presidential candidate. So when you're bringing someone else who is actually not going to vie, and who after 9th of August will be out of the matrix, as much as he'll be the chairman of Azimio, the president, according to the constitution, wields a certain kind of power that no any other citizen does. So if the person that you're assuming it's 10th and Baba has been elected, and the so-called agreement has not been honored, is Kalonzo going to be running to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta? What is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta going to do in the context of our constitution right now? There's nothing much. And I can give you a scenario where a similar thing happened. 2002, there was an MOU that was agreed upon. And as soon as Kibaki was sworn in, a few days later, even the summit, which consisted of Ngilu, were denied access to State House, because initially they thought that because we are in the summit, we might just have a free pass to State House. But immediately someone has been declared the president, the state takes over. And so you have to have certain level of, there has to be itinerary that was to follow. You have to have an appointment. And if you can remember that time, that brought a little, ice around that time. So I think Kalonzo might have negotiated himself out of the situation of being a deputy president. And also his indication. The other thing, second thing that he did that, in my view, might have negotiated himself out. He actually, in an interview, suggested that the deputy president, William Samoei Ruto, didn't do anything wrong with his campaigns early. And therefore, he is his role model and he is going to start immediately. I think that was also an indication that he's not keen and he doesn't find it an issue that there has been a problem for the last 5 or 10 years. And then finally, he not seeming respectful of the structures that have been set by the Azimio, alliance. There are structures that have been set, and he seems not to be keen on respecting those processes. So I think, in my view, those three could have negotiated him out. He stood a better chance, and I agree with you, Catherine, that
there's something else you have left out. I like the way you have split it so that we can see those nitty-gritties. There's something else you have left out. When he talked about Kenya is not America. Yani, can you imagine that me, Kalonzo, going to be interviewed to be running mate of Raila. You know, that is demeaning your own presidential candidate. Somebody you want to be your boss, and you have been here lecturing Ruto how he doesn't respect his boss. Wewe hata hajakuwa boss yako, you already. Can you imagine me, Kalonzo, being interviewed to be deputy of Raila? In fact, you see that the way you bring out the sound and it looks so arrogant and rude. Yeah.
Yes, Wekesa, and maybe as I finish, that in my view is something to note, and I'm aware that the people that are concerned are noting, and that probably the most important aspect is this: why would you want to sit in a meeting where you agree that you have a structure, and then you set that structure, and you agree that the party leader, the chairman, is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, whom according to you, you said that he's a guarantor to your agreement, and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta comes out and says that we are going to have this, and our captain Raila Amolo Odinga. Then the captain that is saying that, okay, fine, I'm setting up this particular consultative body so that they can recommend to me. You actually recommend someone, because I believe Enoch Wambua did not just find himself in that select group. So you recommend someone. In my view, right now, on probably thinking, I think Wambua is there as to give information. You know, okay, fine. I really don't want to come and attend the interviews, but I'm going to send someone to be leaking for me information that is going on there. And if you listen to Enoch Wambua today,
yeah, they made it public in Mombasa. Sonko said it.
Yeah.
That Wambua, ukiona mambo hayendi vizuri, rarua hiyo makaratasi, toka huko. So
yeah,
he's there as a spy.
And even before the ink dried on that pen, Wambua was today on a platform somewhere saying that hata mi hiyo committee ikiendelea hivi kutoka si ngumu. So he's there as a spy. So he's actually giving Kalonzo information. And then Kalonzo, in the other way, is taking that information to the political podium. Because I don't understand why you'd want to address the president and Raila on a public platform while actually you have the numbers. You are a member of the council. You can go to the council when they're having a meeting and say give your reservations. And secondly, today he said, some of us have highlighted that, he said that I'm going to sit with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and Raila. So you're trying to say, what you're saying in essence, that whether they are members of the council or not, I'm senior than them. And in fact, he said, I'm going to sit with Uhuru Kenyatta and maybe my friend Gideon Moi. So in Kalonzo's mind, there is still Oka, right? In Kalonzo's mind, there's still Oka. In Kalonzo's mind, there's still, because even Ali had suggested that they're going to be having him and Gideon Moi in the formation of Oka going to Mombasa. And now Gideon Moi did not turn up. So that was an embarrassment. They didn't go to Nonoka. That was an embarrassment. Then Sonko goes to a grave that is not, apparently, allegedly is not his. That's also an embarrassment. So he leaves that place with more embarrassment than we expected. But most importantly is what Kalonzo is trying to show to the structures of Azimio. That even if you have set a council, even if you have this, I'm a member of the council, even if Uhuru Kenyatta is my guarantor, even if Raila Odinga is the presidential candidate, I am still above all these people you have put with me, which I think is complicating the negotiations in Azimio for him, because I believe right now Raila already has the person that he thinks is going to be his running mate. So this rhetoric that is going on, in my view, is just complicating it for him. That is what, because even I finalize by saying, what are Kalonzo's options?
Before you finalize, there's someone with a question, maybe before you wrap up. We don't want you to finalize and start again. Okay, Martin, I have seen you have raised your hand.
You know, it's a funny thing. Nilikuwa nimetoka, I was cooking dinner, and the funny thing, I think even comment line nachokoza huko hawa watu wanakuuka tena ukuje uongee story ya Kalonzo. Now, Wekesa and them, but that's the funny thing about this. You both, you both live in Ukambani. At least, Wekesa, I know you are there. Themba, I know his investments and to go back. I mean, Themba, I know his investments and to go back. I know where, he lives. Wekesa, najua unacheka, and I know why you brought it.
No, today I will tell you something you like hearing. I will tell you, so finish what you are saying.
Yeah, kwa sababu najua hata umekuwa on the wrong route, and I've been saying it here. So, let me ask you, what is it that Kalonzo has such a big thing with his ego that you guys keep on talking about this guy? Wekesa, you're in Ukambani, you're in Machakos. Tell me one thing that Kalonzo has ever done for Ukambani. And if you tell me that, then we will talk. Not just running, going to get Matatu people and getting Sonko, going to disturb, Azimio, fighting Azimio from inside. And I said it here. Bernard will tell you. I said it when Bernard said, and people here in this forum started saying, oh, now Kalonzo has told the line, now he's gonna go start fight, go start doing he's gonna go doing campaigns for Azimio. I said it here the previous day. I was here with Bernard. I told Bernard, that's not campaigns for Azimio. And listen to what he said. He said, Oka. I guess Oka died a long time ago, because Oka, we have Madhakarua, we have Gideon Moi, and then wale wengine wetana nani wako ile side ingine. He said, us as in Oka.
Are you asking a question or making a mean submission?
No, it's not a submission. Okay, let me ask the question then. Sorry, I might have wasted time. Sorry, I might have wasted time. But my question is, what exact is Kalonzo building Azimio la Umoja, or fighting Azimio la Umoja from inside? And that's my question. That's it. Okay, wacha nyamazi. If you have anything, alafu nitatoka. Because you guys are killing me with this Kalonzo thing. Munanimaliza. Hata comment section wanajua.
It's okay.
Let me give you, in my view, in my opinion, someone else might have a different view. In my opinion, Kalonzo is raising his bargain within Azimio. He's trying to raise his bargain power. You realize that immediately after, I think we had a discourse about a week ago, and we said that Kalonzo's views is more, his support base is largely Ukambani region. And if you heard him talk, you could pick that out. He's trying to say that, okay, fine, among all the other people, I have a larger support base, not just to Kambani. That is what he's trying to prop up. Now, one thing I can say is the last election, there was a Wiper candidate in the name of Omar Hassan, and we had Joe. You remember during the time when they went to Mombasa, and a hammer was raised when they had that rally, and Kalonzo got upset, and kind of he walked out of that rally. And even the Omar Hassan, got upset, and they walked out of the rally. But he was humiliated. So I don't really think the matrix in cost will really change as they are. It is good for Azimio when you have that kind of competition. Two very, very serious guys, coming in. However, finding some statements that can be treated with some bit of caution. Statement from Sonko saying that arrive at the person quickly so that we decide. All right. But you see, Kalonzo himself as a person, his options are very limited. We need to appreciate that those people are more interested in Kalonzo for their reasons, not for Kalonzo's reasons. For now, they don't really care what Kalonzo gets. It is not in their card. They are using Kalonzo and Wiper to get their positions. So, because even if Kalonzo is not chosen, what's his option? He's not going to be a presidential candidate. He's not going to be chosen as a deputy. He's going probably to just say, okay, we want to ask you to vote for a certain person. Now, how does that prop himself as a person? That one does not. Kalonzo's game is not there. But the individual's game, the people who want his name for either governor, a senator, or that, are the ones who are going to gain. If they're in Ukambani and they talk Kalonzo, probably they will imagine if they fight for Kalonzo more, they're likely to be senators, they're likely to be governors. But Kalonzo's game, in my view, is his options are very limited, in my view.
Yeah, okay. As before we bring in some Adams, huyu jamaa ametoroka, waje nisimjibu Ndeto. So Adams, pick it up from there. Ndeto tutaongea na yeye mambo ya Ukambani baadaye. And remember, you can help me sharing now.
Give me after Adams. I'll help you after Adams.
Okay, sawa. Adams.
All right. Thank you.
Sio umekuwa patient sana. Karibu.
I'm always patient if you don't know.
Yeah,
All right.
really
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. So me today, I'll just go directly. I'll not dodge around. I wanted to reiterate and reply that guy, but fortunately, he has left. He was, but I'll just touch on it a little bit. Mike Sonko in Mombasa crying on a wrong grave. And then when I want to talk about Mike Sonko, I've listened to most of you here, people saying, oh, Kalonzo is nothing, is a non-starter in Mombasa, nothing is going on. In my view, you guys are wrong. You guys must know and understand that Mike Mbuvi Sonko, first of all, is a Costarian. He was born and bred in Mombasa. He grew up down there. Mike Sonko understands Mombasa and coast at large better than Nairobi. You must understand that Mike Sonko understands the intrigues and the inroads of the coast, Mombasa to be specific, better than Nairobi. He just ran away from Mombasa because of his thuggery, because he was a thug. A lot of things were following him up. Otherwise, if Sonko was a straightforward guy, he'd still be in Mombasa. He just came to Nairobi to hide. He's a Costarian. Mombasa is his home base, not even Ukambani. He doesn't even speak Kamba language. He doesn't know how to speak Kikamba. When he first came to Nairobi, those days, fortunately enough, I was living in Nairobi those days. And if you could even listen to his accent, his Swahili was the Mombasa Swahili, the Kiswahili that they speak in Mombasa. That is what he was speaking. He was not speaking Sheng, by the way. He was not speaking the Nairobi language. No, he was speaking the Mombasa language. So, but that said, I want to tell you that when Mike Sonko came to the limelight, his first entrance in politics was in Makadara constituency, a by-election. When he came in, he was in ODM. And he was told that he's a nobody, he's a non-starter. Maybe he can start with the councillor. Those days, it was not MCA. They told him to start with the council first of all, try his luck there, is when maybe he can propel upwards. But he refused. And he moved from ODM and joined NAC. He came and he beat them. He beat the likes of Ndolo, Ruben Ndolo squarely, and he became the member of parliament. Everybody doubted him, and he was a joker. He was more joking than today. He was more useless than today. I'm telling you, he has never have a content anyway. But he beat them. After that, he said that he wanted to go and vie for Nairobi in a senatorial. it was now a big joke again. All the papers are saying, oh, look at this guy. What is he talking about? That is now after the constitution, the promulgation of the new constitution. So it was a new dispensation. Now this guy is coming to Nairobi. Everybody, oh, no. He became the senator of Nairobi, just like that. Again, governorship. It's a big joke again. He became the governor. Now he's going to Mombasa. He's already in Mombasa. The things that Sonko does in Mombasa, you see the drama and the crazy things, that is what he is. And that is what propels him. I'm telling you. If you don't watch that Sonko keenly, the only person I'm very sure, 100% sure, that Nasir can beat and will beat is Omara's son, Sarai. That one is okay. That one, of course, but Sonko is tricky. Mark what Sonko is very tricky. Beating Sonko going to cry in a wrong grave, as according to me, is a strategy. That is well planned. Actually, Sonko is more tactful than Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo is just following him, he's trying to console him in the grave. Hey, don't cry. Kalonzo is clueless. He doesn't even know what Sonko is doing. He's just following him. So he's a drama king. He knows what he's doing. And let me tell you, this is May 7th today. Give him 1 month again. See Sonko in by June 7th. He'll be very far. His numbers is gonna go high. Sonko's numbers will never drop. It will go high like this, crazily like that. That is what Sonko is. That is what Mike Move is. I'm not supporting him. He's a useless guy. He's a thug. But it is what it is. That is what Sonko is. You guys must understand. So you don't just sit down and say, what is this guy talking about? Blah, blah, blah. My friend, Sonko is Sonko. He has a base. His foundation is Mombasa. This is what maybe people didn't know. Sonko's foundation is Mombasa. That is huko ndio ushago kwao. It's rural base. That is where he was born and bred. He went to school, everything. All his life is Mombasa. So when he go back there, he's not a newcomer. He's not a non-starter. He's just going to reactivate, and he's moving on. He just left Mombasa after faking death. Then he died in Shimulatewa prison. Now he's trying to get out. Things like that. So I beseech you guys to look at Sonko in that angle. His numbers will never drop down. His numbers will go high. Kazi kwa ODM, they need to do something about it. Kalonzo Musyoka. The Kalonzo Musyoka and the running mate stuff, I myself am really trying so hard. And I know plus some other few guys. To ignore and not to talk about Stephen Kalonzo, SKM, but he keeps on coming. He keeps on coming. But one thing I'm very sure right now is that Kalonzo Musyoka is not going to be the running mate. No, he's out of the question. He's not going to be the running mate. That I'm very sure. He's not going to be the running mate. And most likely, the running mate of Raila Odinga might be a woman. And when I talk about a woman, either Martha or you call her the beautiful lady, Sabina Chege. It can be a man, anybody, but what I'm very sure right now, Kalonzo is out of it. He's not going to be the running mate. And moving forward, Kalonzo will not campaign for Azimio. Kalonzo will campaign for Wiper. So it's going to be an enemy within. And I don't see Kalonzo leaving Azimio too. He's not going to leave. He will just stay within and fight in within. And I think the committee or the people who are surrounding Raila Odinga, the advisor that caretaker committee that was looking into the modalities of coming up with the running mate. I think, in my opinion or in my view, they don't want somebody who is so much ambitious. They are trying to avoid a scenario of Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto. Somebody who is so much ambitious that after elections, after their win, of course they're going to win, I believe, then that person gonna start campaigning. And the person who is most likely to pull another Ruto is Kalonzo Musyoka. If they go in one ticket, once they win and assume the office, Kalonzo will start campaigning for 2027. It will be another thing because it has been done. So I think they're trying to look into a DP who is not politically strong, at least not for now, but maybe in future. Somebody who is not so much ambitious. I think that is what they meant when they say chemistry. Somebody you can, So I think they're gonna look into that too. So Kalonzo Musyoka is definitely not there. Is not there. I don't see Kalonzo going there. So by and large, he will just make noise. He will try to. He was also planning to come and put his guy, one of these guys, to come and vie in Madare and some other few constituencies in Nairobi, of which I think Kalonzo is still going to do it. So he will just be disrupting. He just like Kalonzo Musyoka is that class member, one of your class members, who's a noise maker. He's not going to another stream. He's just going to stay there, but he's just making that noise for his benefit because Kalonzo is always me, myself, and I. So that is why he's on Sonko case. Otherwise, Kalonzo will always be Kalonzo. We will continue talking about him. I don't think we are going to stop talking about him. But that guy, what is his name again? Ndeto. Martin Ndeto was wondering why we keep on talking about Kalonzo. And yet, according to him, Kalonzo has done nothing to Ukambani, or rather, Ukambani people. But let me ask him, I don't know, I think he's listening. Which politician has ever done anything to their people? The most flamboyant, the outspoken politicians. Most of the politicians who talk so much, be it in parliament, outside, the orators, they are the worst performing people in terms of development. Even your DP, Ruto, is talking so much. We talk about Ruto all the time. What has he done in Eldoret? Nothing. Most of these people who are talking so much, the more you talk in politics, politicians who talk so much, the parrots, if you follow them at their background, their development record is very low. It's not poor, it's very low. Most of performing politicians do not talk so much. Mark me word. Most of all performing politicians do not talk so much. Even the politicians, be it in Azimio, be it in KK, most of our politicians who are talking so much, even back in the day, you can follow them back, even somebody who's in parliament for even over 20 years, but is talking a lot. Follow them, their records, zero. Not zero, but low. The likes of James Orengo. Sorry to mention, but just an example. Talking a lot. Even development-wise, no. So Kalonzo Musyoka, I don't know. I've never lived in Ukambani. I don't know much about him, but if you really don't have to say that this guy is done nothing about their people, so we should not talk about him. We are just talking about him because of the current affairs, what we have on the table right now. So about development, we can't really talk about that because most of these politicians are are not where it is.
Adam, let
Yeah.
me ask you, how do we quantify development? Is it just quantitative or also qualitative? For example, when we talk about people who fought for this nation called the Momau, did they contribute to development of this nation or not? Because we have, I think there is a parameter in which where people measure development. If they see a latrine there, and then that is development. If you
I know
the
why
software part of it, it's not development. And that's why even we are saying that some people talk too much, but they do nothing.
I know
that
why you ask.
talking has contributed to something. Anyway, I hope you have gotten what I'm trying to say.
I get you, and I understand and know why you're asking me that, just because of the example I mentioned. If I had not mentioned the example, you wouldn't have asked me that. But also,
No. I wanted to ask you even on because I have heard this played on Raila several times. they will say Raila has not done. But when we talk about democracy, it's part of the development of a nation. There are guys who have built latrines, yes, but they did not have the capacity to give us the space we are enjoying. And we must look at the nation in a holistic way, such that, okay, maybe Orengo has not spent much time in Shire, but what he has contributed nationally is quite important, that we cannot erase him in a development record unless we are classifying development.
You're right, but I used the word most. Okay, not all of them, Mr. Wekesa. Not all of them. We have to be clear.
Yeah, it's
And
true.
yeah, and by the way, when I talk such kind of stuff, I don't want to mention the person Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga, first of all, is not a parrot. He talks sense, and he's in a different league. I don't want to sound like a sycophant, but that's the fact. He's not among those people. A development. Some of these things are tangible. You can see. I'm telling you, even our current administration that we have across the country, even in terms of governance, we have governors who have worked and their work is seen. We can see, anybody can see this one I've tried. But we have some of them who have done nothing, and we can see they haven't done nothing, but they're very good when it comes to the podium. They know how to dance and talk, and they can convince mammoths of crowds. That's what
Thank
I'm
you.
talking
Thank
about.
you.
Yeah.
Let's have Blacks. You have a question?
Yeah.
And Blacks, you can ask a question as I bring in. After that, we will have Ismail. Thank you.
Okay, well, just to add on what Adams was saying, I believe what he was trying to paint for us is in
Black,
terms of
Black.
infrastructure.
Wekesa, I'm sorry to misbehave, but you had asked for me because I'm listening in the back. The Black Olive, nice to see you, man. I'm sorry to interject. I mean to
Let him finish,
I
and
had
then
two
I will
people
give
talk
you a
about
right of
you.
response. I will give you a right of response. I heard someone mention your name. So let Black
Even you,
finish,
you
and then
did.
you.
You had some question too. Even you did. Ukasema nimekimbia. I just came back
Yeah.
due to that. Nyinyi wawili na Adam, you had
Yeah,
something
I'm
to ask
sorting
me
you
because
out
I'm listening.
after Blacks. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, just adding to what Adams was saying, I totally agree with him, and I believe he may have wanted to paint for us a picture of lack of infrastructures that are visible to the many that live in the constituencies that these members of parliaments represent. Because by overall, most of each and every member of parliament is employed by the people through the votes that they give to them to work for their good, not for the good of the nation. The good for the nation, okay, well, good, but it all starts at home. So I think I totally agree with Adams, because if we look deeply into what they have achieved as to the mandate which the people that voted for them gave them to do for them, most of them have not achieved that. Because, for example, Siaya County, where Orengo comes from.
But I like the way you are using words. I totally agree with him. And he began by saying that this guy parrots like Ruto. I think I'm also in agreement with you. Continue.
Well, it's just that I don't want to sound like a psychopath, or to involve myself in a fight here, because at the end of the day, it's all about pushing the point home. You see, because if I start giving names like Raila or so and so, it will be back and forth, back and forth. At the end of the day, nothing will be said. See, muhimu tu ni watu waelewe. So since he mentioned Siaya, for example, if you go into Siaya right now, the marketplace ni mchanga. When you look into the county government's offices, it looks exquisite. But when you just go not so far from there into Kakamega County, the marketplace is good. Hata ni ya ghorofa. No. So when you get into the details of whether their leader has been doing well, tutasema the one in Kakamega has been doing well, not because eti kwamba hajaonekana nationally amefanya hivi, but he has done well because he's done what his people had elected him to do. No. So yes, just to summarize that, yes, Adams, I totally agree with you, and it was a great analysis from you. That was just, I mean, umebalance pande zote mbili, regardless of what
Blacks, just a supplementary thought.
Yes.
Do you think Wangari Maathai was a great leader?
Yes, she was.
If you rate her with her constituents and nationally, what do you think brought her the greatness?
Well, there's a difference between when you talk about Wangari Maathai, it's
Because she was
the
a member of parliament first,
popularity.
that's why I'm bringing that.
Can you kindly remind me which constituency she was for?
Tetu.
Tetu.
Yes.
I'll be lying here if I tell you that I know much about Tetu, because I don't know. But I do know the work she did in regards to protection of trees.
Thank you.
Yeah. So she was more popular to that. As you can see, the trees were physical. I mean, they could be seen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
At least
So
you have answered that. Now, Martin.
So can I continue or?
No, see, you are just asking. You are just.
Yeah, I was just.
You are.
Yes.
I will come back
Correct.
to you
Fine.
for
No
submission
problem.
now.
No problem.
Yes, Martin. Present your case quickly. I want to go to Ishmael.
No, I wasn't even presenting my case. You said nilikimbia, and Adams also said. So you guys had questions of me after nilitoka. So you asked me your question. Ulisema nimekimbia. And then pia Adams pia. Ni watu wawili wameita.
And for my case, I wanted
mentioned you because of my presentation.
Wait, Adams. For my case, I just wanted to tell you that I'm a voter in Ukambani, and the governor we are putting in is CCU Governor Waita Nasuluhu. So that is the guy on the ground. And yesterday we were campaigning, Kalonzo should not threaten Raila. And the guy has following because he's a professional. People don't want to elect Uyo Mama because they are not sure if she has professional skills to run the county. So Kalonzo, if he doesn't focus well, he might still lose counties. Maybe a survive na moja mambili. So he needs to put his acts in order because the ground is still not solid vile watu wanafikiria. Okay, so that was an interlude. That was not the main discussion. So Adams, Malisana Nandeto, we want to bring in.
Can I answer you real quick before Adams comes? Because I think Adams had a question for me. He said I should stay. He wouldn't.
Wacha kuulize, and then you summarize all of them so that it doesn't take longer.
Actually, I really didn't have a question for him. I just mentioned it. I was just reiterating about, because he was wondering that during his submission, he was wondering why we keep on talking about Kalonzo Musyoka, and that one pisses him off so much. So I was bringing a case scenario as to why we have to keep talking about him. So that is when I bring the Sonko case and the development of these guys. I told him we may be talking about him doesn't necessarily mean that he has his development conscience. We just talked about because of current issues, the current affairs. I was just trying to answer him in that manner. So I wanted to say that in your presence, not when you are away. Otherwise,
Okay,
I didn't have
thank you.
for you. Yeah.
Thank you. Blacks, ni nini tena? I want to
on Mato. While he was talking about Kalonzo, he was also mentioning the independence. So just before I forget, I would like to tell Mato, I believe kila mtu ana uhuru yani to practice their democratic rights. These independents ambao you just look so down upon them, talking about if they die, come on, Mato, we are way above that. wako na haki ya kusimama pale, whether they will win or they will lose, it's their right. Let them vie. No, let's not talk down on them as if they do not deserve to be there. Safi.
Thank you. Thank you. Mato, you can summarize that, the three views.
Okay, so Black nitakukujia mwisho. Wekesa, wacha nianze na wewe. The politics of Ukambani they've been there since siku ya kina nani, siku ya kina Mutunga and everything. Politics of Ukambani are very funny politics that a lot of people don't understand what the politics of Ukambani is. I can bet you, so ndo nimalize nisiharibie watu wakati, because I'm also doing something else. Chungana na Wavinyandeti sana. Chunga, angalia na uchunge. Wavinyandeti was there, maendeleo ya wanawake na nini. Just be very, very, very careful on that. And I think on the 9th after that, tutaongea juu hiyo kitu. Politics, hiyo sitakimbia sana na wewe because you have a point on who you have. Tutakuwa hapo na wewe in August. I'll be there. We'll talk. But be careful on that, and I think we'll come back to this. Now, when it comes to Adams, my only thing was that I don't understand how you go back and talk about Kalonzo has brought Sonko. Sonko is a thug. Sonko is somebody that faked his death. Sonko is somebody that, you even go to a point of calling him a thug. And then you also kind of proposing him, wait, why are we in this forum? What kind of leadership are we looking for? Are we really, are we going to justify thugs? When you can actually yourself in your mouth, you say he faked his own death, he escaped prison, he's a thug, and then you start talking and almost proposing him to be a leader. Are we looking for leadership? I mean, are we wasting our time over here? What are we doing? Where should where do thugs belong?
A point of order before you continue. A point of order, please. Mr. Wekesia, you are here. This guy, I think, did not get me clearly. I did not propose Mr. Mike Mbuvi Sonko. I didn't. I highlighted to you, I was being elaborative of who he is, because seemingly you didn't really know whom we are talking about. So I said facts. I stated facts about him. And then I said that Sonko, with all his theatrics and thuggery and everything about him that surrounds him, that is what he normally used. That is what he has used in his politics. And I said, don't underestimate him, because this guy, where his numbers right now are standing, will go up, not down. I did not propose him.
Thank you.
Correct. That is what you said. That is what Adam said.
Yeah, I think sometimes maybe we mistake each other. We are here just as analysts. Sometimes you can analyze situation, not necessarily it's your view, but you are telling us that is how things are going to happen. It's not even my will, but it will happen anyway. Let's have Ishmael kindly. Tumehold sana Ishmael, Richard, and Blacks. They have not met their.
No, I was just listening at the background. For Martin, whatever Adam said, it is in a public domain. Whether in, the likes of Sonko fake the death, the story of committee, this is in the public domain, unless you have been not following. Since Sonko started being a MP for Makadara until governor up to date, whatever he said, Adam said, I'm just seconding, I'm not bringing another motion, but whatever he said is in a public domain. So he was not trying to crucify Sonko, that Sonko is bad. It is in a public domain. Coming to the issue of Kalonzo as a running mate, first of all, Kalonzo was told to come as Mio. He refuses. So he came late. So when he came late, there were three principals, Kalonzo, Raila, and His Excellency the President. But when they finished the meeting, Kalonzo started putting up a demand. everybody will bear with me that Kalonzo, he is at a position of being a running mate, but the problem we have with him is so demanding. Suppose he become the running mate, then tomorrow things go wrong way. He will come with the same issue, which regarding to what is happening now in the government between Ruto and President Uhuru. So is a kind of a person, you will talk to him, you will have a kind of a stable discussion. Then he will, whenever he step outside the media, he will change the topic. He will not necessarily base his mind and his thought according to what you guys have discussed. He will come up on the camera, on the media, then interchange the whole story. So for Kalonzo, as much he will be bringing up, he has numbers. No, I don't think Raila is necessarily going for Kalonzo, because for Raila, he also needs somebody who is patient, somebody who can be there for him, not somebody who will be there every day criticizing what is not doing right. Because Uhuru has learned from whatever Raila has learned from Uhuru at the beginning of their first term, they were wearing, like they were doing everything same, but second term things were not going well until Uhuru had to bring in Raila. So for Kalonzo, as much we like Kalonzo to be running mate, but outcome would be worse. Because the first term as they will be in the office, Kalonzo will come up with another thing. He'll be start saying, now I want to become a president before 2027. So for Kalonzo, no. And also something throughout my observation, you would are ticketing for Kalonzo so that they will be going after, maybe Kalonzo is being selected to be a running mate for Raila. The next thing they will be back to Mount Kenya, telling Mount Kenya people, you see, now Uhuru has abandoned you people. You see, even he has already convinced Raila to select Kalonzo as a running mate. So you guys don't vote for Raila because before Uhuru is the president, but he has not done any much development in this within Mount Kenya region. So they are, the moment Raila choose Kalonzo, he will lose some votes from Mount Kenya, and Baba is targeting votes from Mount Kenya necessarily because even without Kalonzo, with Kalonzo, Baba will get votes from Mukambani. Because last time they both of them were on the ticket, Baba got some vote from Mukambani. I'm not trying to rule out Kalonzo, but I'm trying to figure out that according to the situation now, Kalonzo, no. So second thing, before Temba, you interject, I think Baba prefer, I know you guys, everybody is focusing about Kalonzo and Martha Karua, but as much we will wish to have a running mate, a woman, but we forgetting the equation. Someone is coming up to break the equation. Who is this guy? I forgot his name. This guy coming from Igembe, governor. He was former Peter Munya.
Yes, Munya.
Peter Munya is coming in the equation, and Mount Kenya is a large, but since independent, Mount Kenya, Igembe, within that area of Igembe, they have not heard of any leadership from top national leadership. So maybe they may consider also Peter Munya. So equation is here, Peter Munya and Martha Karua. The rest, the likes of Mheshimiwa Sabina Chege, is just there to push the agenda of running mate issue. I think that is what is there in public domain. But Peter Munya and Martha Karua are the determining factor of running mate for Raila. Because at the end of the day, Raila knows who is running mate. Raila is aware who is running mate. Uhuru knows who is the running mate. This is just to blackmail, to go on with the issue. But the real thing, they know, the giant in the room, they know who will be the running mate. And since Sonko issue of going Mombasa, I'm not into it because this Azimio house is the same way you'll be having a discussion with your sons. Then one goes out say, no, I disagree with my father. So if Sonko really knew that this is Azimio, in Mombasa, I don't have problem. But Sonko going within same house, going to fight Abdul Saman, it is not making sense. Whether Sonko grew up in Mombasa or not. If Sonko grew up in Mombasa, according to the way Adam said, and also I know Sonko grew up in Mombasa, He could have gone there before coming to Nairobi, because now Nairobi is spoiled. Then he realized, no, let me go fight Abdul Swamad. No, that one I'm not into Sonko. I know Sonko strategic of politics. He will create the dramas, then he will get votes. We cannot rule him out. He will get votes at the end of the day. He will do any drama. He will get votes. He will, the likes of going crying on the wrong grave. He will do all of those things. He will say what he will do to Mombasa people in the next 5 years. So he will get some votes, but that is spoiling votes. That is spoiling vote within Azimio house. So I am not into Sonko. I'm not into Sonko going to vie for Mombasa governor seat. Then Ruto and Matiangi. I think Matiangi and Ruto saying Matiangi took his job. Matiangi saying, no, I didn't took your job off. I'm just doing my responsibility according to my boss. And you are my boss also. You see, it is since that I'm not on your side doesn't mean that now I'm ruling out your decision. But when the decision being made in the cabinet meeting, Ruto is not there. So, and they are saying, Matiangi is saying also, I'm working according to the boss, because he has been given mandate by Uhuru, and Uhuru has been given mandate by the people of Kenya. So Matiangi is just fulfilling his responsibility according to his boss. Then the issue of okay, that one I will not introduce because I've not seen rolling on the topic of the discussion. But for Matiangi before he was in the government, the way he has purport that last time they were doing campaign, he was in the government. Ruto had no issue. Now he was supporting Ruto that time. Now he's still in the same government they were with the Ruto before Ruto became the opposition. I know most of you may be disagree with me, but now Ruto is the opposition. Now the government is within the Uhuru and Matiangi. So Matiangi is supporting where Uhuru is. He will support the president. Whether president support Raila, Matiangi will support Raila. So I think that was my few remarks. And if anybody has a question, I'm ready to answer. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I've seen Themba's hand, and before he asks you, I wanted to ask you this question. I heard Moses Kuria allege that the 1.7 million votes you guys are talking about to Kambani, that is just Kiambu County. In other words, he was saying that Mount Kenya is richer than the other side, so the bargaining power. And my question is tied to this. Why do you think Baba was willing to lose NASA for the sake of Mount Kenya? I think we need to answer that question. He deliberately was willing to lose NASA for the sake of Mount Kenya. And Demba, you can ask your question so that he can answer together.
Wekesa, I don't think Baba was willing to lose NASA. And if you remember clearly the breakup of NASA, it was the three other people that walked out of NASA. Baba wasn't. In fact, if you could have, Baba tried as much as he could to hold NASA together. When they went for the handshake, after that he went and informed them. And if you can remember that, it was their intention to move out. In fact, they were the ones who filed the divorce. They're the ones who went and worked out. So you cannot force someone who doesn't want to stay with you to stay with you. So I think, according to Baba, he would have wished that right now we would still be talking about NASA. Now, without asking Ismail too much, I would want him to just comment. So it was more of a comment than a question. He's saying that Kalonzo is not a better bet. We have to give it to Central, and I think I beg to differ with him in this way. And I think I did here 2 days ago, and it wasn't taken very kindly. I still want to say that if Baba takes Kalonzo, if Baba takes Kalonzo as a deputy, strategically, it will be easier for him for campaign. If he doesn't take Kalonzo and he takes someone else from, say, Central, this is what we are saying. He has already a conquered territory. That is the Ukambani vote, which is very rich. If you look at the registered voters in Ukambani, he's already had a conquered vote. If he doesn't take Kalonzo, he's opening up a fighting zone. So it means that therefore, Ukambani vote will be open for anyone. And that means what also? So he'll have 2 areas that are open for anyone. He'll have actually 3 areas that are open for anyone. He'll have, no, 4, let me say 4. He'll have Ukambani open for anyone. He'll have Central open for anyone. He'll have Western, and then he'll have Kisii area, which are open for anyone. All right. If he takes in Kalonzo strategically, he will have reduced the number of places where the battlefields. So he'll probably have a battlefield in Central and Western and Kisii. So strategically, taking Kalonzo will mean probably he doesn't spend a lot more in those areas. If he doesn't take Kalonzo, it will mean therefore that he will have to spend a little more because of probably the battlefield that will have opened, and considering that these people have already said that in the event that he doesn't take Kalonzo, they are going to mount, like a challenge. We don't know what their options are. They might decide that, okay, fine, now we are going to say, give these votes to someone else. So he will have to prop up, because Kalonzo now will be in, say, like a forced marriage. So he will have to prop up Ngilu, Kivuda, and Mutua, who is also now coming out after Kalonzo came up with the idea of Oka, who is also now trying to push for the other 3rd, 4th leg. So they will have to fund those guys to now use them, like now consider that we don't have Kalonzo campaigning for us actively, because even in his rallies this time, he didn't mention Azimio, apart from saying that Kalonzo is my brother. He didn't mention Azimio anyway. So that tells you, if he's not picked, then there's there's a lot more ground to be covered. Now, the central thing, I still want to insist.
Yeah, but then as you talk about Central, there's something you did not mention. You talked about when Kalonzo is picked, then Combined ceases to be a battlefield. But you should have mentioned it concurrently, that when Raila picks a running mate in Ukampani and Ruto picks a running mate in Central, how is Central going to be a battlefield? I'm trying to get it.
If Ruto picks a candidate from Central, it will be easier for him to campaign. It will be almost a repeat of say 2017, because he'll just tell them that, you see, this person is not having your interest at that. But now, what is the effect? Let's consider the previous election. 2017, 2013. How much vote did Raila have from Central? It was negligible, to 7%, 20%. But arguably, they still had to use the deep state, and they have admitted so, to prop up their election. So even with the so-called Kumira and the numbers they talked about, though an election is not rigged on one day, it is actually a process. So there's voter suppression, there are so many things. But you see, they still had to do that for them to come out to emerge as winners. So in my view, I still think that even if Ruto had to choose from Central, and Kalonzo Baba takes Kalonzo, he'll battle to raise the Central vote to about 20, 30% or 40%, which will be good for him. but he already has bagged the Ukambani and all that Kalonzo, the traditional votes. He will push, he will have battleground maybe pushing, because according to the figures that we have seen, Western don't vote. Their voter turnout is pretty low, because even when Baba won last time, the voter turnout was not to the part, they were at 69%. So we'll have to prop that voter turnout, and then the Kisii area. So I think, in my view, strategically, of course, I'm only considering one thing, numbers. But of course, the other considerations might throw Kalonzo out. But in terms of strategic calculation and numbers, it is easier to, number one, retain the traditional voting that you have heard, then pursue the one that has not voted for. Because even if we took someone from Central, it is unlikely, and voter behavior in the historically has proven, you are not likely to push that to even 50%. While you are going to have a very great percentage from Ukambani. So say you have taken someone from Central, you push the vote to 20% or 30%. And then Ukambani, you get it at, say you have traditionally gotten it at 90s, you get it at 50%. You have shot yourself on the foot, right? Because yes, you'll have won Ukambani, but you'll have won at 50 or 30 or 60%, which is low than what you'd have won if you picked someone from there. Now, that is only when you're talking Central. Even if we go there, we can come here, we'll be here. I doubt it will go beyond 40%. I doubt, because there's no way someone can move from 2% and then you have people coming in 60 or 70%. I have that doubt in my mind. But of course, that's my opinion, Bernard. Wakesa.
Just a moment, Wakesa, before Adams, whoever you give a chance. Themba, I disagree with you. You know, the matrix surrounding Azimio about running mate, they are after to bring Mount Kenya together. It is not really whoever will come from Mount Kenya will bring numbers. No, we want Kalonzo to be there. I'm not ruling out Kalonzo issue. No, Kalonzo, we want Kalonzo to be there, but we want to talk to Kalonzo in a manner that Kalonzo does not go outside again, say, I'm not within Azimio. I'm within Azimio, but I'm not supporting Azimio. We want to accommodate Kalonzo, but not with running mate. We want those votes. We want Kalonzo to bring votes, because Mount Kenya is a defining factor in this election. Because if, for example, because whoever Ruto will choose from Mount Kenya has no number, whether Kindiki and Waiguru, who else? The other guy, Ndindi Nyoro, they have no numbers in terms of numbers. If you go with in terms of numbers, the moment Azimio choose Kalonzo, Ruto will gain more. He will double whatever the percentage Ruto has now would be double. So that is strategic. You know, Uda will be happy the moment we choose. You see, they say no. You guys choose. Why Kalonzo? Kalonzo is a senior lawyer. Kalonzo has been a vice president. He has never went through interview. Now, why you guys want why you guys want Kalonzo to go through interview? The moment we choose Kalonzo to be running mate, trust me, even that 2% we get from Mount Kenya will get zero. That is my remarks.
Okay, Adam, as you come in, I think, guys, should we choose our running mate based on the Udaku propaganda? Because Udaku propaganda can be two-way traffic. One, they can be scaring us not to choose Kalonzo by pretending that they are proposing for us. And two, so you may not know even their intention. They can be using reverse psychology on us. Adams, bring in your comment.
Yeah, just two things. Number one, question for you, Mr. Themba. According to your wisdom, are you saying that Kalonzo Musyoka is the only sacred gateway for Raila's victory? That's one. Number two, yes, Mr. Wekesa, the UD are using reverse psychology. There is no way your number one competitor can propose for you something that, hey, use this, and then that thing is good. No, they know if you choose that guy, is for them. It's a plus on their side, not your side. So that's my just what I say.
Yeah,
Okay, I will start
please,
by
yeah,
I will start by responding to the second question. When you were growing up, your mother would tell you to do something by telling you to do it. Na ukule hiyo ndengu hapo na nipate watoto wameachwa hapo nje. So you know they are telling you not to do something was by telling you to do it. Na ukishamaliza kuosha hizo nguo ukunywe hiyo chai yote umalize. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, of course, like Wekesa said, it is possible. I want to take it two way. It is possible that they are telling you to pick him because they know you won't pick him because they have said. You see, because you are they're imagining it is possible, and it is also possible they are telling you to pick him because they have a plan. Now, I've talked here very, very, very carefully and selectively on. If you listen, I didn't mention the part that the candidate that is brought by the state. What is the contribution of the state in that candidate's eventual winning? And if you can know the contribution, go back to some of the clips that we have played here. Matiangi was very active in Jubilee coalition election in 2017, and in one of the rallies in Kisii, the deputy president said that mnataka polisi wachunge kura zetu, mnataka watu waache Matiangi afanye kazi yake. You can see the express, or rather we might not necessarily pick it, but you can see that also as a factor in consideration as you're thinking about the eventual person who is going to win. So in terms of numbers purely, if we're only talking about votes, and we cannot talk on what we are thinking will happen, we are talking based on what has already happened before. So in terms of numbers, Kalonzo is the best bet. I'm saying is the best bet. However, numbers alone and winning an election is one thing. Governance moving forward is something else, which is also the consideration that we're having now. And I gave my views to that earlier. I said there are several other things that may throw Kalonzo out. And that means, therefore, the candidate might choose to go the highway, to invest more in pushing the numbers in Ukambani, put his bet on the other three governors and the other people and see how much he can push it. And that means, you see, when you are going to a place where the person that perceptively seems to be the kingpin, you are not giving them what they want, it means that you need to work extra hard because you're working against the perceived powers in that area. So that means you have to work extra hard because they are working extra hard in Western. They'll work extremely hard also in other places, and of course work extremely hard in Central too. All right. So we might need to have that in mind. But I'm saying considering the numbers alone, but that's not the only thing that determines elections in Africa. Election in Africa has been known to be determined by much more than just the voting numbers. The voting numbers is one thing, but much more has determined that. And of course, you can go back to what has been said before, what Moses Kuria said, what other people have talked about. So if you're talking strictly numbers, Kalonzo is the best bet. That's what I can say.
Thank you. Let's bring in Sarijat Makiare.
Well, I guess I think Black came before me, so I don't want to.
No. According to my backstage, unless he dropped out and he came back, that's the order that is. But it's okay if you have seated. Then I agree.
Thank you, Makiadi. Makiadi is right, but it's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, but at the back, okay.
Awesome.
Wait, Blacks. Ndio usione nimekuonea. At the backstage, they are always arranged in the order of coming. Maybe you dropped. Just proceed.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm saying I
Yes.
was looking at my order. Makiadi came before you, but I don't know. So maybe one of you dropped. So proceed.
Okay. Okay. First of all, I want to say hello to everybody in the panel and hello to everyone watching us from wherever they are. I hope you're all doing fine. Now, sorry. In regards to the Sonko Cries, first of all, where did this happen? It happened in a public cemetery. For anybody who has lived in Kenya or is living in Kenya right now, they all know the story behind public cemeteries. What happens to the spaces? Mnazika leo, baada ya muda, almost close to the same space penye mulizika, someone else will come to be buried there. This has been the case so many times. So I don't want to judge Sonko. Maybe perhaps after a long time, because mamake pia alizikwa kitambo sana. After a long time, maybe they decided to give a space out that was just close to where his mom was buried due to limited space. Because it's within the same space, unashangaa years after years after years watu wanafariki na wanazikwa hapo hapo hapo. Where do they get the space if not recycling the same land that they have? So most likely that could have been. I mean, I don't think there's anyone who would want to mess around with such an issue. I mean, anyway, I don't want to judge, but that's my view. That's my view. In regards to Matiangi saying that Ruto lied, that he took his duties, first of all, we should look at what duties Matiangi is doing right now. He's overseeing all the cabinets, and they're all reporting to him with the reports, and he's passing that to the president, bypassing the DP. I mean, you see, this is what the DP used to do before the handshake. He would be supervising projects. He'd be overseeing what the other CS are doing, and he would basically be assisting the president and passing the report to the president. Now you see, kumweka Matiang'i pale kufanya hizo shughuli, basically it was like rendering the DP jobless. So I think he's not being entirely honest, Matiang'i, by saying what he said. Moving forward, in regards to the DP position bringing anxiousness to Kenyans, now this is the juicy part of the debate. It has elicited so many sentiments from both the panel and the ones in the comment section. What I can say is everybody, from what they have presented, they're right. Nobody is wrong. It just depends on how you look at it and who's looking at it. Now, in regards to the Kalonzo factor, I'll mention the Kalonzo factor in relation to KKA, because you see me, I'm here in favor of KKA. So the self-destruction happening in Azimio right now is good for us as KKA, because what I can tell you is this: whether you go for Karua, you'll still lose, we will gain. Whether you'll go for Kalonzo, you'll still lose, KKA will gain. Why do I say that? If you go for Karua, like Temba rightfully mentioned, you're most likely going to lose a lot of the votes that Kalonzo has, that people seem to be disregarding him and taking him for a ride as if he has no numbers. That man has numbers. Let nobody lie to you. He has numbers. He has around 1.6 million votes there. Whether we choose to put a blind eye, but that's the reality. He does have numbers. So by people coming here being
But complete,
overconfident.
itaenda wapi?
Sorry?
Complete. It's good to complete the statement.
I'm coming to that point. I'm coming to that point. Now, by him not being on that ballot box, there are two possible scenarios. One, the Kambas could either revolt and vote for the opposite, which would be KKA, good for us. Or scenario number two, they may just decide not to vote at all. which still is a plus for the KKA. Great for us. So you see, I see Azimio the way they are treating this man, and I think they're like kind of trading very thin line. Thin line. It's like you are joking with votes here. And then now, if you decide to go for Kalonzo, the Mount Kenya people will have no reason to vote for you in regards to Raila. Because at the end of the day, the Mount Kenya people have had this tendency of voting in large numbers when they see their own. Just like you. If you have a friend, a good friend of yours, or rather a relative of yours, in a big position, let's say vying for a presidency, or even not really a friend, but someone from your community vying for presidency, and he's a popular candidate, most likely than not, you'll incline towards giving him the vote. No. So mkisema muende kwa upande wa Kalonzo and you throw away Martha, you still lose the Mount Kenya votes. Now I see you've added Munya into the picture. I think this was done deliberately to counter Kindiki's and Muturi's being the front runners for the DP position in KKA. Ni kama kutuchanganya tu. So I'll not go much into that. So even though may dissect hiyo pande ya Kalonzo and Karua. Now in regards to Mombasa, ODM is losing grip or has lost grip. Kwale is going to UDA as it is, it's just UDA strong. Kilifi is power, ODM is potea. Taita Taveta, which was previously Wiper by the governor who was there, imechukuliwa sasa na Jubilee. The governor has been bought by Jubilee, now Wiper lost. Mombasa, there it is, it's in the brink of losing again, ODM. Because why am I saying this? Here you have two parties in regards to Azimio. One side which has Abdul Swamad as the governor, and then they are saying they would like to have Shabal as the deputy. Hawa ni Waarabu. Now Mombasa is cosmopolitan. It does not only have Arabs, there are Mijikenders there. There's a reason why Joho was very smart enough to have had himself as the governor and have a Mijikenda as his deputy. And this is the mistake I'm seeing the ODM doing. They have disregarded the Mijikenda votes. On the other side, on my side, we have Sarai. Sarai has not named his deputy yet, but I'm praying that he puts in Mijikenda, not to repeat the same mistake that ODM is doing. Now, this is what Sonko is planning to capitalize on, the Mijikenda vote. And that's the more reason I believe, in regards to the governorship, Abdul Samad is nowhere going to be close to winning that seat. The race is going to be either with Sonko leading the pack, because the Mijikenders will feel much more having Sonko as one of their own, kwa sababu ile rangi ya ngozi. No. Sonko's mom was a Digo. That's a Mijikenda. The dad was a Kamba. So you see, they'll feel much more connected with Sonko in comparison to having Shabal and Swamad. So you see, either way, it's a plus for us.
Shabal na Soma tumetoa wapi?
Nakutolea mfano in case they
haven't named the running.
Yes, that's why I said in case Swamad comes, because Shabal alicreate ile interest, akasema anataka kupigania, akaambiwa basi wewe simama kando. So I'm giving it the scenario in the sense that if at all Swamad decides to work with Shabal into this race, it's gonna be a loss from the beginning. No, if they decide to split it in the middle. But anyhow, my point is, Kalonzo ukiangalia track record yake in the past na saizi, ni kama sahi Azimio inamjaribu kumkanyagia asiweze kufield watu wake in major cities. In Nairobi ameweka ni mmoja tu MP mmoja huko pande ya Embakasi. Hii ya ugavana hata ni bahati tu ninio walikataa. Wanyonyi alikataa DP, deputy position ya governor. Ndo Kaloki akasukumwa pale. Mombasa amejaribu sasa pia kuja hapo kwenda kusimama, pia anasukumwa. I think you people are treating Kalonzo wrongly. And it's going to be a plus for us KKA, and I'm glad. So nyie endeleeni hivyo, si tunangoja kuvuna tu.
So, is there any NC or Fort Kenya in any of the major cities? Ama ni plus tu hata amepotea. Anyway, Makiadi endelea. Themba, take charge.
Asante sana Wekesa. Ndemba, unajua kuna kitu inaitwa DMV Oh, Lazarus anainua mkono, sijui kama anataka nafasi.
This one will not go and challenge the Wekesa. You see, Black has a tendency of going back. I hope he's not gone.
Amerudi.
Sorry, I don't know, kuna kitu fulani.
Nini?
I don't know why najipata tu inanirusha nje. This has happened now twice.
You are a watermelon. Anyway, let me put my question.
Niambie.
You've made a statement that nyinyi munaendelea kuvuna. And I pose this question to you. If you guys tend to believe everything is in your favor, and I mean you referring to KKA, then why don't you guys finish all that you need to do? If you know everything is in your favor, that you don't even need any favor from any downfall or fallback from Azimio, what stops you guys from making a move and proceed?
To make a move on who or what, sorry, to be precise?
For example,
yes,
you are saying, for example, you give an hypothetical example, like you say, we brought in Munya to counteract Muturi and Kithure Kindiki. And you've done also your analysis, the way even if Azimio chooses Karua, we lose. Even if we choose Kalonzo, we lose. So I will wish to make it, I would like you guys, why don't you proceed and finish your listing? Then again, then what is the big deal? Then it means you guys are good to go. Because you can't keep on saying you are waiting for us to fall. What about if finally you fall before us?
Well, one thing for sure, unless you've not been following the proceedings of the KKA, you would already know who's going to be our DP by now. I know, and anybody who has been following it, they would know too. I can also tell you, not for a fact, at least to a large extent, who's going to be your DP. But I'll not get into that. Why we have not fronted our DP right now in advance, it's a game of chess. The ndo politics will live. Now, tunajaribu kupimana uzito kwa sasa. Believe you me, Raila and Uhuru already know the DP, as one of the panelists here said. They do. Because for one, having 7-member, panel, to decide on who's going to be the flag bearer, and out of this, you have Uhuru having 2, and Raila having 2. That is 4 out of 7. They have the majority. So already it tells you who they're the ones who are going to decide who it is. Now, Raila having been the presidential candidate, is 100% sure the presidential candidate is going to be decided by Uhuru. And this is a factor that I'm sure they must have discussed.
So,
they must have discussed.
Wacha tuachie Richie before time gets off.
Thank you. Nilikuwa nasema juu ya DMV. Hapa Black kuna kitu ingine inaitwa DMV. Ukienda kuchukua license ya kuendesha gari, unachukua kitu inaitwa sticker, iko na namba. So I think tutakuwa tuna check in kwa studio, mtu anakamata namba ndiye asirukwe. First of all, just a comment by the way. There are two people who are said to have climbed the mountain. Mmoja ni William Ruto, mwingine naona ni Lazarus. Sijui utatuibia siri kwa sababu kila siku naona uko juu ya mlima hapo. I want first of all to congratulate our guy Omanyala. You guys saw Omanyala today doing a wonderful job. Unajua mtu kukimbia 100 meters na 9.85 seconds si mchezo. So as we do our politics here, we also should be congratulating people who are making our country feel proud and shine. Sonko's issue. I think, and that's my opinion, I'll say here. I'm not sure if Sonko will be on the ballot on August 9th. And if he will be on the ballot and Mombasa people feel like they want to give him a chance, I wish them all the best. Now, Matiangi versus Ruto. Yesterday, Black, I told you guys here, munangangana na CSs. You are being scared of what the CSs are doing right now and what the CSs are talking. I will repeat what I said here. Bado kazi haijaanza. Mtaona mambo mingi zaidi yenye hamjaiona. Kama mnatishwa na maongeo ya CS, ngojea uchaguzi ifike. Kuna vitu zingine mtakuwa mnasikia mpaka mnaogopa kutoka kwa nyumba. That's kazi, hiyo ni protocol ya serikali, na hiyo ndio utasikia ukiwa upande ile ingine ya serikali. So you want to fight, you want to see a fight. Ruto wants to see a fight between him and the CSs, but then he's lowering himself to the kiwango yenye CSs wanataka, because when they engage with him face to face, then they'll they achieve what they want, because they're also humans and they have a political inclination. Now, I'll talk about the issue of the running mate, and specifically I'll mention Kalonzo's case. I think everybody in Azimio knows that there's a panel that has been selected to interview potential candidates. And this is a structure that has been agreed upon across the board in Azimio. Kalonzo says that he'll be talking to Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga with regards to his candidature as a potential deputy presidential candidate. I want to wish him all the best. And I would urge Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta to tell him that they are not hiring anybody. There's a board that is, there's a panel that is ready to do that job. And basically what they should be doing is refer him to that panel. You know, Kalonzo Musyoka is campaigning on the slogan of Hakika Tunaweza, Hakika Tutaweza, if I'm not wrong. And Azimio is campaigning with the slogan of Inawezekana. So I don't believe his interests are in Azimio, and he's just there to waste people's time. Finally, if you have a person like Kalonzo Musyoka on your side, you have to do break analysis, break-even analysis cost. You are damned if you do, if you're damned if you don't. You have to see what you're going to lose with him as a deputy president. You're going to see you're bound to lose some votes, and by picking somebody from another side, you are bound to gain some votes. So Azimio will be at 8. At the end of the day, there must be somebody who will be nominated for that slot, whether it is Kalonzo, and it means that some Kamba votes will be gone, that's fine. Whether it's not Kalonzo, and they pick somebody else from another side, let's say Mount Kenya, and especially the women leaders, then there will be some additional votes from somewhere. So, like I said, we are damned if we do, we are damned if we don't. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Makiadi, for bringing that up. Actually, now that you have started that conversation, Kalonzo is saying, Hakika tutaweza, Azimio is saying, inawezekana.
Baba is busy meeting all the county. I mean, all the elected. He's consolidating the aspirants. It's putting the aspirants. So he started with Mount Kenya. He's coming down. He finished with, I think, Nakuru, Naivasha area. He is meeting them, consolidating them, telling them how to support them. Kalonzo is busy campaigning for his Wiper guys. So in every form and manner, you're seeing that he's kind of coming out as contradictory. They are setting up an Azimio secretariat to select. He's busy saying that he's like trashing them. That is what he didn't say. He's trashing even that committee's work, and he's basically telling them he will not attend. So I agree with you, and I think it's in all ways, as you're saying, it is bringing out bad taste, especially for us who are watching from down here. You know, we are not in the negotiating table, so we don't know who listens, but that is where we are at. Julia, karibu.
Okay, thank you, Themba. I like the debate, and I need to say hi to everyone. Now, I'm looking at the points here about Sonko. There's something Adam said. Okay, Sonko is really a mobilizer. On that point, I agree with you, Mr. Adams. And but I want us to look at Sonko in 2017. Sonko is a mobilizer, yes, but his vote, people voted him. I don't think they voted him on principles. It was a tribal thing. First, he got the Jubilee votes. That is all the Kikuus in Nairobi and all those who are pro-Jubilee, he got it. But you realize that he got more votes than Raila. It means the Kambas who are supporting Baba in 2017 did not support Baba's governor, so they gave him those votes. But I don't think he can repeat the same scenario in Mombasa. In Mombasa, he'll be depending on the Kamba vote. So he's very far from anything to do with winning. I think the contention here will be the ODM candidate and maybe UDA candidate, but he's harming the ODM candidate because he's an Wiper is seen to be in Azimio, so it's a wrong thing Kalonzo is doing. So I agree with those who have said that ODM has an uphill task in the Coast Province right now, and they need to up their game. Also about the I don't know, talk about Matiang and DP Rose. I think that's a thing we've been discussing. Matiang is doing his job, and the DP, to me, the DP, my view is a ghost worker. So it's good Matiang is working for us. And me, I'm one of those people that see Matiang as a hero. He's my hero because I am an educator and I've seen him transform the education sector in the country. So he's my hero. And I really said another time here that I really hope one day Matiang will be also among the leaders of this nation. He's a doer. Wherever he goes, he works and he performs. So I think I don't want to argue about Matiang. I just want to go straight to the point of the DP, and I want first to disagree with Demba when he's using the 2017 numbers. 2017 numbers for Baba in Mount Kenya, it was our own versus who is not our own. It was just that simple. And I think every other part of the country behaves like that. It is our own versus not our own. So even getting 1%, Baba alijaribu sana hapo. I think I need to commend him. But now, Mount Kenya doesn't have our own. I also want Azimio people to be careful about this notion. You know, people say Baba has won, I don't know how many times, akaibua kura, assuming that Ruto cannot amass votes because Baba has been winning and Aibua Kura. I always want to say, for someone to rig, like Demba says, it is not just the voting day, and also people play with those numbers. Now, I'm going to this point. If Baba doesn't have a presidential candidate from Mount Kenya region, just like many of us have said here, it will be a free playing field. And Baba risks a kumera for Ruto. A kumera for Ruto in Mount Kenya region is very dangerous to Baba. It's very real danger. It's like It's like by 9th, we'll not be sure we'll win. Why am I saying this? I don't like the assumption of Azimio people that these people who get votes from Mount Kenya and Rift Valley don't get votes elsewhere. If there is no candidate for Azimio in Mount Kenya region, and Mount Kenya decides kumira for Ruto, don't forget Ruto has patches here and there. He'll get votes in the Coast Province, although Baba will be leading to the tune of 60 or 70 in Coast. He'll get votes in Eastern. He'll get votes even in Nyanza. He'll get votes in Kisii. He'll get some votes in Western. He'll get some votes in Northeastern. So, when we see that, and then there's this perception, if Ruto goes to Kenya and tells them that, Munaona, this guy, this kingpin of yours is playing around with you, they will say, okay, let's teach these people a lesson again. And Mount Kenya, I think that's not a good thing to say, but sometimes I think they vote to teach someone a lesson. I think many times they have done that to prove a point, which they can still do again. So if we decide to give them a running mate, and not just a running mate this time, somebody who will win popularity across the country, I think now Azimio brings some confusion in Mount Kenya region, and the confusion will be, okay, tuko na mtu yetu hapa kwa running mate, and the rest of the country is for that person. So that confusion will bring what Demba was saying, maybe to the tune of 40%. But now the challenge is, now I agree with Mr. Black and other people here, what do we do with Kalonzo? So Baba has to up his game in Ukambani. And I think the game is what Uhuru and Baba are playing, especially Uhuru. That is why they have not announced the running mate, yet they know him or her. So that to keep Kalonzo's people in this confusion. So in the event they announce their running mate next week, it may be too late for Ukambani to decide where do we go. Black was saying that they may go to UDA. For what reason? If Kalonzo is not going to be the UDA running mate, so why will Ukambani go to UDA? What is likely to happen is that there may be voter apathy in Ukambani. So some people will abstain from voting, and some people will still vote for Baba, and a few will vote for UDA. Now, if Kalonzo decides to go to the ballot, like all the way to the ballot, it's good also for Azimio, because some people will still vote for Kalonzo. So the game plan here is, if Kalonzo doesn't mobilize his people to support Baba, the Ukambani votes should still be locked from UDA as much as Azimio can. I mean, do all the tricks the Azimio can to make sure that even if they don't support Baba 100%, they should not vote for UDA, so that the mathematics there is equalized. So that now we leave Baba saying 2017 ati mlitoka kumira mukapigia Uhuru, sasa tunang'ang'ania hapa. Saizi kumira. Now I have the guts. It's me, Baba. I have the guts and the audacity to come to Nyandarua, to come to Laikipia, to come to Nyahururu, to come to Kirinyaga, and people are saying Baba Tosha. I have people who are saying Baba Tosha in those lands, something that has never happened before. So that is why the UDA people keep saying that ati mnaonea Kalonzo, mnamwingilia, because if Azimio takes Kalonzo, the risk is Ruto will go back and say, mnaona how watu, they have been lying to you. So I think still Baba will still go for a running mate from Mount Kenya region to create that confusion, and either to create a voter apathy or that confusion, like, okay, so is it we have our running mate, that must be done in Mount Kenya region. So what will happen when we have a running mate in Mount Kenya region, especially if the running mate is Mother Karua? I want to talk about Mother Karua. People have been talking about Sabina Chege. Sabina Chege is a mobilizer. But the only other reason the men who are arguing here say that she's beautiful, I agree with her, she's very pretty. But I think we cannot go around saying she's pretty, therefore she needs to be a running mate. If you put Sabina Chege and Mother Karua, they are on different levels. In fact, there is only Mother Karua who can get close to Baba. They believe they have the same principles. They have fought for this country's justice and all that, and democracy. But Sabina Chege, we can say she's a mobilizer. We agree with her, and we really appreciate that. So Mother Karua stands out. Now, when you look up the numbers, so people are saying Mother Karua doesn't mobilize numbers to become governor. But Mother Karua running mate will bring a new wave in this country. Unlike if we have Kalonzo. You know, when we have Baba Kalonzo ticket, it's like our tumewazoea. Kwani watasimama mara ngapi? And they have never won. You know that even if you tell people there was rigging, there was what, that perception is what is important, period. And there are people who vote because they want to vote for the winners. So if they think you are losing, they'll not vote for you. That's what happens in this country. So I think a Mother Karua candidacy with Baba, that is running mate, will bring some wave. I don't want to say a women constituency, but it will bring a picture for the first time we have a female deputy president. And then who is that female deputy president? It's somebody that we know. She has stood for this country. She has fought for justice. She has fought for democracy. She's a principled woman. We can depend on her. The other thing that people really think, myself included, that Mother Karua is the best candidate is because if we look at Baba's age, he needs the energy of Mother Karua. He needs somebody who will stir people off. You cannot cross these paths towards Baba. You cannot do this. You cannot do this in his government. That's now Mother Karua writes over Peter Kenneth. Peter Kenneth is a good person, but I wonder whether Peter Kenneth will do a face-off. Now, Mother Karua writes over, Lee Kenyanjui, I see him, he has some strong character, but I think Lee Kenyanjui may not cut across, his popularity is not cutting across the country. So Mother Karua is bringing a new picture, a female running mate, but not just another female running mate. Is a person that we know, we have good things we can say about her. So the Mount Kenya running mate thing must be there to confuse the votes in Mount Kenya region and bring a total imbalance so that hata kama utaki Baba basi tusiende kupiga kura. That will be the thing. I talked with someone, my relative, last night, and he was telling me that he's not going to vote. It is a confusion now coming in, okay? So that is, but now if we decide to go for Kalonzo, the disadvantages are the perception. Baba na Kalonzo wamesimama all these times. So we know these people, so we don't expect anything new. But the other thing that is really putting Kenyans off, and many panelists have said here, is the behavior of Kalonzo. I don't know how a Kalonzo deputy president is going to be. I think it's going to be worse than Ruto's deputy presidency. So I think Azimio has an uphill task and has to plan what to do with Kalonzo and Kambani votes and play with everybody. I mean, play with the cards very well. Use the three governors because there's bound to be a fallout from Kalonzo people, but that game must be played. And then continue making inroads Mount Kenya region, get the right person from that region, a mobilizer, but somebody who cuts across the whole country, not just a tribal kingpin. And then we say, see, we present a new face of presidency. We present, when I think when Baba comes out in Mother Karua, he'll be saying, behold, we present a new kind of presidency. We present people who are principled. We present people who can fight for democracy. We present people who can stand out for us. We present people we can trust to fight corruption. These are the people we are presenting. We can trust them. That's what I think Baba Karua presidency will be saying. However, if we decide to go the Kalonzo way, we have many challenges. We are not even sure the campus will turn up, those 1.5 million to turn up, but the damage will be so big in Mount Kenya region that we risk a kumira for deputy president. That's my submission, Mr. Demba.
Thank you so much. And of course, there marks the end of our Facebook people. So thank you so much, wana Facebook, lakini washaenda. Yes, Wekesa, you have a comment.
Yeah, thank you for that passionate appeal. But I've noticed in your submission you have umepikia nani Mother Karua debe sana. And let me ask you, why do you think? Because in Azimio we have three legates too. Those who came from the Kalonzo wing and then the Jubilee wing and the ODM wing. And I have come to realize that Karua came in through the ODM wing. And now Jubilee is fronting, it was fronting now Peter Kenneth and Sabina Chege. So do you think Jubilee will demand a running mate from their wing, or they will just be okay with Madagarua even if he came through ODM wing? Because that's another issue to consider when these guys are picking. Every wing wants to be represented. You know, when it comes to power, you don't just say he comes from Mount Kenya. They want to be, he's Mount Kenya, but he's from our party. To believe he should be seen to be wielding power from the mountain. So I don't know how they are going to balance that. In your view,
Okay, okay,
why
sir.
do you? Yeah.
My view is that Uhuru's agenda is to make sure, it is bad for, I put it this way, for the UDA people. Uhuru's agenda is to make sure Ruto doesn't win. That is the picture I see. So if Baba Karua presidency will go through, he's gonna do that. So I think this party thing that they brought in, and they brought in all those parties, I think it was that a thing of, okay, we are being democratic, we have asked the parties to bring the representative. What do you think? Why do you think, Mr. Wekesa, you see how Karua came? She didn't come in the first Jacaranda meeting, she kept away. And then before long, we see that she met Baba. And the next thing we hear, she's supporting Baba unconditionally. Don't you think that was a really smart game plan? Wait for Kalonzo to go in and make his demands and not do that retro drama. And then she comes in like, I'm the latest entrant. You see, here I come. Did you see how she came in? She's like, here Kenyans, here I come to back Baba.
Yeah.
I think
And
it was really
there are also developments that have been happening. There are people now who are seeing it from a different perspective. They are saying that I have seen why has Sabina Jeke, first of all, ni kama aliambiwa asirun, ni kama ako kwa hiyo committee, the central committee, and then she has been almost every campaign sababa, including US walienda na mother pia. But now the funny thing is that today they had a meeting, Raila, Sabina Chege, and Shabal, 3 people. And so people are wondering, is there anything that is happening? We don't know. Because, the perspective of Uhuru may be like, I'm still the kingpin. I can push for Raila the votes, but I need to nurture someone who is not ambitious, very ambitious, or who may not want to take over the kingpinship for now. Maybe he may want to take it after some 5-10 years. Could that also be playing behind the scene? I'm just trying to think around what is happening, because these guys can surprise us with their candidates.
Yeah, they can surprise us. But I would like the panels to think about this. What do you think is the reaction of Kenyans in Mount Kenya region if Baba decides to go for Sabina Chege, unlike Mother? I mean, do you think there will be an excitement because Sabina Chege, we only come to know her now. Remember that, and we only seen her now go out campaign for Baba. If you ask me, though I'm from Mount Kenya region, I don't have anything else to say about Sabina Chege apart from what the men are saying, that she's pretty. And then, I mean, I don't have anything else to say. But I can compare Mother with Wangari Maathai. Can you imagine if somebody ever took Wangari Maathai as running mate, if she was still alive? Don't you think it would be a hit like a bang? Like, okay, these are the people we have been looking for. You see, there are Kenyans here who gained milestones. We have Baba, we have people like Matiba, we have people like Martin Shikuku. Those are the characters that you could mention. I mean, any Kenyan would vote for them. And then we had Wangari Maathai, and then Mother Karua stands out so well. But Sabina Chege, she's really mobilizing votes in Muranga Mount Kenya region, and she's so impressive. But besides that, and that she's so pretty, let's talk about what else would you say about her? So I think Mother Karua running mate it will be the in thing. Will be like, okay, she's an iron lady. Don't cross Baba's path. Don't go near Baba because you will be in trouble with Mother Karua. That is a picture she's giving. Don't even try point your finger towards Baba because for Mother you will be in big trouble. That's a picture she's bringing.
Now I want to point out something.
Demba, as
Okay.
you come in, I also wanted to you to help me this. There was this issue that happened in US. I think McCain. They say that one of the reasons McCain lost the vote is the choice of a wrong running mate, Sarah Palin. People advise him that a woman will bring some flamboyancy on the ticket, but it didn't work. So I want you to analyze this and see whether we are getting it right.
Thank you, Wekesa. As I look at that also, I wanted to ask Julia a question. Julia, what is the obsession of Central with the deputy president? The constitution hasn't changed. The constitution is still the same. And from that constitution, when President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta saw that he could not function well with his deputy, he invoked what is known as executive order number 1. I think it was number 1, yeah, which he made him make Matiangi the chief minister, and effectively making the office of the deputy president redundant. Right now, legally and technically speaking, whoever becomes the deputy president will still be working under whims of the president, whoever becomes the president. It is not that whether it is a strong person or is a weak person, the person will still be under the president, according to the current constitution. Now, I want you to explain to me so that I can understand. What is this that makes you think that having a deputy president is more important than having a chairman of the Azimio coalition party? The chairman of the Azimio coalition is none other than Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, the kingpin of Central Kenya. Isn't that enough to mobilize votes? What makes it that even the next position, that is the deputy president, which is also bound to work under the president, who can even make it redundant, the chairman of a political party has probably more powers, and yet, according to you, that cannot bring votes. That cannot bring votes. And it hasn't been mentioned anywhere in our debate, the position of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta in the Azimio coalition party as a chairman. So that cannot bring votes to Azimio. Then what makes it so huge that a deputy president will bring votes?
Okay, Mr. Demba, I agree with you. According to the constitution, really the deputy president, according to what I know, is the principal assistant of the president. So yani ni hata unaweza kuwa mtu akumbebea handbag ama briefcase. But what is the Kenyan's perception? I will throw that question to you. Why is Kalonzo fighting so much with the deputy president? Yet he also understands the constitution. He knows kwamba mimi nitakuwa, I think Kenya, this is my just on a light note, mimi nitakuwa kama mboch wake. So why is he struggling so much? There is his perception. It's like a perception, tuko na mtu yetu, we are part of the power. And then there's this perception, if you once become deputy president, which may not be true, you may become president. You see? So it's like kuna mtu wetu ako number 2. Sasa huyu mtu wetu anaweza kuwa president. And another thing, Mr. Themba, I don't think Mount Kenya is buying this thing of Azimio party leader, Azimio coalition leader. I don't think they are buying that, and they are all going around saying Kenyatta naenda nyumbani, Kenyatta is retiring and all that, blah, blah, blah. So my thing is just perception, which may not be true. I mean, constitutionally, the deputy president is the president's principal assistant. However, what is a perception? Huyu ni mtu wetu ako kwa power, mtu wetu ni number 2. Mr. Themba, we think about it kama it's your brother number 2, not your brother. Let's say you come from Northeastern province na mtu wenyu ako number 2. You don't want to care whether constitutionally ako na anything. You are like mtu wetu ako number 2. It's just a perception.
Thank you, Makiadi, then Adams.
Thank you, Themba. I just want to remind you here, but not once or 2 times have you reminded us here about the summit during Kibaki's 2002 coalition government. And you've said here so many times that the first thing that happened when Kibaki was sworn in was to impede or to, bar the summit from reaching him. So when you compare the position of a chairman of a coalition and a deputy president, the deputy president office is protected under the constitution. When you come to the chairman of a coalition party, this coalition party depends on the goodwill of the president when sworn in for it to survive. If Raila Odinga wins the presidency tomorrow and then he's sworn in, there's nothing in the law that will force him to adhere to the party as a whole, the whole organization they have as Azimio. There's nothing. He can decide, I'll not follow anything that we agreed. Hakuna mahali atapelekwa. You'll run to the political party's registrar, kulia huko kotini, and he will do nothing. So people look at where there is real flesh and blood, and that is the office of the deputy president. It is a constitutional office. It is protected under the law, and it has resources. And kind of, if he is in a good relationship with the current president, then he can be able to mobilize resources to his people. Thank you.
And Mr. Themba, he stands, if the next deputy president works well, let's assume Baba will win, works well with Baba, she or she stands a chance to become president. And that is the game plan that Kalonzo didn't see. He should have been very nice. He should have been mobilizing people for Baba. Right now, we'd be confused saying, okay, Kalonzo amechangamka sana, amechangia sana, let's have him. Hata kama tuna lose Mount Kenya, let's try Kalonzo again. So if this person who is coming to work with Baba works well, works like a good deputy president, there are very high chances this person will become president. The chances are there. I think the people who have succeeded here is Kibaki, and that is why even Moi became president. Look at the behavior of Moi. People say that someone slapped Moi and he was humiliated several times, but Moi still was down with all that kind of humiliation from Mount Kenya. They used to call it Mount Kenya Mafia and all that. But Moi became president. Look at Kibaki. We used to call Kibaki Major General Keguoya, means the biggest coward we have seen on the face of the earth. But look, the Major General Keguoya became president because he played I think this country, you got to be wise. If you become deputy president, behave like one. Carry the handbag for your boss. Carry his briefcase. If he says jump up, you say, how high do you want me to jump? And then I'm sure at the end of this term, he'll be saying, no, this guy has worked so well. Can we support him? So I think this is what people are looking for. Like, if a man becomes deputy president, high chances are this person, one of these fine days, will be president of the Republic of Kenya. That's what I see.
Adams.
All right, thank you. I wanted to ask Julia a question, but before I asked her, she kind of answered the question before I asked. It was just about Sabina Chege and Martha Karua. She tend to be tilting towards Martha Karua and dismissing Sabina Chege on the basis that Sabina is a newcomer in the game and Martha Karua is established. But, leaders are created, leaders are made. you don't have to be established to propel to leadership. No, leaders are made from leaders are made. Some of them make themselves, some of them, but majority of them are created or rather made. Even President Uhuru Kenyatta he was baked. When the Mount Kenya people were trying to front Uhuru Kenyatta, even if you can backdate it all the way to President Moi, he was nothing. He was actually, I think Uhuru Kenyatta himself was not even dreaming of being an MP, but he was created, he was made all the way, step by step, until he became powerful to where he is. So Sabina Shege actually she already made steps. She's already somewhere, even though Martha Karua is ahead of her, but she already made steps. Secondly, when we talk about running mate, or we are talking about deputy president, we need loyalty, somebody who is loyal. So between these two women, who can be more loyal than the other? Of course, Sabina can be more loyal than Karua. Mother Karua is an iron lady. You can't just you can't gag her. You'll tell it the way it is. So I know she can make a good leader. She can really fight when she's in that government. She can really play hard for the opposition, which may be Ruto and the likes. But she can as well be so much tough to break. We know Martha. We've seen how Martha behaves. So in my according to me, I think Sabina is better if it was a must that the running mate must come from Mount Kenya, I would vote for Sabina Chege, not because of her physical appearance. Of course, she's beautiful, but I'm not interested in that. But for those who are saying that, but it is what it is. So that's what I wanted to ask, to tell. I mean, Julia, she's gone, but I wanted to say that about that.
Thank you. Iwekesa. Yes, go ahead.
Before Julia comes back, I wanted to mention one thing. Somehow, yeah, there's the easiest way is for us to have Kalonzo on the ticket. But there's that, like Julia said, the ticket, it's so overplayed. It will be so overplayed such that it may not have some excitement. And also this team that is coming on board, that Baba is bringing on board after handshake, may feel like we have just joined NASA or whatever, the existing entity. But having Baba decided to face the mountain, I think it's good to pick the challenge. In my view, okay, we talk about 1.7 million votes in Ukambani. Yeah, but not all of them come. They may come 1.2, and still Baba can still get that 1.2 on the mountain and share the Ukambani votes. Because if they get disappointed and decide some will go UDA and some will go Azimio, it's an easier block to deal with than the difficult Mount Kenya block, which needs a strategic approach to it. But even more important, why Azimio needs a running mate on the mountain. The mountain right now, even if Uhuru is there and they're assuring them that he's there, they want a succession. They want to see their future through a running mate somewhere, and then they say that this will be our kingpin. So by avoiding to go to the mountain, they are deliberately giving UDA a chance to anoint a Uhuru successor. that will redefine a few things on the mountain. So it may not, Raila being wise, the way he did 2002, a checkmate, where when Moi came with Uhuru, Raila decided Kibaki Tosha. I think Raundi let the mountain checkmate. The rest of the areas watch our Gawane votes. Let the checkmate the huge block. That one they cannot afford to ignore it.
Let me say something a little bit, please. I wanted to say it earlier. Let's be realistic. This election, this August election, is stolen. This election is going to be stolen. Nobody has ever spoken about that, but let's face facts. This election is going to be stolen. And whoever is going to win, the first loser, the number one loser, will go to court. That means if Raila wins, Ruto will go to court. If Ruto wins, Raila will go to court. So this election is stolen. So what's the way forward? Who is going to be the winner? The winner is going to be the biggest thief. The person who is going to steal most is the person who is going to win. Otherwise, all these camps, let's face it, I am pro Raila camp. Whoever is surrounding him, these people are going to fight so hard to steal election. Even 2017 elections was stolen by both sides. That is why the court, when Maraga court nullified the election, the reason was very simple. The court compromised the process. The process. That was the problem. Otherwise, it was so hard to know who won and who lost. So this election is going to be stolen. And whoever is going to be announced the winner is the biggest thief. These people are going to steal election. They're ready now. They keep on getting ready and ready and ready, and they're laying all their networks are in place. Everybody is going to steal election, but the biggest thief is going to win. Think about that.
So how do we analyze that now? How do we analyze this?
That's an interesting perspective. Now, elections are not stolen on the day of election. So that is the feeling. Vote rigging is not a result of one day rigging. Vote rigging is a process. So the D-Day, the day of voting, is actually the finalization of it. Now, if you say that it's going to be stolen, then that means it hasn't started, right?
No, but, it has started. On the election day. On the election day, Mr. Temba, just hold on. Is the rubber stamping? Election day is to rubber stamp. Right now, it's underway.
Let me tell you, it is. You only rig an election when you have the tools to rig an election. You rig an election when you have the tools to rig an election. In Africa, the states have the tools to rig an election. The other, or like you're saying, the last one was rigged by both. The opposition doesn't have the tools to rig an election. They could compromise the local, like probably in Nyanza, they can tell some people, just a local, but not presidential. So the tools for rigging an election are not owned by the people who are not in the state. So if we say that the election is going to be stolen by both sides, that in my view is not a statement of fact. The state has for example, the state could do, for example, there's voter suppression. You could create an environment where probably some people may not be facilitated enough to vote, while propping up the other side.
Now, those are the ways that elections are actually rigged, to the extent that now, like in 2013, where you saw when Mutula Kilonzo's Kepi Kilonzo, made a very strong case and was thrown out. Now, those kind of stuff. So, if it is going to be rigged, then the state is gonna be more. It's more empowered to do that. And that's why.
Themba, there is
Yeah, but
Themba,
Mr.
Themba,
Themba, hold on.
wait, Adam, I want to respond to your allegation. I think there is a background in which you are saying that, and it refers mostly to 2007 than 2017. And ideally, whoever stole the votes also added some votes on the other side, because he knew the repercussion that will come, so that when they go to the court, he said that, in fact, they were the ones pointing out the areas that seem to have inappropriateness. And ideally, they knew what they had done. So sometimes someone can steal something and put it in your bag, and you are accused of being a thief because you are found with the item. So these guys stole more for themselves, and they ensured that they have also stolen a few for the opponent, such that when he complains, he's told, but you also had A and B. Go and check it from that and that and that. And they found that there were inappropriateness. So it was a scheme. Mekiadi anasema kitu.
I think Themba, the route that we are taking is a very dangerous one, especially on a media broadcast like this. Adams, when you say the election has already been stolen without evidence, then I think we are misleading people here. Themba said rigging. You said stolen. I would want to disagree with both of you, and I would say that the current government or the sitting government has the ability to influence the election results. Now, whether you take influence to be rigging or stealing an election, that's up to you. But then I want to remind you that for elections to be successful, for results to be successfully conveyed to the tallying center, if we are going by I think they were called BVI kids, if I'm not wrong, you need the communication authority to do their thing, so that we don't have a problem with the Safaricom. Remember last time Safaricom failed. Now you tell me who has the ability to shut down the communication systems in Kenya? You tell me. Do we have an individual with such capabilities? I don't think so. Number two, we heard that there were extra kits, voting kits. You know, the previous elections, we had people saying they had access to extra voting kits. These kits were not specifically in polling stations, but people had them. Tell me, who has the ability to access those kits if not the state itself? Intimidation of the voters. Remember when the Supreme Court last time nullified the first election? I know all of you saw the scenes in, especially in Nyanza province, or so to speak, the Nyanza area. You saw ballot papers and ballot boxes were being escorted by military guys, not actually military, police guys, with lorries and all that, and no one came out to vote. People were intimidated. Extra ballots. This has always been an issue with me. IEBC has never told us up to today the 1.5 million extra ballot papers they printed for the presidential elections. Where did they go? Up to today. And I never heard anybody talking about these extra ballot papers during the Supreme Court submission. So somebody either must have used the extra ballots, or IEBC was coerced to vote in a particular way with these extra ballots. We have seen this not once. even in the nomination processes where pre-marked ballot papers are found with one person. Mtu anakuja kwa ballot box, anachomoa kibunda ya ballot papers zenye zimemakiwa one particular candidate na anatumbukiza ndani. So these are some of the things that the state might have access to, which if you're running against a state, so to speak, a state candidate, you might not get these privileges, so to speak, to call them. So I don't think it's actually stealing, but it's influencing an election.
And I think Adams will be remember the address of Matiangi in 2017. So the state has this. Ideally, they say the state has the monopoly of violence, and the state can access places where someone who is not running against the state cannot access, and that in itself is more advantageous to the state than the person who is running against the state. Remember, the state has more structures than even you might say that Ruto is you're saying. I mean, we are purporting that his UDA is across the country, but there are places in this country that Ruto cannot reach, but the state can reach because of it is the state. All right. So I would probably say, is it possible to rig an election? It is possible to rig an election, right? And who rigs an election? Mostly is the person who has more interest and has the power to remain in office. And mostly, in most situations, it is the state that has that kind of power.
Okay.
Because if hold on, if someone had more power than the state, then you can overthrow that state. Any place where you find there's an individual who probably has more intelligence than the state, has more access to power than the state, can do things more than the state, it is possible to overthrow that state. And that's why most states remain stable, because of that extra kind of those states where there are people who have wielded more power than them, they have overthrown them. They wait for that person to step aside. If you have someone who is not necessarily within the state wielding power, they have overthrown those states. I don't think in this case we are having that. So I want to, as opposed to what you're saying, this might be the most free and fair election that we have seen since 2002. And the reasons why I'm saying that is because we are having two candidates. And one of the candidates, that is Raila Amolo Odinga, generally has continuously performed well, right? So if he's going to, to work as hard, and people are going to get out, because even the other side have admitted that Raila has a passionate following. If they are going to get out and vote, the state, as opposed to what they have had to do previously, because they have had to work extra hard to prop up the other candidates, this time around they might just have to let the systems be, and people get out and vote. So it will be decided by people who will vote more. So I don't think we want to say that the elections will necessarily be stolen. I don't think so. So I beg to differ with you on that one.
Yeah, you just differing with me at the tail end of your statement. But if you listen to yourself very well, you agree with me that it's going to be compromised. But you're saying the only people who can compromise it is the state. But as we speak, we have two leading contenders, okay? Out of this is Raila and Ruto. It is even hard to tell between these two people who is more state than the other. That's a fact. We may say that Raila is enjoying the monopoly of head of state support, but at the same time, DP Ruto is part of that state, okay? And we have people who are around the president who are working for deputy president, who are working for Ruto in the same government, the same state. So it's a complex scenario. It's very complex, I'm telling you. So when I say it's going to be compromised, stolen, and some people in the comment section are saying there's a difference between stolen and rigged. But to me, they're all compromise. One thing at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. That's why I said, I was very clear in my statement that it's either way, one, both, either sides is going to be compromised. I'm telling you, and it is not something. It is not a breaking news. It is not breaking news. It is what it is. That's what's going on right now. That is why you have a politician like DP Ruto stealing so much, looting so much than he's trying to loot a lot of money that even if he sits down to start eating, will take him 100 years to finish in his generation. Why? For you to compromise an election through stealing or rigging, you need to have money. You must have influence. You must have the power with you. How do you get the power? Money. Money speaks it all. When you have money, you speak the language that you want.
Adams.
So
Adams, you got me wrong. I said elections can be rigged. I didn't say they will be rigged. You know, there has been evidence of elections, tampering of elections, and elections can be rigged. I haven't said that they will be rigged. Okay, is it possible? Yes, it is possible. But will they be?
Probability, yes.
Yeah. So what I said, it is possible, but I didn't say they will be. I only said that this might be the most free and fair election. Then I gave you the actors in an election. I gave you the state as a major actor, and the state as the one that has the instruments that can help it in compromising an election. There's no place where an opposition rigs an election, right? What the opposition does, opposition does, it might have internal issues at the local level, but not necessarily at a national level, because the opposition mostly it's incapacitated. Now, what you're saying that
before you go on, just in your statement, let's forget about anybody else who's contending. We are talking about Ruto and Raila. Who sits on the opposition table as we speak, as we face this election?
It is an interesting thinking.
It is a very hard thing to tell. And who sits in the government? Who?
Hold on. It is an interesting thinking that we still imagine that Ruto has his feet inside government. He might have his people, all right? He might have his people, which is common. Even Raila, all along in all these governments, he had his people. Remember one day, I want to take you back to the day of Atur Margarian and Atur Sargasian. Kivuda Kibwana was, I think, the assistant minister for interior by then. So Kivuda Kibwana had to come and ask, what is happening? Is Raila having some counterintelligence to government? Because he seemed to know. He would come and say, I know those guys have been taken from here and they have been taken to here. You know, he was the one who was giving those addresses. So having operatives within your camp is a normal political phenomenon. In fact, you'd be the most unrealistic politician not to have informers within a particular camp, all right? So that one we cannot rule out. You know, you can have informers across. It is how tight those particular people and the intelligence of the state can work to protecting the information they want you to get. Now, from the admission by the deputy president, for the last 2 years, he hasn't sat in any cabinet meeting. What does that mean? Cabinet has been running, information has been flowing, but for some reason, he's been kept out of certain kind of information. Why? Because of security reasons, right? So I can speak for a fact that by the time they differed with the president, it was necessary that there's some intelligence information that he is not aware to date. And neither is Raila aware of that intelligence information because by law, he's not entitled to it. Okay? So he could be aware of other things. He can be having informers, or he can unofficially be aware, but not officially. So both of them are having a disadvantage. But now, perceptively, who has an advantage? The president has come out clearly and said, I'm supporting the candidature of Raila Amolo Odinga. And he has aligned his troops to push that. Now, what does that mean policy-wise? Policy-wise, it means that collective responsibility. Matiangi said that today. In our way of collecting responsibility, there are things we cannot say. And he said that today. It's outrageous to imagine that Ruto would be planning to rig an election and an opposition. It's like saying that Raila rigged an election in 2017. You don't rig what you don't have. You only rig because you can protect what you already have. So I want to submit. Yes, I agree with you. There are those fears, of course, and of course, our previous thinking might be that election have been stolen. Yes, elections can be rigged. In the US, elections have been purported to have been rigged, and it is said that Bush, the second Bush the son, the Florida, was it Florida? Yeah, it was. They say it was rigged by his brother Jeb Bush. So there's everywhere there's that contention. It can be rigged. Are we impenetrable? No, we are not impenetrable. But I want to imagine that if people get out to vote for whatever candidate you want, Raila or Ruto, if you get out and vote overwhelmingly, the problem is you have always voted in a 40, 44, 50 something. That's easier to rig. But if you vote overwhelmingly for the candidate, it will be harder for you, even if you try. You only rig when it is too close. When you went to sleep, Kibaki was ahead. When you came out, he was already 1 million ahead. And
But
so
already it is close. This thing is close. It's not far away.
We don't know.
It's close.
Let's personally, I would want more people to be more positive and urge people more to get out and vote, because I don't think our overall aim is to make people think that elections have been stolen and will be stolen. Election will depend on you getting out to vote. I think that is the most important thing. And again, number two, maybe for your thoughts, why would we be so interested, maybe for Makiad, maybe in about 2 minutes or so, why would someone be so interested in the post of a deputy president that has no budget, has zero budget, has no power, has no control? There's nothing they're going to be doing. They're going to work in behest of someone else, while there's a bigger post of a governor that controls huge budget, has lots of power. Why would we have such an obsession? I think maybe 2 minutes or so, because I think if I was Kalonzo, I mean, like Julia said earlier, why would you want to be someone's briefcase carrier? Why would it be so important to you to be someone's briefcase carrier? Why don't you go and be a governor in, say, Makueni County, Kitui County? I mean, that's there's a huge budget. You can make more policy changes at that level. You can influence more. Look at what Kitui County has done. Look at what Makueni County has done. What I saw today was in Gishu County, the governor was giving some people scholarships to take them to I don't know, Italy or something. I mean, why is it that we want a post that is just a name because of perception? I don't know. Makiadi, Adams, maybe we can give our thoughts on that and then we close.
Let me say, Mr. Themba, you have a very interesting question. The reason as to why somebody may decide to go for DP and not governorship, you must understand that being a deputy president, you're a substitute of president. It comes with the power. The power that comes with the deputy presidency office is way much stronger than a governor. A governor is just for a region. Maybe some places 8 constituencies makes a county, but this is government, state. Whenever the president is out of the country, you are in charge. So power is very important. Power is what this. We've seen me and you. we have seen so many people, wealthy people, billionaires coming into politics. They don't come to politics to earn money. No, they already have money. They made it already. There used to be somebody in Ukambani called Arun Muau, very wealthy guy. He used to make inroads in politics. Why? To protect his power. To get the power, after you get the power, now you have the protection. So that is why people fight tooth and nail for the position of deputy presidency. It comes with power. Secondly, perception. You know, when you're the deputy president, people perceive you yourself and the people who are surrounding you and your followers perceive you to be an alternative, that they see you like, after this president, you may be the next. And that is what's going on with the DP Ruto right now and his followers. They feel that they have the entitlement. They feel that they have it because this guy's been a deputy president. His next step is supposed to be the presidency. That is why it is more important and more appealing than being a governor. It is in that scenario that I consider it so. Maybe Makiadi can say something.
Yeah, I think mine is a bit, as much as I concur with what you say, Adams, but then there's, you know, just because one person's marriage has failed, we cannot encourage young people not to get married. Why I say this is because we are looking at the deputy presidency from Ruto's angle. He was in some sort of abusive relationship, so to speak. But then, if you go back to the first, what they tell us, the first term, look at the camaraderie that existed between the president and the deputy president when they came out in red ties to announce the cabinet secretary nominees. I mean, you could see the power. You could see the power. So the deputy president in Kenya is also modeled, the deputy president in Kenya is also modeled like the deputy presidency in the US. You know, there's power, there's prestige that comes with the deputy presidency. In the US, you have your charter plane. You can fly anywhere. You have a motorcade. You're given this priority when you're driving across New York. Everybody stays on the side. You have these perks that come with that. You can the president can decide to allocate you duties. You can be sent to arbitrate in some kind of conflict in the Middle East. So there are those kind of there's those kinds of duties that the deputy president can perform that cannot be performed by a governor. A governor is a local leader. Governor is a person mwenye anavanga gambut, anaingia kwa shamba kulima na wakulima huko chini, anangojea atumiwe pesa kutoka kwa national government. The deputy president chairs the IBEC. You know, he or she calls all the governors to Nairobi and addresses them, tells them this is where we are moving forward in terms of budget allocation. So there's much prestige and power that comes with the deputy presidency. The deputy president is not a local leader. Is a national leader. The problem with Kenya is that we are looking at the deputy president from Ruto's abusive marriage, whereby Ruto has shown that hata budget ya chai alinyang'anywa na Uhuru Kenyatta. So people are looking at, man, if we go for this deputy presidency, tutaenda kutritiwa the same. No, if you have a working camaraderie, if you have a good working relationship with the president, then expect these goodies that follow the deputy presidency to be upon you. And so I would urge all those people that are thinking or are looking ahead to be nominated as deputy president to look at it from that angle. All it needs is a good working relationship. All it needs is a synergy between the deputy president and the president himself for this thing to work. But ukienda pale na uanze kujifanya kiburi na utaki kuambiwa, then you'll be part of the history of the deputy presidents of Republic of Kenya that have been mistreated, so to speak.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And I think now we need to finish. You have done justice. And in fact, in the words of one Elkanah Shivashi, he has said that today's panelists have done justice to my time and topics discussed. improve the arguments rather than shouting matches. Keep it that way. Thank you so much, Elkana Shivashi, for your feedback. And indeed, we hope that every other time and every moment that you log in here, we do justice to your time. And of course, the topic that we have improves on what you want to learn and what you want to know. It's been 8 hours, and of course, we have to come to an end right now. Thank you so much for those who have joined us on the comment section. Allow me to mention one or two people. Georgia Nyulo, Mato, Trufena Obanda, Calvin Mathan, Sahara Lady One, Tiara Oscar Juma, Black, Patrice Mary Lumumba. Someone says that so Ruto has more money and power than government. I mean, that's can be said. Sometimes the people are richer. So you can always say that so people have the money, but the government has a way of keeping control of all that. David Olo and the rest. Thank you so much. We hope to see you again in our debate tomorrow. And Eric Otieno Asante, I wish it continues daily. Yeah, we hope that we'll keep improving the debates and, of course, our level of engagement, accommodation of each other, appreciation and tolerance, improvement of our argument and of our points, as opposed to improving the amount of noise that we make and the insults that we throw at each other. I think if we reduce the insults and we tolerate each other, we engage better and we kind of get to learn more from each other. And that's the most important thing. Today's panel has made me use bundles when I'm out of Wi-Fi just to be abreast. Thank you so much. Is Kenya ready for woman leadership? Yes, we shall be discussing that and much more. Thank you so much, Adams and Richie Makiadi. But kama kawaida, before we finish, Adams, don't go yet. We have we have our ritual of how we finish our show. So now that you're here, you have to stay on until we finish and the way we finish. Now remember, all and everyone, we have rules that we have set so that we can improve the quality of our broadcast. When you plan to come on, kindly come on while you're ready to come on. When come dress decently, so the normal level of decency. We don't insist that you must be in a suit. You can be in a t-shirt. That is Makiadi was asking. You can be in a decent t-shirt. Kindly be sure that like Adam says, can be in a shirt like I am, or even as Makiadi is. Be in a well-lit room. Try and make sure that we can be able to see you. So make sure that you are in a way that you can see you. No staying in the curtain. When you are coming in, kindly make sure that we can be able to see you. The world can be able to hear who is speaking to them. And kindly do not be in bed. Make sure that you're not in bed. So that it's not taken like you can just don't be cooking in the kitchen. Just be in a place where you maintain as little view of the background things that are with you, so that we concentrate on what you're saying, but not what is going on around you. We want to listen to you. We don't want to see what is going on around you. That is our request moving forward. And of course, civility, like we always say, respect for everyone, and of course, making sure that you keep yourself abreast with whatever topic we are discussing that particular day. They keep changing. Some of them repeat themselves, but at least try as much as possible to research. We were to start our debate and discussion around books tomorrow, but because of some unavoidable circumstances, we will not do that tomorrow. We are going to let you know when, and of course, we are going to work out the logistics. One of them is we need to see, at least for the book discussion, we need some 5 to 6 dedicated panelists who are going to be doing that consistently for 2 hours, so that we know who are those and who is going to be here consistently, so that we can have that kind of discussion. We are trying to establish that number, and we are going to If you would want to do that, kindly just put in the comment section so that we know that you can be available here every Sunday, whatever time, so that we know that at least we have these 6 people who will be here, and we will be taking us through that kind of discussion. And of course, the rest can come in and out. Thank you so much. Now, straight to our closing, the way we do it. You guys have already given your 2 minutes of whatever, so I'll allow Makiadi to read for us the article of our constitution, and then Adams here will give us the closing prayer, that is the national anthem. And then, of course, I'll remind you again, subscribe to Motembei channel, and as you subscribe, also subscribe to my channel, Themba and Lulu Show. Asanteni sana, mmetupeleka karibu, tunafika 600. Kindly tufikisheni pale immediately this weekend, then we move to 1,000. Thank you so much. Now Makiadi, twende kazi.
Sawa Ndemba, mwana wengu anasema will be available for books analysis. Now, today we are going to read Article 49, which talks about rights of arrested persons. It says, number 1, an arrested person has the right to A, to be informed promptly in language that the person understands of. Roman 1, the reason for the arrest. 2, the right to remain silent. And 3, the consequences of not remaining silent. B, to remain silent. C, to communicate with an advocate and other persons whose assistance is necessary. D, not to be compelled to make any confession or admission that could be used in evidence against the person. E, to be held separately from persons who are serving a sentence. F, to be brought before a court as soon as reasonable possible, but not later than Roman 1, 24 hours after being arrested, or Roman 2, if the 24 hours sends outside court hours or on a day that is not an ordinary court day, the end of the next court day. G, at the first court appearance to be charged or informed of the reason for the detention, continuing, or to be released. And H, to be released on bond or bail or reasonable conditions pending a charge or trial, unless there are compelling reasons not to be released. Number 2, a person shall not be remanded in custody for an offense if the offense is punishable by a fine only or by imprisonment for not more than 6 months.
Now you know your rights as someone who has been arrested. It's important for you to know your rights, know the constitution. I usually like the quote that know the laws so that you can break them nicely. If you don't know them, you want to break them nicely. So know the law so that you can break it well. And before Adam's praise, there's this quote from Niccolo Machiavelli, the Prince. I'm going to be giving you that at least for a while until we finish. This month is a month of Niccolo Machiavelli, the Prince. This is what he says. Since love and fear can hardly exist together, if we must choose between them, it is far safer to be feared than love. Since love and fear can hardly exist together, if we must choose between them, it is far safer to be feared than loved. Now, the deputy president has read that very well.
Yeah.
And he is feared. Now, back to you, Adams.
Yeah, okay, as usual, okay. E Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu. Amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote kwa bidii. Nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda. Na tujenge taifa letu, ndiyo wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono, pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. At least today you have taken us through the 3, because you said we have to do the 3.
And we thought that because Neto is not here, we are not going. Neto is making himself busy with a comment.
Neto is really keeping me on toes on comments. I'm reading everything he's writing, and you can see.
Okay, thank you so much. See you again tomorrow. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Adios.